Welcome to Hiraeth and AmeriCymru, our live watch-along for the US election. Joining me this evening is Richard Martin. Hello, Richard.
Hey, Matt.
Hello, and we've also got Kerry. Hello, Kerry.
Evening, Matt.
Evening. And joining us first up, we've got Owen Williams, the social media guru and former guest of ours on one of our Senedd 21 shows. This is shaping up to be one of the most divisive elections in living memory, and also one of the ones with the highest turnout. What is everyone's initial thoughts on tonight, and how do we think it's going to go? Richard?
It's going to be an absolute horror show. It'll end in tears, and we've got 4 more terrible years of a Trump presidency ahead of us. Over to you, Owen.
I think Biden will win it. I think the reaction to the last 4 years of just utter cluster will spin it for him. I think the messaging is all over the place in the Trump campaign. I think Trump will be relying on this apparent core of support, and I don't believe that core of support exists any longer. I think Biden is a far more amenable potential president to a vast majority of Americans, unlike Hillary. There's a lot more people used to, how fake news operates. It's all spin and bluster. So completely disagree with Rich, and I sincerely hope I'm right.
I'll be honest with you. I sincerely hope you're right as well, mate.
God, I really do. Frankly, we could just use. I mean, Pete Buttigieg put it really well fairly recently. Wouldn't it be nice to have a president where when you see him on TV, your heart rate goes down? I mean, that is just such a good line, Your heart rate goes down instead of up. I mean, wouldn't it be nice if your blood pressure just stayed normal? Because you've got this decent, or at least decent-ish guy, who runs the country. I mean, don't we just want that? Don't we just want that?
Kerry,
do you just want that?
I do want that. I share O's optimism there, and I'm just looking at the betting odds, and are the bookies up ever wrong in these kind of things? You got Biden odds-on favourite with Trump way out really on 13-8 in a 2-horse race. I can't see anything but a Biden win. 100 million Americans have voted before the election day, which is, to us, I don't know what our postal voting is. And I know
Not
Americans
that.
do it. No. But I just think apparently they're going to break all kinds of democracy records in America today. And I think that's people who've just seen, as O said, Trump every single day. They worry about what they're going to hear when they wake up, what he's tweeting. And I think they want to put an end to that. America's gone from a country where I think people around the world look at it with respect and saw them as the leader of the free world, to just a country which we just worry about.
So,
what about
yeah.
you, Matt?
Where
you're going to go?
I'm not quiet, but I'm cautiously optimistic that Biden will win. I think that if you look at the states that Trump won last time that flipped it, he won them by such small margins that a good campaign after 4 years of a Trump presidency, he should do it. But I don't think you can count out Trump by any stretch of the imagination. I think his path to victory is there. If Biden takes Pennsylvania, takes Ohio, though I don't think he'll do that. If he takes Florida, takes Arizona, then it's really hard to see how Trump gets to those numbers. But I think Biden will win, but I don't think it'll be the landslide that some are predicting.
do you not think that there's, that whole... This just brings back memories. We were all talking like this in 2016. You guys are all so optimistic. I mean, you talk about Florida. I mean, Florida, looking at all the stuff that's come out today, including the exit poll, it's frightening. It's incredibly pro-Trump. And you guys are still optimistic about that. Because, I totally agree with you guys. I think that, wouldn't it be nice to have a credible, hard-working president who isn't a danger to himself and society? But in America, it doesn't seem to matter whether, evidence, facts, real life doesn't seem to intrude on the political process there at the moment. And I don't know, you guys just have so much more faith in that, that something can pierce that kind of reality distortion field that has surrounded not just Trump, but the entire Republican Party for, more than a decade now. And you genuinely think that wave has turned, that glass has been shattered, that bubble burst?
I mean, for my sake, I can only cross my fingers and hope. I mean, I think the Democrats have run a very interesting campaign. Obviously, the lack of Biden being on the road has been telling, but that's due to external events. I've been incredibly impressed with the surrogates. I mean, Pete Buttigieg in particular. I keep going back to him, and I mean, I know you've seen the stuff I've retweeted in the past. I think he's one of the most impressive individuals in American politics in I don't know how long. I mean, I think he's a wonder. I've read both his books now. It's superb. Shortest Way Home, his first autobiography. It's tremendous. I mean, he'll write many more at the age of 38.
In English or Norwegian?
Yeah, well, exactly. Or the other 8 languages he speaks. Is it Farsi? Is it something else? No, I think he's been incredibly impressive. I think his showings on Fox News have done untold wonders for the Democratic campaign. I just genuinely believe, I don't believe Trump can win this. Even if Biden scrapes it, I think Biden will still win it, because Trump is just, he's an unholy mess of a man. And you can't, you can't hope for it. I honestly thought running into the last 2 days of the 2016 election, Trump's going to take this. Trump's going to take this because the tide has turned out there. They're looking for something different. They feel aggrieved. Now I think they are just fed up.
No,
fed up.
They're looking for their very own Mark Drakeford, are they? That's what they're looking for.
I did enjoy Roger Scully earlier saying that on current polling he wouldn't put it past Mark Drakeford taking this just on write-in votes.
Well, winning the American election.
Yeah, I know. I kid, of course. Speaking of write-in candidates, though, do you think any state is going to see any substantial vote for Kanye West?
That's
a serious question. I'm not joking.
How many states is he in now? Because he's not in all of them, is he?
He's not on the ballot in any state, is he? He's got a
Yeah.
very half-hearted. I mean, it's a quarter-hearted write-in campaign.
Yeah.
But I just don't think. I mean, people don't. The write-in candidates are doomed to terrible failure, even the really hard-working ones. And to say that Kanye has not lifted a finger, the only thing that's gone out for his campaign is the stuff that Jared Kushner persuaded some bloke to produce for him, and it's some of the worst political comms I've ever seen in my life. Have you seen his campaign videos? I mean, they are, they're like early Vaughan Gathing, I would say, if I can be somewhat cruel. Matt, I wonder if it might be worth just talking a little bit about for anyone who is watching either on YouTube or via the Zoom, just explain a little bit about what we're going to be doing tonight and how people can watch, listen, and contribute.
Absolutely, Rich. Everyone can listen on YouTube, which I'm sure they're doing already. But if they want to share that on their socials, please feel free. We'll be tweeting all night from our Twitter at HeroesBlog. And yeah, we'll be going through the election with you the whole night. We'll be here till about, 5 o'clock, see how depressed we get. But we're going to have lots of interesting guests coming on the show. We've got Ian Stafford from Cardiff University, another former guest of ours, coming on shortly to give us a sort of more academic overview of what's coming up. We've got Gemma Beer from Keep Welsh Tidy, another former guest of ours, coming on to give us a sort of a Welsh perspective, a Welsh green perspective. Not that Kerry's isn't fantastic, on what's going to happen and what it means for the rest of the world. We've got Dr. Matthew Wall from Swansea University joining us as well, who can talk about polling, and a huge heap of other guests who will be joining us at various points throughout the night, including guests who are both in the US and Americans who now live in Wales. I think it might be interesting, Rich, if it's possible, that I just give everyone a brief overview of what state we think are going to declare this evening and which ones we think are more likely to take a bit of time. So
this is fantastic.
I mean, yeah, my GCSE IT skills come in really handy here, Kerry. Thank you very much for complimenting me. So I've broken this up into about 4 columns, and this is on the reading what 538.com have said is likely to come out. over the course of the evening in terms of results. I think in the left-hand column, the full results column, these are the states in which we think we're going to have pretty much complete results tonight. In the next column, the partial column, this is where we'll have partial results. We'll have a pretty good picture, but we won't have a full one. In the third column, we've got states that are probably not going to declare tonight, whether that's because of the postal votes and the way that they're going to have to be verified, or just the nature of the changing electoral system. Coronavirus has impacted a little bit on the usual election. And then in the fourth and final column, we've got states that you'll have a pretty clear picture by the end of the night which way they're going to go, but they're not going to be a complete picture. You're not going to be able to say 100% everything's counted. I mean, I don't think you'll get everything counted tonight in any of these states, just because of the nature of how they've done mail-in voting.
Rich, are the key ones there for us, Pennsylvania and Ohio, in probably not tonight and clear? Are they, when we don't know, are they the ones that could swing it if everything else was sort of even?
Go on, Rich.
No, go on, Matt. I'm probably going to say exactly what you're going to say.
I mean, yeah, Pennsylvania is definitely one which is still right now a big question. Michigan went red last time, though it's solid. It's predicted solidly to go back blue. Iowa is another one that's a swing state, could go either way.
The only thing,
go on, Rich.
No, sorry. So all I was going to say is very quickly, just looking at the ones that are on full results tonight. The one to keep an eye on there really is Texas, because if Texas goes blue, nothing else matters. If Joe Biden wins Texas, it's over. It's game over for Trump. And even if Trump retains Texas, if you then look at the second column, the partial ones, again, Florida is the one. If Trump wins Texas and Florida, it's game on. If either of those fall to Biden, it's a Biden victory. So those are the two that I would keep the most close eye on certainly this evening. And then, because if Biden wins either or both of those, Pennsylvania doesn't matter really. Pennsylvania's already in the bag. But Texas, in tonight, of the results that we're expecting, Texas, my word, if there's so much chatter that the Democrats might take it. If they do, that would just be extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary.
Do you think that's likely, though?
No.
Who's been their surrogate out there? Is it Beto O'Rourke?
Yeah.
Beto did very well, of course, in the Senate election a couple of years ago. Nearly took the seat off Ted Cruz, but he was still quite a considerable way off in terms of real vote share. In terms of percentages, it looked much better than it was, I think. I'm sure Ian Stafford, when he comes on, will be able to give us a better impression of what's going on. But
you've said the words, and he's appeared in the waiting room. He'll be here in a second.
Incredible. So just before we clear, this is what I wanted to show you. This map is what, if the polls are right, is what it sort of should look like by the close of play. And this final map is the most recent polling and what they're predicting. I mean, they've sort of chickened out a little bit in some of these key toss-up states, but it's still looking like a Biden victory.
Still giving Pennsylvania to Biden. I think Pennsylvania is not going to go Biden. Even if he wins, I don't think he'll get Pennsylvania.
Like, is it worth mentioning? Just mentioned in his question the position of Ohio, and it's not one which kind of makes or breaks a president. But from what I've been reading today, it's the early polls from Ohio are the ones which kind of give you a fair idea of where we're going to go. And every president since the Second World War that's taken Ohio has gone on to be the president. Is that right? Anyone able to confirm or deny my suggestion there?
Are you saying it's some sort of United States Cardiff North, Kerry?
If that's the joke you want to roll out, it's better than the one
I tried it in the warm-up and it didn't really land then, but I thought I'd give it another go.
But there's another Ohio joke to come out.
We've just lost all of our YouTube viewers, Matt. Sorry about that. They're all gone. Ian, that sounded like a question perfectly teed up for you, mate. Please share your wisdom.
Yeah, sadly, all of my knowledge about US politics, those kind of pub trivia type questions are not my forte. So I can't answer Kerry's direct question on Ohio. I'd have to Google that one to see.
You could have just said yes, and we would have believed you because of your academic credentials. So, Matt, would it be an idea to do an intro for Ian for anyone who didn't listen, who missed our incredible episode with Ian a couple of months ago?
Yeah, of course. So Ian was very kind to us and came on our US election show in, I think it was September, wasn't it, Ian? So Ian is a senior lecturer at Cardiff University. He focuses on devolved politics and, luckily for us, US politics. So thanks for coming on again, Ian. It's lovely to have you here. I heard you had a little bit of a scare earlier, potentially losing your laptop cable in one of the university buildings.
Yeah, that's it. So I got home and went for a run because I thought I'd, get myself psyched up for this evening. And I'm also running as part of my Movember things. And so I didn't get my laptop out of my bag. And when I got my laptop out of my bag, there was no cable. And I thought, well, that's it then. And all the university buildings close early because of coronavirus. But luckily the Cardiff security people let me back in the building and I could get it. So I can speak to you now.
On the pub trivia question, Rich, one of our lovely viewers has messaged in to say that Ohio last went to the loser in 1960.
Oh, there you are. That's not far. That's not that long ago, is it? I mean, all of those rules are tenuous at best. But it was interesting to hear. Did you listen to Red Box? Was it Red Box that they had the like the governor of Ohio on to talk about how incredibly well organised their voting system has been in terms of early voting, and how they put all of these measures in place, not just for people who want to do early voting by post or drop box voting, but because there are so many Trump supporters, and Ohio is very likely to go Republican this year. But they've even put in processes for the people who turn up to vote and refuse to wear masks. They're so organised that they've got a special system just for those kind of culture war warriors who are going to be voting for Trump. So I think we'll see. I'm not sure whether we'll see a surprising result from Ohio, but I think we'll see a surprisingly high voter turnout in Ohio, as we have seen elsewhere, of course.
Are you saying, Rich, that you could just count the masks and get a good impression of
Democrats versus Republicans? Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Well, I mean, that's not even a joke. Actually, that's so tragic. That's actually
really tragic. And they'll all have expired by the time he gets into office, if that was the case as well.
Does that line up with what you're thinking, Ian? Not the mask bit, but Ohio going red. Do you think that's going to happen tonight?
I think I'm not a great believer in polls a lot. I know some academics, particularly in UK elections, appear on the television and say, well, this is the polls, this is what's going to happen. There's always a lot of potential room, particularly in US elections. If I was a betting man, that wouldn't be where I'd be putting my money on, Biden. I overheard Richard talking earlier on about, places like North Carolina and Texas. I think they're going to be, if they go for Biden, then potentially Ohio does. But looking at the polling, it doesn't look like it's a favourite to be going Democrat tonight, to be honest. But it was interesting. I was watching television early on, and they had a reporter at one of the kind of the counts. I'm not sure if they call them counts in the US, but one of the counts in Illinois, and they were saying that it's been extremely well organised, and actually they think they're going to be reporting their results a lot earlier than expected. So I guess it's an interesting one. I think a lot of people are predicting a very chaotic election night due to all of the early voting and different things. And obviously it's going to be variable across states. But it may well be that actually we get a little bit more information tonight than we expected, which would be great for us because obviously no one wants to stay up all night and kind of be left on without the kind of the ending to the film, as it were.
Are there any states that you do think Biden will take? What about Arizona, which is another one of these swing states that seems to be going blue?
I think of all the ones that are, if you've got a list in descending order based on the polling and the likelihood, on the 538 website they do their little snake to the White House, and Arizona's the kind of the first on the, apart from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Nevada, Arizona's the next one on. That if Biden wins that, but for me it's just really about Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They're the ones to focus on, and unfortunately, we're probably not going to know the Pennsylvania vote for for a while.
Well, could
Do you
be
think
could be
that'll have
weeks.
any do you think that'll have any impact on how the candidates sort of posture at the end of the night, not knowing big swing states like that?
Well, Donald Trump's extremely unpredictable, right? So he's already, there was already the kind of the story that was doing the rounds yesterday that he's going to say he's won before hardly any states have reported. I can't see if he's actually going to do that. That would be an incredible kind of thing to try and do. But this is the problem. When you've got states like Florida and Pennsylvania that are going to be so fundamental to the result, I think it's more likely we're going to end up where we were in 2000 with recounts and really big kind of question marks about the result. So we probably, unless, as was mentioned earlier, Biden wins Texas or wins, some of those states, and then it's over, and then it's just how much has he won by. But if it goes as it went last time and we're just waiting on Pennsylvania, Trump might claim victory, but if it's really, really tight, I think a lot of the media in America are quite savvy to that as an idea now. So I think they're going to be very hesitant about calling the election until all the results are in almost.
Has anyone got any views on why Pennsylvania is such a kind of hard to call state? Because I'm pretty sure it is Joe Biden's home state, isn't it? Is it unusual for a president or not to take their own state?
I mean, I've got a friend an old friend in Scranton, and despite the well regarded that Joe Biden, despite actually coming from Pennsylvania originally, was widely regarded as being a Delaware boy and a city slicker. But hardly true, given he travelled the Amtrak every night back home to see his kids. That man went through more personal tragedies than most people would like to even consider. I think but there is there's a working class ethic in Pennsylvania, certainly in Scranton and some of the bigger cities that you possibly don't see in the more metropolitan cities, and there's a very much a guns and guts and glory type of affair going on, which translates really well into that Trump populism. Now, I'm only speaking anecdotally because I know someone who lives out there. I also got a friend in Iowa as well, and bizarre. I mean, very were he back here, he would probably be a big, probably a Plaid Cymru or a Welsh Labour supporter, but out there, very much Republican. So I don't quite know how that tallies, given that it's ultra conservative. But I just think it's a really interesting thing that the red, sorry, I'm trying not to say redneck here, but that sort of gritty working class tend to orientate towards these populist strongmen. It's really unusual and really doesn't really tally with what actually is going on in the States right now.
Is it some of the stuff I've been listening to today, where the media have been doing vox pops across America, and it is like the Rust Belt.
God, I hate vox pops. Oh.
No, never mind. But it's Americans from the Rust Belt, the post-industrial areas, still clinging on to the idea, but it's Trump who's going to rebuild and put those industries back. And like Scranton is that, and it'd be a really good thread for one of your social media things, Scranton, the Welsh history there as well.
Yeah, there's a big coal mining history in Scranton, isn't there? Lots of Welsh names there. Pennsylvania, of course, named after William Penn, with a great degree of Welsh ancestry there, and there was quite a strong Welsh-speaking population in Pennsylvania in that area up until, God, not so long ago, as it happens in the rotation of the Earth. I just think I think you're right about that sort of working class vibe. Over here, you'd expect to see those people in the valleys. They'd have been Keir Hardie or Neirin Bevan sort of backers back then, but now it seems to have gone very much to that blood and thunder evangelical hard right wing, which Trump seems bizarrely, given that you couldn't even call him God-fearing, bizarrely seems to attract that sort of crowd. So again, anecdotally, but from what I see, and particularly when you reference vox pops, that's what it looks like and that's what it sounds like on the streets. So I don't know. I think I'm reaching that point now where I'm starting to push myself to Richard's way of thinking, which is troubling me. I think I'm just worried more than anything. I'm worried for everyone. We've got friends in the US, and I'm just genuinely worried. He has no plan. He has no ability. He has no common sense. He's not an intelligent man. He's a devastatingly foolish leader, and he will cripple the US in the next 4 years if they don't get rid of him.
What are the polling numbers like on Trump's personal ratings, Ian? Does that chime with what Owen's just said? Is he, deeply unpopular on those grounds?
Well, if you look at obviously most of the polling that's done on individual presidents, it tends to be around approval ratings across the board, and you can look back across his whole presidency, and he kind of breaks the model. Most academics, most of the interpretation of the way in which the trends of general kind of approval ratings tends to be, you start off quite high and then drift downwards, and then if you get re-elected in the second election, it goes up a bit, and then it goes down a bit, and there are peaks and troughs. But the idea that the early kind of honeymoon period dips away. With Donald Trump, I guess what his approval ratings highlight is that they've never been above 50%. So they've never got anywhere near as high as any of his immediate predecessors, but they've never dipped that low as well. So it really illustrates, I guess, the polarization in America at the moment. People who don't like Trump really, really don't like him. And then there are people who like him, who he can almost do no wrong, at least in terms of something like the Gallup approval ratings. Now there are kind of small fluctuations within that. So his polling ratings has gone down, particularly around COVID. So it varies. But there was an interesting, like CNN has one of its kind of slightly dodgy exit polls out at the moment, and highlighting the economy as something that's particularly important. Well, it kind of ties in there with that idea of working class people who think he's going to bring back the economy to their areas, and that ties in a lot with the explanation for the 2016 vote. The key question is whether that trend happens tonight or today as well, and to what extent, because it has to almost replicate what it did last time for him to get back in, and for the people who didn't come out and vote for Hillary Clinton to not come out and vote for Biden, because some of those states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, he won by a very small margin, and if Biden gets some of the African American votes out in some of the urban areas, even if Trump replicates what he did last time, he might struggle. But it's a big if. We just don't know, really.
We've got Sam in the comments talking about issues such as NAFTA and stuff like that in the Rust Belt states. Do you think globalization feeds really well into Trump's narrative in those sort of areas? And I don't see what's changed fundamentally between now and 2016 in terms of that narrative and in terms of the way that Trump's playing that. Do you think that will maybe have an effect in those Rust Belt states?
Well, if you go back to the kind of anecdotal vox pops things, the American public perceive that he has delivered what he said he was going to do, in the sense of being tough on trade, tough on China, and that this is how America is going to be great again. Now, obviously, some of the more considered kind of analysis of his presidency suggests, well, this isn't necessarily going to deliver more jobs or a better economic time for America. So it might play out. It may well be that those types of voters, if they think that he's done the job that they put him in the White House for, then good times are ahead. And, and actually, to be fair, if it wasn't for COVID-19, he would probably win this election due to the direction of the economy. For all the bad things he's done, there's still that kind of, the classic quote of "it's the economy, stupid." And as much as it pains me to say it, you can question how much he had to do with it, but the American economy was on the up before COVID-19. The fact that a couple of 100,000 people have died since January perhaps highlights some of his other failures. But yeah, no, that narrative about America, that populist, protectionist narrative around the nation probably will help him in this election for the people who are going to the polls, particularly because of that. But other aspects of his presidency are probably making other people come to the polls.
And
So it'd be interesting.
COVID's probably had a massive effect, haven't you? You've seen in states that have had big outbreaks, even in the last week or so, you've seen Biden's polling numbers ticking up. So it's interesting, but I think that the way that people think about his response to COVID does break quite heavily on partisan lines as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's concerning when you think about, I guess, democracy in broad terms. If you think about some of the things that he's said over the past 9 months, and people think he's right around COVID, right? So obviously, living in the UK, we've had our own journey around COVID, which has been interesting. But living in the US, some of the things that Donald Trump has said at press conferences, even this week or end of last week, being at a rally when people started shouting kind of fire Fauci. And then the idea that he just stands up there and kind of goes, well, maybe after the election. And it's like, wow, this is completely kind of unprecedented. I'm not sure of any president who's ever done that kind of behave like that. Even someone like Nixon, I don't think ever behaved like that. But the fact that people accept it and think he's telling the truth and he's right, that's a little bit troubling about the state of democracy, I guess. But I guess you might argue it's always been that way, maybe.
Yeah, that's it for me. It's more, it's in such stark relief now. I thought it was a really good summary. And what troubles me about Trump is that he rules by, not so much by diktat, by whatever he's watched on TV that morning. It's this fluidity of thought that doesn't have brakes on it. It's a rolling narrative of whatever's in his brain comes out of his mouth and onto Twitter, and it's not a way to run a country. It's not a way to manage a population. It's certainly not a way to attack a pandemic, a viral crisis. I mean, Jesus, they could have shut down the airports immediately, and turned the US into sort of protectionist state. I mean, look north to Canada. There's the difference in style, the difference in how you tackle. I admit it's a far bigger population than the US, with far bigger hubs into the country. But at the end of the day, they've got such power in the enforcement agencies, and such ability to just roll out the big guns when they need it. And yet they focused on the economy to the detriment of lives, literally to lives. And it just goes to show that man has no human acumen. And I genuinely get distressed over the idea that a US could end up with him for the next 4 years. I mean, look at what you said on day one of going into the White House. He'd drain the swamp. No, he just refilled the swamp. He would he'd build a wall. What wall? He would have this amazing healthcare plan that's 2 weeks away. It's been 2 weeks away for 4 years, and there's never been a healthcare plan, and there never will be a healthcare plan. And that economy, it's done this. I'm not convinced it's not been a steady slope, but I think COVID was perhaps a mask for him, because I do not think that it would have stood the test of time. But I'm a big Trump dismissal fan. I think he's an awful human being.
Ian, we've had a question in, and that I think you'll probably be best placed to answer. The Electoral College. I think everyone's got a broad idea of what the Electoral College is, and each state has its own electors attributed to it to give a numeric value up to 270 or 538 in total. How are electors of that college put in place?
It can vary, but generally they put their names forward and then are selected either by parties and things like that. So it kind of works in that process. It can vary, but you can stand to be one of the electors, and the parties have a kind of a short list, and then you go forward. Again, they play a relatively negligible role. So the idea of faithless electors is very, very rare, but it's a bit of an odd, thing. It's a kind of a leftover from the Constitution and from the kind of the early years of the Republic. But that's how they're kind of selected, and it's not a particularly high-profile kind of process. The only electors who tend to be a bit more prominent tends to be for DC, because DC is not officially recognised as a state. Quite often they will vote for all kinds of people. So last time, from memory, I think that some of the electors in DC voted for Colin Powell, but you've also had activists for Native American groups and so on be put forward as presidential candidates. So it's a bit odd. To a certain extent, their power is being neutralised a little bit, because some states have introduced statutes where they actually have to follow the state's vote, and so they can't vote for whoever they want to. And there was a Supreme Court case saying whether that was constitutional or not, and the Supreme Court confirmed that it was. So it's entirely possible, but within a period of time, that actually electors, you effectively go and all you do is literally confirm the vote that there's no real role for you whatsoever. But yeah, it's a bit of an oddity of the American system. But they're not. I don't think it's not a high-profile process, by the way, in which they kind of get selected.
I've read a few things lately where they've been talking about having a parliamentary system in the US instead. Now, there's not been suggested by American legislators, but certainly with regards to commenters, just saying that this electoral system is just, it doesn't serve a purpose. You don't have proper representation of what the people want, and I think it's just it's a clarion call by the Democrats. Whether it'll change or not, I sincerely doubt it. I think it's a generational thing. But I find the system such an odd one. I'm
going to step in there before anyone else says anything and introduce another one of our guests. We've got Gemma Beer here with us right now, the policy officer for Keep Wales Tidy, and another former guest on the Heroes podcast. Hello, Gemma. How are you?
Hey, I'm all right. Thanks for having me back.
Oh, thank you very much for coming on. What are your early thoughts on everything that's happening? Have you got any predictions you want to make, or insight?
An old white man is going to win. That's about as far as I've got. No, I suspect all of the indicators kind of are looking at a Biden win, but I think it's going to be narrow. And even though I'd like that to be an optimistic prediction, I also potentially think that could be the worst case scenario. I think a contested election result is going to have such massive kind of national and international ramifications. We can't even to say we're staring a paradigm shift in the face here is probably not too fine a point. So I'm hoping for a massive landslide for Biden, but what I do predict is that either way, I think there's going to be months, if not years, of uncertainty and litigation.
Do you think that a big Biden win would give him the impetus to go and sign back up to all these climate deals that Trump withdrew the states from?
Yeah, so he's said as much. Biden has said that he'll sign back up to the Paris Agreement, and he also says that he'd kind of get back in touch, if not kind of rejoin with the WHO as well, the World Health Organization, which is of course just as important in a kind of global pandemic. But there are there's a few things around kind of environmental policy and the international agreements that are kind of overstated, and there's some that's understated. Some of the kind of direct relationships that Trump has kind of strong-armed himself into have been quite understated across the world. But he's obviously big friends with Brazil, and he's got a friend in Bolsonaro because they're very similar kind of creatures, if you like.
They both had COVID.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they both don't give two hoots about the environment. So Bolsonaro is kind of obviously expanding his deforestation policy, the Amazon's on fire, and Biden, because he has to try and satisfy at least part of his kind of, democratic public that believe in climate change and want action. When Biden mentioned ending deforestation in the Amazon and incentives for Bolsonaro to do that in one of the debates, Bolsonaro tweeted in all capitals, "Our sovereignty is not for sale." or something to that end, all capitals. So, does that remind you of anyone? So it's not all straightforward. If Biden wins, it's not like we're going to have this massive new Green Deal for the world. It's a lot more nuanced. But international cooperation is going to be definitely more feasible with Biden.
Doesn't a
To
lot
what
of that
extent- oh, go
depend on the makeup of the Senate?
Say again, sorry.
Doesn't a lot of that, depend on the makeup of the Senate as opposed to who the president is, though?
The international.
Well, I mean, in terms of pushing that legislation through, in terms of climate, that they're hoping for a democratic Senate as well as a result of this election, not just purely a president, aren't they?
Yeah, we can hope, but also I think that when we talk about climate change in the UK, obviously there's very few of kind of like the UK electorate who would kind of doubt that any of these things are necessary, environmentally, with climate change and kind of green and renewable energy, for example. There's a lot of things that I think a lot of people here accept. The perception and the understanding is very, very different when it's talked about in America. I don't know whether you saw the debate where Trump kind of backed Biden into a corner into saying that he'd reduce subsidies to fossil fuel companies, which for us would be wouldn't even make headlines in a debate. But Trump jumped straight on it, and he said, he was like, "See, Texas, look at this." And apparently the polls in Texas kind of like shot up for Trump as a result of that. So they're very, very sketchy. The amount of employment that is in the fossil fuel industry, and the subsidies and the power of that lobby shouldn't be underestimated, whether it's Republican or Democrat. It's not a clear kill.
I've got two questions for you, Gemma, and one of them is sort of for you and Ian. So the first question, I guess, is how good would Biden be for the environment, sort of in isolation? Obviously, you think he'd be better than Trump, but how good would he be in isolation? You've seen his promise not to ban fracking, etc. And then a question for you and Ian. To what extent do you think climate change has played a part in the way that people vote this year? Do you think it's had any impact on the polling?
Do you want to go first, Ian? Or okay.
Yeah.
Firstly, Biden isn't a massive green environmentalist. He is more of an environmentalist than Trump. He accepts climate change. He is by no means what we would call an environmentalist, kind of in UK, European kind of sectors, if you like. It would be better, significantly better, because he's committed to signing back up to the Paris Agreement. So you would see some changes in policy there, but he's not about to green the states. That kind of that kind of relationship with the lobby, the kind of the powers that be will still exist, and it would be very, very hard to see, unless it was action taken by every single state in the US, how the US could significantly reduce their carbon emissions and be a really big green player. But the other thing to kind of think about in terms of kind of climate change emissions and kind of global resources is the very understated, quite often understated impact that Trump has had in terms of conflict zones around the world. So, not just kind of Iran and the Middle East, although obviously those are the big ones that make the headlines. But the way that he's kind of acting in certain areas of South America and in Africa. There hasn't been a continent that he hasn't kind of gone directly in and tried to kind of negotiate with. By and large, when those negotiations have failed, he's implemented very, very strong economic sanctions, and that has destabilized those areas which are quite rich in global resources, and that has a knock-on effect in terms of, you know, global markets. And in terms of what was the other question on climate change? Sorry.
To what extent do you think it's impacted on the way that people are polling? Obviously, you've seen some horrific climate disasters in the US this year, the wildfires, etc.
Yeah.
Do you think that's going to make a massive difference? And that's where we're going to talk it. But we're also, just before we do that, we're going to say thank you very much to Owen Williams for coming on. He's going to go pop off now. Thank you very much for coming on, Owen.
I have a tiny person who needs to go to school in the morning, so I'm gonna bid you adieu. But thanks, everyone.
Cheers,
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, to what extent do you think climate change is going to make an impact, Gemonian?
I think limited. I think it's probably strengthened for those people who were kind of slightly, maybe not necessarily left-leaning, but certainly kind of like the believers of climate change anyway, who kind of might have dabbled in environmentalism and were aware of the issues. I think it's probably strengthened that movement for the Democrats. But I don't think it's a driving force. It's barely been mentioned at all in the debates. And I think that if it was a large thing, if it was polling on people's minds, it would have come up, and it hasn't. And I think that, you know, the general rhetoric in the US, you know, outside of people like Al Gore and that kind of side of the Democrats, is to kind of shut up about it and hope it goes away. Yeah, do the firefighting, literal and metaphorical, when it comes up. But it may well have much more kind of evidence to answer than that.
I don't really. You know, in some senses, you see polls like exit polls, you know, with people responding on climate change. But the reality is the people who are worried about climate change were probably going to vote for Biden anyway. And the people who don't believe it were probably going to vote for Trump. And so there may be a very marginal impact, but very marginal, I would have thought. It's interesting. I was talking to one of my colleagues last week, Jen Allen, who does research on the environment and kind of the international agreements. And she pointed out that actually it's going to be quite difficult for America rejoining the Paris Accords and things, because actually I think there's written into it that if you rejoin, you have to offer more than you offered to begin with. So what the terms that America signed up to under Obama are kind of like the benchmark. And now if Biden re-signs up to it, it's got to be slightly better. So I still think he will, but obviously he has to do something to show that, you know, it's better. Or either that, or the people who are signed up to it allow them to come in on the existing basis, which is quite, you know, I think most people probably would do. But it's just interesting how actually Trump forcing America out of that and then them rejoining might actually, you know, make what America has to do actually more ambitious, perhaps. But again, I agree. Biden's a fairly kind of, you know, he's relatively soft on climate change. Certainly, obviously, he made a big thing in debates that he's not, you know, the New Green Deal and things like that, that's not his agenda. But I guess the key is that if he's in the White House, then if that comes through in 4 years' time, then you're starting at a higher point than if Trump's in the White House, where you're having to kind of rectify 4 years of damage, I guess, on that agenda. But it'll be an interesting one to watch over the next 4 years, regardless of what happens on climate change policy in the US.
We've just had a question in from Harry. He's asking, what is everyone's views on what Biden could do over the next 4 years, assuming he wins, if he doesn't also win the Senate? Do you know how hard it is when you spend your entire life saying Senate, by the way, not say Senate all the time when you say Senate? So, yeah, what do you think Biden will do if he wins? And then we will use that as an opportunity to talk about some of these Senate races.
Well, it all boils down to whether if he wins the Senate and the House. We're assuming the Democrats are going to keep the House, right? But he has to have the Senate. If he doesn't have the Senate and Mitch McConnell stays as the leader of the Senate, assuming Mitch McConnell wins in Kentucky, he's not going to be able to do anything for 4 years, because they didn't let Obama do anything for 2 years. So assuming he gets all of them, I would have thought there'll be some attempt to shore up healthcare in some kind of way, and trying to address the things that obviously Trump has tried to unravel. I guess there are big questions that have been in the news recently about whether there'll be reform to Supreme Court nomination processes and so on. But this is where I think American elections are interesting, because candidates don't really publish manifestos. So you kind of have a broad idea about what they want to do, but certainly if you watched any of the debates, they were pretty light on policy content, right? So saying this is the day one, this is what Biden's going to do is a little bit tough. Now, last time out in 2016, Donald Trump published his contract with America, where he had a list of these are the things that I'm going to introduce in my first 100 days, some of which didn't get introduced in 4 years. So, but I would expect, given that healthcare has been such a big part of the campaign, and Obamacare is up for kind of, being looked at by the Supreme Court in the next week or two, that they would have to do something on that to try and shore up that, and it doesn't get lost again, I think.
It's pretty. It would be pretty fair to say that what he's not going to do is prioritise a US trade deal with the UK, and that would be the same for Trump, by the way. Because they've got. I think Biden. He's if you look at all of the things that Trump has kind of undone, and or neglected in domestically or undone internationally, it's going to take the best part of 4 years to put those back together, and he's going to be under so much political pressure externally, from other world leaders, and internally from a very, very expectant electorate, to repair all of that. And let's make no mistake, Trump has caused a lot of damage. Ironically, with the environment stuff, if they do get around to a US trade deal, all of the environment and climate change stuff is probably going to have more of an impact on us than it would do on America, in relation to a deal, if and when that ever came. But it's not a priority. We're way down that list.
When you were answering those questions, we had another guest join us. We've got Russell Hargrave, who's joining us now. He's a writer and freelance reporter. Are you there, Russell? No.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Yay!
Hello, Russell.
Hey, Russ. How you doing? You're muted, mate. There's some kind of Zoom-based drinking game we have to bring in tonight. Anyone who tries to speak while muted has to take a drink.
Oh, no volume on Russ. Not a problem.
No.
Well, whilst Russ sorts that out, we're going to have a little look at some of these Senate races, I think. So yeah, in the Senate races, I'm going to go share my screen now.
Let's hope this works.
So, if we go and check these Senate races. So, the race for the Senate. There is a 76% chance that the Democrats can take control of the Senate. That's according to 538.com. The forecast from 270 to win is that there will be 49 Democrats, 46 Republicans, and that there are 5 races that are currently too close to call. The current makeup of the Senate is 53 Republicans, 45 Democrats, and 2 independents. For those who don't know, senators serve 6-year terms. However, not all senators are up for election this year, with only 35 out of 100 Senate seats being contested. So what sort of Senate races are we looking at? Again, this is thanks to everyone at 538 and 270 to win for looking this up. So which seats do we think are going to flip? So bear in mind, in order to win the trifecta, that's the presidency, the House, and the Senate, it's very, very likely that they're going to win. The Democrats will win the House. It's a 95% chance they're going to win the House. But they need to win 4 seats to flip the Senate. So which seats are likely to flip? We've got Colorado, currently held by a Republican incumbent, Cory Gardner, but John Hickenlooper, who's a former Denver mayor and former governor of Colorado, 538 say he's got an 85% chance of taking this seat. That's one Senate seat they would need. However, in Alabama, Democrat Doug Jones, who won this seat when he stood against Roy Moore, I'm sure a lot of people remember why Roy Moore didn't win in deep red country of Alabama, but it's looking unlikely that he'll win against his challenger Tommy Tuberville. and 538 have also got that as an 85% chance of turning back red. In Arizona, by the way, this is my favorite line that I wrote during the entire preparation for this thing. Democrat astronaut Mark Kelly is looking to take the seat that used to belong to John McCain, currently held by Martha McSally. Obviously, John McCain's wife has given Biden her endorsement. This seat has been Republican since 1968, and 538 give them a 79% chance of winning that seat now, the Democrats. There's a couple of maybes. So in North Carolina, Cal Cunningham, the Democratic challenger, he holds less than a 3-point lead, but this is a margin error. One of the reasons this is so interesting, though, this seat is it's one of the most expensive Senate races in history. Over $250 million has been spent between the two campaigns, with 538 giving that a 64% chance of going blue. Georgia, this is an interesting one because there's multiple Democrats running up against multiple Republicans, very likely to go to a runoff in January. But 538 give that a 63% chance of going Democrat whenever they have that runoff. And in Maine, this is Sarah Gideon taking on incumbent Republican Susan Collins. Collins is a moderate Republican who used to rely very heavily on the votes of sort of independents and more conservative Democrats. But she's lost support from swing voters because of her vote to put Brett Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court. It's not in 270 to wins toss-up bracket, but it is incredibly marginal. And 538 give her a 59% chance of flipping. We've got a couple more, but we'll wait for them for the rest of the night. But those are some of the interesting Senate races to watch out for.
Right. Should we just do a quick mic check? Russ, can you hear us?
Can you hear me? I can hear you, sure.
Absolutely. You have a hint of airline pilot about you right now, which is really exotic. I'm assuming you're not at 50,000 feet, or that would probably put you in the atmosphere.
If I'm speaking very quietly, it's just because I'm staying with my parents-in-law. So you'll excuse me. I don't want to kind of get everyone excited and waking up. So I'll be quite quiet. But thank you so much for having me along. As you so kindly said, I'm a writer and a journalist. I suspect at about 9:30 tomorrow morning, no matter what happens, I'll get a text from my editor saying, "What's the UK charity angle on the results?" Because I write for a website that writes about charities. So in the meantime, I'll enjoy spending a bit of time with you guys.
So we've shared a few hot takes, Russ. What's your hot take on where we stand with this really, quite frankly, horrific election that we're observing right now?
Well, my nerves are shot even more than most. I'm going to give you one thing that's quite sensible and one thing that's not really. The unsensible thing is that I hope, of course, maybe not of course, I hope that Biden wins, and I think that at some point, when all the polls point in the same position, and for as long and as clearly as they have, these things eventually come true. I think this might be a night when that's going to happen. So I would be fairly optimistic for any Biden fans in the virtual room. The other thing, the slightly more serious thing I'd say about Florida, mentioned where I'm staying. My family are from Cuba, originally in Venezuela. I have lots of family in Miami. From speaking to the kind of in-laws, it is very clear that Trump argument to Latin Americans in Miami and in other parts of Florida has been very successful. That kind of idea of voting for Trump because he's the sort of strong man that would never allow the country to fall to socialism has proved pretty effective. And that's shown up a little bit, I think, in the polls as well, that the Latin American vote for Trump is actually much sturdier than people might expect. So if Florida doesn't go to Biden, wouldn't surprise me if some of that is down to a very effective argument he's made.
Do you have anything to say, particularly about the Latino vote, Ian? Looking at you.
No, it is an interesting one because, again, if you go all the way back to 2012 when Mitt Romney lost, the Republicans did a review of their strategy, and they basically identified that we need to do something, otherwise we're going to just continuously lose. And it was things which was appealing to African American communities, appealing to young people, appealing to the Latino vote. And what's quite interesting is that they kind of were, it was almost a a strategy based on becoming a little bit more appealing, a little bit more. It's almost like kind conservatism in many senses. But in the end, Trump just kind of threw that out of the window. But then the only aspect of that strategy that seemed to have worked is with Latinos, but probably in a very different way than what the report's authors thought it would go. But it is an interesting one, and certainly when you look at the kind of the exit polling after the last election, the bigger exit polls, it was notable that in terms of different kind of ethnic minority groups, that actually he kept his polling relatively well. He didn't poll quite as well as Clinton, but still it's enough when you're looking at those marginal counties and marginal states to make a difference. And it is intriguing, and I guess what we don't know whether this is a long-term effect, whether these people, these voters will be voting for Republicans long-term, or whether it's just, as Russell kind of says, like a strongman kind of effect. And, if the next Republican candidate kind of returns to a kind of Mitt Romney style, whether they'll kind of gravitate back away from it. But it is a fascinating dynamic, I think.
Could I add something, if that's right, just to what Ian said? That I mean, I'm far less familiar than you, the review that went on, but of course Romney talked about self-deportation, the idea that sort of the irregular migrants in the US could be basically encouraged, hostile environment style, to leave the country, and that was seen as something that put so many of those voters beyond the pale that the Republicans could never do it again. What happened 4 years later? Well, Trump blew that kind of rhetoric out of the water and held on to a lot of those voters. So he's shown that he can kind of upend the whole system. The question of whether the next 2024 candidate tries to overturn all of that or go deeper into it, I mean, that's actually a fascinating thing to think about for 4 years to come. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But I thought it was quite interesting. One of the debates, I think, Biden even mentioned the kind of pathway to citizenship, which is obviously one of the big questions around immigration reform. And I didn't know at that, when I saw that, I thought, well, is this going to be a potential route into actually getting some of these voters? But again, the polling, I'm not sure, that I was talking to a colleague about it, and there are questions whether it's too little, too late, or, whether it's that forceful enough agenda. And I think, my suspicion, not really based on anything apart from polling, is that the Trump effect, even that might be a kind of like an olive branch to say, come and vote for me, that actually the Trump effect will outweigh it, and actually that probably won't deliver quite as many votes as you would, or the Biden campaign would hope, perhaps. But, I guess we'll only be able to see when all the votes are in.
Right, so I'm just going to interrupt a moment. The first kind of thing, so Ian, can you tell us how important Indiana is in the whole raft of things? Because I'm understanding that news in America are reporting that it's gone for Trump. Is Indiana a big state we should be wary of?
There are some states which are going to be reporting early, like Indiana and Kentucky, and they're going to go Republican. The key issue is to look at the difference in the vote. So I don't want to get all kind of, swingometer type style, because America is very different to the UK in that kind of way. But
we've got a whole Jon Snow set up for you.
Yeah. But it really depends on how well Biden is polling, and I've got the telly on and I'm struggling to keep up with it. But if Biden is polling in the types of counties better than Clinton, then that doesn't tell us very much about Indiana or Kentucky, because they were always going to go Republican. But it might tell us something about the election when it comes to those states which are going to be close. So I wrote down some notes. This was so for example, there was a county in Kentucky, Kenton County, I think. And so in total, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won just over 24,000 votes. Now, 28% of the polls votes had been counted when this was on, and Biden was up to about 15,873. The difficulty with all of these numbers is it's difficult to tell how much of that is early voting, which would skew towards the Democrats anyway. So you don't know if he's outperforming that. Again, it's really difficult to tell in this election because of the variations across county to county, state to state, as to whether you're going to see Biden looking like he's doing really well, And then when you get towards getting all the votes counted, he's suddenly not doing quite as well as we thought he was. But yeah, no, in Indiana, some of these early states are going to go Trump, and if they went Biden, then I think, the world would, everyone would be shocked. It would just not happen. Yeah.
We've got a really active live chat on the YouTube stream right now, so that's why Kerry and I are frantically looking off screen all the time. We just had a question in for Russ from Peter Jenkins, which asks about Trump's horrific treatment towards people seeking refugee status or immigrants to the United States. Obama's record perhaps not that great itself. Should we expect to see a sea change, or frankly any change of note under a potential Joe Biden presidency?
Hi, Peter. How you doing? I know Peter a little bit from some previous kind of immigration chat, so it's always nice. It's nice to see him this evening as well. Yes, I think under Biden it would be different. Biden has already said that he would set up a commission to try and make sure that some of the kids who were separated at the border were reunited with their families. You would say that's pretty much the lowest minimum you could agree to do to make sure that babies aren't separated from their mums. Dad, Trump has been doing that quite cheerfully. So I think you have seen at least some. Biden clearly doesn't think there's a political risk in saying he's going to try and get families back together. Immigration more broadly, the fact it's really barely been mentioned at all still surprises me. Considering 4 years ago it was the absolute keystone. This thing that doesn't work, I'm going to smash the system and change it. That was Trump's message, and he put immigration in the middle of that. Barely mentioned it at all this time around, which has meant that Biden hasn't really had to commit to anything. And I guess that's what Peter's pointing to. So we don't know really what he would bring in that area. One easy win for any more liberal or progressive politician in the West is that refugee resettlement programs where countries would work with the UN, people who are in refugee camps are kind of very carefully moved to safe countries like the US and the UK. They're extremely popular programs. They're often run very efficiently, and Trump has essentially closed down the US version completely over the last 4 years. Resurrecting that would not be very difficult to do. My crystal ball, I think maybe President Biden would do that quite early on. And that is a step in the right direction.
It's very difficult to tell, of course, because Trump has, as you quite rightly say, gutted so many of the normal functions of government. And I think kind of tied up in that question with from Peter is this thing that always, the reason why I think Trump is going to win tonight, and I hate to be the gloom merchant to just say that I do think he's going to win, is because there's such a chasm between the two candidates. Biden is seeking to win to govern, and Trump is seeking to win. He literally could not care less about what happens after that fact. And I just wonder if there's something that, maybe we could open, just peek behind the curtain of what a hellscape a second Trump term would look like. Because there was some reporting over the last week that basically the departments within the American executive have just been left to run themselves, because Trump obviously has no interest in or policy aim in terms of running them. I mean, we've seen some pretty ghastly things from Trump, particularly with regards to immigration, but with regards to environment, and of course we can talk about potentially, obviously pulling out the Paris Climate Accord and various other different things. But what would a second Trump term look like in all of these sectors? Because, it would be completely off the rails, wouldn't it? I mean, it's off the rails now, but it would be off the rails. It would be like that train in the Netherlands that came out of the station and landed on a gigantic whale sculpture. That would be the second Trump term presidency, wouldn't it?
No, go on, Kerry. Sorry, you are.
Go on.
My gut sense is that you went into 2016, you had figures like Steve Bannon, who it wasn't hard, because he had quite a long trail behind him, it wasn't hard to see what sort of course he would send Trump down. And although he's only there for a couple of years, that made predicting what would happen next quite straightforward. I agree about the hellscape. I think these departments have been left to either kind of collapse in on themselves or go rogue completely. but trying to predict it, I think, is you can tell from my umming and ahhing, is a bit of a fool's errand. I would recommend, if anyone that could bear it, The Third Risk by Michael Lewis. It's an excellent book about the degree to which all those kind of administrative functions have been abandoned by Trump and what that means. And it essentially means that the good governance has just not been looked after, and then when disasters come like coronavirus, the mechanism for dealing with that is 6 months behind where it should be because it just hasn't been looked after. So it might well be that we'll see more versions of that, greater collapses of the government response to it. But as for his agenda, God knows, because he hasn't had an agenda for the last 6 months because he's had a coronavirus that he's been shouting about, then he's been in hospital with, and now he's come out the other side dancing to the YMCA. There's not been a coherent agenda that I can see. So what does he continue with? Who knows?
Gemma, were you going to say something?
Yeah. Oh, well. You pose a situation like that, Richard, and you've got to say something. I mean, I haven't written off a Trump win, by the way. I said I'm hoping for a Biden win, but I think I'm worried that there will be a Trump win by default because he will contest it. And that's going to have bigger kind of ramifications in terms of kind of democracy. So a Trump actually winning kind of legitimately without contest, that would be bad enough because it just sanctions the sexism, the racism, all of these kind of divisive policies. That he's been he's brought, and I don't actually blame Trump as a person. I think the Trump, Brexit, Bolsonaro, rise of populism, these are symptomatic of something. They're symptomatic of massive and increasing inequality and dissatisfaction, and all sorts of things that we're not going to go into tonight, but maybe on another Hearing Eye podcast. And so that would be bad enough. If he wins by contest, so if he contests this, remember all of our global institutions are based on Western democratic values and Western kind of liberal democracy. Now, whether that's your bag or not, all of the loans that we give out to the IMF, all aid is given on the principle of free and fair elections, peaceful transition, anti-corruption. Now, if there is a question, if Trump wins through default, through contestation, and it comes about that these weren't free and fair, that America is not the pinnacle of Western democracy, it's going to break a lot of kind of it's going to break the paradigm, if you like, and that's why the kind of China is generally wants a Trump win, not proactively, but they don't mind a Trump win because what they want is authoritarian regimes on the same level as the democratic regimes. And a Trump win would do that. It's kind of like the internal markets bill, but on a really big scale. It brings everything down to the lowest common denominator, right? And it drags the whole world down, basically. And it's gonna be bloody awful.
Well,
so
something.
I'm sure there's lots of hope.
Yeah, speaking of hope and things that aren't bloody awful, let's introduce our first three-time guest, the Right Honourable Sir Mark of Hooper. Very nice to see you, Mark.
Is it good evening? It's good night, really, isn't it? It's,
Good morning, mate. Now.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Just popped over the 12 o'clock mark.
I've been listening all the way through, to be fair.
You get a medal. Well done.
Yeah, and I share probably a lot of the views that people have expressed so far on here, but it's weird, isn't it? It's really weird. I think we're hopeful that a guy who's actually not very good is going to beat somebody who's really, really awful, and that's the best we can get. What a powerless state we're in, the most powerful country in the world, and we're stuck with rubbish essentially, and it's it's a hopeless situation. I remember when Macron beat Le Pen a few years ago in France, and I was lamenting how bad Macron was going to be, and it's just the alternative so bad for some of these people. It's awful. So it's welcome to my happy place.
Mark, just to for those very small number of people that might not know who you are, could you introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm Mark.
That's the level of insight that we've come to expect. Thank you, Mark.
I'm interested in Welsh politics quite a lot, and I'm trying to set up a bank at the moment, a cooperatively owned bank for Wales.
May I ask a question of Mark?
Go on.
I don't know if I have to go through the chair, Richard, or if I can just.
Well, I've just
Depends
passed.
how difficult it is.
Yeah. This is go for it, Russ. Go for it.
Was there anyone in the Democratic lineup who would have made, in your eyes, for a better choice for the electorate? Was there anyone who Biden beat you'd rather see?
So I think potentially people would often say that they prefer someone like Bernie to have done well, but Bernie's just the American version of Corbyn, which would have been as in lots of ways, because he was an unreconstructed 70s socialist. And I think you've got the world is in a completely different place and needs people with different views, more understanding of where everything is. Listen to Gemma earlier talking about how Biden's likelihood of changing things for climate change is just disastrous for the whole world, and yet he's the best hope. That's how this is just I can't, there is no good outcome for what we're going to, and I think the impact that it'll have on us here as well is also pretty shocking. But I suppose the good thing is that the person who Boris Johnson wants to win won't. So, look at the upside.
That's a good question on other Democrat options, though. Ian, in your work on the depth of knowledge you have, are there other Democrat contenders which we could have looked at and been a bit more appealed by?
Well, I guess it's the interesting one. In some senses, if Trump wins tonight, and there's part of me that slightly hopes he does, because teaching US politics has been more interesting over the past 4 years, if I'm honest. But if he does win, the Republicans will be left with that question: who comes next? And that was the question that the Democrats were left with after Obama, right? Who's next? And obviously there was Hillary Clinton, but who's behind her? So obviously you've got the names which are bigger names that have had more of an impact on the primary. So you had Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, but I guess it's the younger generation coming through. So at one point I thought Pete Buttigieg was going to do quite well, and then but he kind of faded away. And really, depending on what happens tonight, clearly will have quite a big bearing on that, because I'm assuming Biden, if he does win, will only serve one term, right? He won't be a two-term president, because he's going to be very, very old in that second term. And then it becomes the big question: well, does Harris just become the automatic pick next time around? Who flows from that? But then you're talking about 4 or 8 years down the road, and trying to judge who's going to be there and who's going to be prominent 8 years down the road is quite hard. But there are some of the younger Democrats who put their hat in the ring this time. There's no guarantee that they'll be any better. So someone like Harris, for example, is actually quite a moderate kind of figure. She's not kind of that progressive. So it'll be interesting. I don't know. It's very difficult to tell who's going to be the kind of go-to Democrat person in 4 or 8 years' time. There are obviously a whole swathe of young Democrats, very high profile, who got in through the midterms in 2018, who are more progressive and want to take the Democrat Party in that direction. And that might be quite exciting. But the question of which one of those is going to come to the fore, obviously AOC tends to get most of the attention, but whether she could be a presidential candidate, that's up for debate, I guess. So it's a little bit of a tricky one to answer, and that's a real kind of cop-out kind of answer. But
would she even be electable though in America? This is or do they need their version of Starmer, who will keep everyone on the same straight and narrow just to be elected, the same as in the UK? Is that actually what the compromise, and Biden, I don't think is that, by the way, but is that the compromise candidate they'll be looking for?
Well, this becomes the big question, right? So part of the reason why Hillary Clinton didn't get elected in the analysis is there is a certain misogyny still towards female candidates, so that's a factor. Then you've got a variety of other factors that means that do you end up the Democrats always going for, as you say, that kind of figure who's you're going to hope are going to get some of those votes from moderate Republicans, depending on who's standing for the Republican Party. And so actually it does become very difficult to see even someone like Elizabeth Warren. Is she a bankable presidential candidate in the future? And it's hard to see, right? The way America is at the moment, the way it's so polarized, it's hard to see whether just going more radical that way is what the parties are going to go for. A lot of the kind of academic spatial theories of voting would suggest that they would go back towards the more moderate candidates in the middle, particularly with the two-party system. But it will be interesting if Biden wins. What happens next? I guess the next time round. My assumption would be that probably Harris would probably get the nomination out of almost default. But that's not guaranteed at all, I don't think.
Just to lower the tone slightly, Mr. Hooper, when I tweeted at you earlier asking you to make a prediction, you gave me some non-answer about another campaign that I think you're involved in, a little-known group called Yes Cymreig. But what is your actual prediction?
I think it's undoubtedly Biden will win. I don't think there's a shadow of doubt. I think Richard is just saying this to want to be the antagonist in the room. It's good for him to say these things so that at least we've got someone to argue with. I think Biden will win. I think but in the time of this podcast, we'll get to that answer as well. But as you asked me about Welsh independence, I'm expecting it in the next decade. Thank you very much.
Can I just interrupt? Gemma, I think, has got a question for Ian.
I was just going to ask Ian about the kind of you touched on it a little bit, but the likelihood of having a female president of the United States. I mean, do you think after the kind of Hillary Clinton experience, and albeit I think she was probably a bad candidate, because she was so ingrained in the kind of the institution. But do you think that a female president, there will be a female president in the next, say, 5 terms, for example, on either side? Do you think that's genuinely possible, or do you think it's just not in their nature? They're not ready yet.
Well, when someone asked me this the other day, I gave a very kind of flippant answer, which is if Biden wins and then has a heart attack, we're going to have a female president by default, right? So he is quite old. But it's possible. I think you've got to look at the changing shift of demographics in America as well, to a certain degree. Now, there's always a lot of excitement about, young people will come out and vote in this election. And we'll see, at the end what the kind of the stats on the exit polling, whether, there are actually more young people voting. But it just seems to suggest that if you look at the attitudes, it's possible as people shift and things might change. But I think it's inevitable that it's really sad to say, but you're facing an uphill struggle. I won't discount it, because I think there are some extremely strong potential candidates on both sides, potentially. I think it helps when someone like Joe Biden says he's going to have a female running mate. And it'll be interesting to see. I think that should probably be, if I was the Democratic Party, I would make that a norm now, and actually try and change the political culture and say, look, this is normal. Having said that, when it's all about... It is
2020.
It is 2020 after all, exactly right. And I think there's in the late 60s, Robert Kennedy said, we might have a black president at some point in time in the next 50 or 60 years. But, that was at the end of the civil rights movement, and he thought it was decades and decades away. I'd like to think it could happen sooner rather than later, given the quality of some of the politicians that are in the US at the moment. But some views are very entrenched in certain parts of the US. And you might say, well, they're never going to vote Democrat anyway, so it doesn't matter about them. But you've got to do enough to get that 270 votes. And if you can do that with a female candidate, then why not?
But that's shocking, isn't it? I mean, because we're looking at, like I said at the beginning, two old white men, but not just two old white men who have both allegedly been accused of alleged, sexual abuse, and they are the best and most likely candidates over and above a woman. I mean, it just kind of goes to show how far they've got to go, really, like politically as an institution. That's shocking, but thank you.
Is
Does
there
anyone?
Oh, go on, Matt.
Go on, Rich.
No, go on.
Does anyone see any of the gang, the young left-wing Democrats, the squad? Sorry, I'm being corrected. The squad. I'm not down with the kids. The squad. Can anyone see any of the squad getting in, or anyone like that, younger, more left-wing Democrats ever being able to upset the establishment and get on the ticket?
Not in the current climate.
But what does American politics rely on? It relies on money. What drives the agenda that we've not spoken about is how, lobbyists actually drive what's coming through here. So to even get as far as to get on the baseline ticket for it is going to be a tough enough job, and the amount of money that they need is beyond, I think, some of these candidates for it, because that's the sort of stuff that needs to change, and I can't see America changing that. And it's weird, isn't it? We're talking about what happens in the next 4 years. There's a lot of things that are going to go wrong in these 4 years. We're about to. Gemma's heard this before, and I think I depressed the last time I spoke with her. Are we about to enter another 1930s style economic depression that will actually be, whether it's so Biden's presidency will just be all about an economic catastrophe that's going to affect the whole of the world. That's the sort of thing that will define it. And, I'm not sure anybody wants to be holding that baby either. So, but going back to, I just want to pick up Gem. Gem is absolutely right. How far behind is America that we can't see a way forward for a woman to be elected president? That's just, the respect for that country at the moment is on the floor. It really is, and that isn't just about Trump. That's a lot of things that have happened, and and sadly, I think there's a lot of things that we've brought into the UK in that as well, which is some of the stuff that's leading, the impact on Welsh independence and other things. We're starting to realize, we're realizing that maybe technology's the route to that, and the internet's the route to that. We can see things don't work, and we don't have solutions, I think, is probably part of the issue. What are you going to say, Rich?
I've got a question for you. I mean, firstly, I want to say thank you to everyone who's watching and engaging on the YouTube live stream. There's a really active debate there going on, and questions coming in. Sorry, we can't easily pass them on straight away because we're all trying to multitask, and we are mere men, sadly, the producers on this show, so we are inhibited in that way. But I just wanted to sort of pick up on that question, and I think there's a genuine question here about the United States of America. I mean, all of its kind of holy texts about government were written a couple of hundred years ago, and there's no apparent desire to fundamentally change that from any of the major political actors in the States. So does this just mean that America is just becoming increasingly ungovernable with its current system of government?
Yes and
silence.
no. Yes and no, I guess, is the answer to that. I think the big question, it's one of my essay questions on my module, so I don't want to be talking too much about this because my students might listen to it and
I'm sure they're all in bed, getting a good night's sleep.
Yeah. The question is whether the system is broken or whether the politics is broken, and what the relationship between the two is. So I don't think the founding fathers, if that's what we want to call them, really envisaged a system which would be quite so polarized as it is now. And so basically it means that Congress doesn't work. So in the past, Congress would work relatively on a bipartisan basis. Something like Supreme Court nominations would be confirmed quite often on a bipartisan basis, but it's just broken now. And just because of the polarization, it can't work. So the existing system struggles with that, and all the checks and balances that are built into it mean that it really struggles with that level of polarization. The problem is, I can't really see it being reformed given that polarization. The kind of consensus you would need to have major constitutional reform in the US, and all of the blocks that are written into the Constitution around Article 5 about what you need to do to actually do that, means that seeing it happen is very unlikely. And I just wanted to bring everyone down even more by saying, in some senses, this election is irrelevant. Trump has already destroyed the judicial system in the US. The Supreme Court is now 6-3 in favor of conservative justices. Amy Coney Barrett is 48. If she lives as long as Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court, she's going to be on the Supreme Court for the next 40 years. So just to make everyone happy, we have to remember that.
Great.
We've just got some polls closing now. To me, anyway, they look quite Republican heavy, and they look the states that are being counted at the minute look like a lot of the early votes that are being tallied are for Trump. Is that a usual occurrence, or is that an indication that Trump is going to win?
It depends what. Certainly, I've tried to keep an eye on the polls that are coming in Florida, and it's not looking great for Biden at this stage. But there's still an awful lot of votes to count. But individual counties, Trump's doing pretty well. But again, all of the coverage of Florida suggested that the Biden campaign weren't that confident about Florida. So it's too early to get really upset, but it's also not gone so well that we can all go to bed in half an hour confident that Biden's going to be in the White House at the end of all of this.
We did a little bit of that, Matt, when you were disappeared for 5 minutes, when Ian talked us through Indiana and some of the early polls. But I want to draw us back. I think the issue of feminism and a female president is really interesting. What's it like across the electoral positions in American politics, Ian, in the Senate and the governors? Is America quite obviously probably not going to be equal, but is there a fair proportion of female representation?
So I know more about representation within Congress, and it has increased quite sharply over the past 30 or so years, but from a very, very low base, right? So let's not pretend that it's an amazing picture. Like the 2018 midterms actually diversified the population of the House of Representatives an awful lot, which is obviously a very positive thing, not just in terms of gender, but also in terms of people's ethnic backgrounds and so on. And so that was really good, but there's still an awful long way to go. So in many senses, there are parallels there between the UK Parliament, where you say, well, things are a lot better now than they were 40 years ago, but let's not get overly excited about this. There's still an awful long way to travel to get anywhere near gender parity in American politics, particularly in Congress and things.
We say that, of course. We haven't had a female First Minister of Wales yet, so we're not yet.
Yeah, I was just about to say, let's not pretend that the UK is that much better in terms of female representation. However, Wales is pretty good, and I remember one of I last week, just before you announced that there were 10,000 people as part of the Yes Cymru campaign, I finally joined Yes Cymru, and it's been a really long journey for me. I did peace studies and sustainable development for my degree. I'm all like international borders and fluffy wouldn't have given it two thoughts. But one of the proudest moments I had of being Welsh and being kind of like engaged in politics was it was a few Welsh elections ago, 2 I think, I can't remember the date. And on the Welsh election debate, you had Kirsty Williams for the Lib Dems. What was her name from the ex-Welsh Green
Alice.
party leader, Alice. Jane Hutt was actually stepping in for Carwyn. And you had another female kind of representing
Leanne.
on that debate. And the whole of the panel was female, bar one of the UKIP guys whose names I forget now because they're just merged into one and become something else. And I was so proud. And I think Wales, you know, obviously we're still a young government, we can still change it, but they started off with a 50% representation, and that's really good. So let's not pretend that we're that much better. We still need a First Minister, you know, of Wales. We still need, to be honest, we still need a female Prime Minister in the UK who actually stands up for women's values. We haven't had that. You know, it's not good enough just to have the right genitals. You actually need to stand up for women's values, and that could be a man, but we've yet to see that too. So, you know, I did think I saw an article for some of the Native American, particularly Native American women that are coming up through the Senate, and I thought that was really interesting in terms of, you know, they're just starting to get representation there as well, including, I believe, they're on track for the first Native representation in Hawaii as well. So it's really good that, you know, it's not just about women and the gender balance, it's also about the diversity, you know, because America is such a big country, it's so diverse in terms of cultures. You know, you need your kind of your Hispanic vote, you need kind of Puerto Ricans and Latinos, and you need your Black and Africans, and all of the Native Americans, you know, everything to actually become a functioning democracy. And I would argue that, you know, until you have that, wherever you are in the world, you don't have a proper democracy. It's not functioning.
Isn't it interesting? Sorry, Joan. Isn't it interesting what's happening in New Zealand at the moment as well, in terms of Ardern's? You know, she won a convincing victory in her election, and yet she still brought other parties into government with her, and I think that shows. And Jacinda Ardern isn't has never been a far left candidate. She was, you know, almost a Blairite, you could argue, in some of where she started. But I think she's proven that, you know, I think she's been very humbled by some of the stuff and taken things on very empathetically. And it just shows the value of someone not being so dogmatic as to think that they are always right. And I think that's a tremendous inspiration for a country like Wales, particularly with, you know, recognising that the value of difference is hugely important. In somewhere like New Zealand, where you know, it's in some ways it's a young country. You know, it wasn't that far long ago that it left its colonial power. So I just think there are good things to look out for. They're just not on the election that we're looking at tonight, I think, which is the scary thing. But I don't think I'm as depressed as Ian, though, because I think he really brought us down a few minutes ago.
Well, I've got to say, I do stand to make a bit of money if Trump does win tonight, so that might be why I'm so buoyant about the whole prospects for this evening. Great question on the live chat on the YouTube channel. I think this might be heading in your direction, Ian. It's Electoral College time. So, you know, has there been any talk about reforming the Electoral College? And if so, is there any realistic chance that it could be reformed in any way?
So there's been a lot of debate over the years about reforming the Electoral College, and the interesting thing about the Electoral College is the way in which most states run it, which is first past the post, i.e. the winner of the state takes all of the votes. There is nothing in the Constitution that actually requires them to do that. which is why you've got Nebraska and Maine who have a slightly different model where they allocate each of the kind of the districts votes to each candidate, and then the whole state votes as well. So that's why you get that separation of votes in those two states. So there's nothing stopping that kind of level of reform. In terms of the more fundamental reform about kind of moving away from the Electoral College altogether, that's a whole different story, right? So the Electoral College is one of the, I guess, foundations of the kind of the idea of America as a federal state, and the way it's built. That would require quite major constitutional reform, and constitutional reform is really, really hard to happen. So yes, it's a constant debate, particularly within academia, that something could change. Most of the focus tends to be on what would happen if it was organized differently. And quite interestingly, I think the website 270 to Win ran the 2016 result through different ways in which the Electoral College could be organized. I think there was only actually one result where Trump lost. So even if you reform the way it's calculated, it's not always going to work out very well, purely because the huge kind of, way it's skewed. So you've got somewhere like California, which is ridiculously underweighted in comparison to somewhere like Alaska. But the chances of it actually being reformed fundamentally and removed, it's very, very, very slim that's going to happen, because for that to be adopted, you would have to have, majorities of, I think, 3/4 of the states to actually agree to it. And the chances that the smaller states are going to agree to that is very questionable. So it's always debated. It will continue to be debated. It will be a part of my module until I stop teaching it. But the chances of actually anything happening, I wouldn't be hugely optimistic about a fundamental shift away from the Electoral College, I think.
Change often needs a crisis, though, and this feels very much like a crisis of democracy. And, change doesn't necessarily follow crisis, but it is the kind of thing that would catalyst some kind of reform in a country that, where there was appetite for reform.
So one of the big critiques is that popular vote winner is the loser. Now, the argument to that in the past has always been that doesn't happen very frequently. So it's only happened on a handful of occasions. But obviously, if it happens, and it will happen, if Trump wins tonight, Biden, I'm quite confident to say, will win the popular vote. He might not, but I'm pretty confident he will. That will happen 2 elections out of 2. Now, the key question is whether Donald Trump is the unusual factor there, and when we get back, will we get back to normal in 4 years' time after this? If this becomes a recurring feature, then maybe that does bring about a crisis. But I don't know, the constitutional reform in the US is a very slow process. It very rarely happens big bang. And plus the winners tend to do the legislation. So why would you, if you've just benefited from this, the Republicans have benefited from this, why would they propose reforms to change it?
Let's just take it a little bit further far-fetched, Ian. What happens if it's like the Indie Wales model? If reform doesn't happen and some states continually end up with a president which they don't vote for, what is the likelihood of somewhere like California saying, we can do this ourselves?
I can't see that happening. I really can't see that happening. Due to the federal structure in the US, states can still do so much themselves. This is the key thing to the comparison between the UK and US. When the US pulled out of the Paris Climate Accords, California just said, well, we're going to keep doing it because we believe in it. And so they can they can have all their own laws around voting rights, as we've seen, within the limits of the Constitution, and what the Supreme Court says is constitutional. So they can do an awful lot. They have a lot more control, and they can do an awful lot of, have very distinct policies, and actually ignore the president at times. So we've seen things like sanctuary cities, where they've basically just said, they've stuck 2 fingers up at Trump and said, well, we're going to keep doing what we want to do and see what, tough luck. So I don't think it's ever going to get to that point. That's not to say there isn't some hypothetical kind of, scenario out there where it might happen. But at this point in time, it's very unlikely, I think, just because, the federal makeup of the US means there's a pressure valve for that kind of, we just like the president, well, you can just ignore what the president says then to all extensive purposes, which we can't do quite so much in the UK, particularly in Wales at the moment, obviously.
Mark, did you have your hand quivering raised to ask a question then?
I did, because I'm the elderly one in the room. I need to speak a bit more quietly because everyone's gone to bed now. Hopefully you can still hear me. I just wondered, does America know it's in crisis? Because until the country realised that there's a crisis, I wonder whether, they would push for that reform, because the reform will always come from the grassroots rather than elsewhere. And I just wonder whether actually the country actually thinks it's in crisis or not. And I'm just looking at their exit polls, and they're saying, it looks at 48% of Americans are saying that the government has done well with coronavirus. Are they blind to it? Is it? I don't know. Is it because of they're so stuck in their method of gathering news is so polarized that they just hear what they want to hear? Are they in just massive echo chambers? I don't know. I don't know whether anyone's got a view on that.
I've got a data point based on some of the polling that was done, not so much about what messages the candidates were putting out, but what messages the candidates were the population were hearing. And so I think it was Crooked Media did a poll that they were talking about on their last Pod Save America, where the news bubble that we talk about, news bubbles all the time in Wales and elsewhere in the UK and even in Europe, but the concentrated nature of the Fox News bubble is something to behold. And people who are following this broadcast will have heard this overinflated story about Hunter Biden's laptop being somehow even remotely relevant to this election. And if you talked about the poll that Crooked Media ran, is that something along the lines of 57% of Fox News watching Republican voters thought that was really important. And then I think they then did the same survey against non-Fox watching Republicans, and it was about 20, and then to Democrats, and it was under 10. And it's just that because the incentive is there to constantly bottle your potential electors and spoon feed them the kind of narratives that you want to hear, irrespective of it has even the relevance, truth, honesty. None of that seems to matter in a world where winning is all. And those who are at the top of the Republican Party at the moment have done very well out of the last 4 years, and the donors who've given to the Republican Party have done so well over the last 4 years. So when you look at those incentives, this is why I think that there's a crisis here. There's a crisis, and actually I almost wonder if 4 years of Trump wasn't enough to make America realise that it's in a crisis of democracy, because outside of America we've all recognised that there's a crisis going on, but huge swathes of America don't seem to have noticed that. And maybe another 4 years of Trump would bring that out. Gemma, you raising your hand. Did you want to say something?
I think it would be a mistake to think that this was just in America. I think that actually this is reflective of a global capitalist system which is not working and damaging huge swathes of society. It's that gap between the rich and poor, and the kind of all of the ramifications of that, and the consequences of how our economy functions, and particularly in America, is accentuated because the economic system and those kind of powerful lobbies that creates, and those monopolies. It's just accentuated in America because it's so tightly linked in with their kind of political system and their kind of institution. But you could equally say that we've got similar crises in terms of Brexit. All over the world we can see these cracks kind of forming, and it's not just about America. It's symptomatic of something a lot bigger, which is fundamentally not working. America is its own kind of bubble, but I think because it's supposed to be the beacon of everything which we celebrate, all the good bits of all the capitalist and consumerist society, when that goes wrong, it just looks a lot bigger. And obviously the ramifications, so it's why we're talking about US elections and we're not talking about the Bolivian election, for example, is because the ripples of when that goes wrong, it's felt all over. But it's no coincidence that Trump gets in at the same time as Brexit, it's the same time as Bolsonaro, and you see populist movements growing across Europe. This is symptomatic of a global system which is broken, and I think it's probably mildly unfair to blame it all on America. That's my rant anyway.
It's a good rant, Jem. I was just going to come in on Mark's point and what you just said. You know, do they know they're in crisis? I don't think they do, because if you heard the pod we did on the original kind of understanding of American politics with a couple of Welsh Americans and Ian setting the scene, the thing which stuck with me and what both our Welsh Americans said was that what upsets them most about America is their children, when they go to school, they don't do fire alarms training. They do gun attack training where the children have to hide under the tables. And that's, you know, I'd say that's a country in crisis. Because that's just the norm there now, that's what they're used to. And that's just part of living. And people get used to it. But America, that's clearly something that we in this country would think would be totally unacceptable. Mark?
But does that get solved from the middle? I'm not sure it does. So I think the problem we've got is that the alternative viewpoint isn't being put by any party, any group, any individual that will carry a country with them. And it's the same in the UK. You know, we've failed. We're failing to come up with an alternative which will carry the country. And it, you know, you look back to the neoliberal project, which is at the heart of everything that's really failed for us. And that was, you know, a group of Chicago economists who just said, we're going to change the world and we're just going to go and do it. And they managed to do it. And yet you look at, we're flailing around, and we've been flailing around for ages trying to find an alternative. And it's where that comes from. And I just worry that when we see the center, it's always got to be the center to change it. That's manna from heaven for the neoliberal cause, I think it is. I think it does need to be an insurgency. Maybe there's stuff to be learned from, you know, populist movements. How do you actually get people to believe something, but believe something for good rather than at the moment they're believing just absolute, you know, codswallop. That's a really polite way of saying it, but this is being recorded, isn't it? So codswallop is an appropriate term.
Yeah, you scare Rich off with our get us an E rating.
Matt, can I just first in the YouTube chat, just on our point about Electoral College, Chris Roberts has said that there is an agreement called the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, where states agree to give their electoral votes to the popular vote winner. Ian, have you heard of that? Is it anything which has got much credibility? Is it growing in popularity?
Yeah. No, it's a movement, and as I think it was pointed out, you know, again the key comes to which states have adopted it, and so if all states adopt it, then that's fantastic. But you know, that's not necessarily going to happen. So if it's a case of democratic states adopting it because, well, they're always assuming that the democratic you know, candidate's going to win that because of the nature of the electoral system, then is it really getting at the root problems of the Electoral College as it stands? Now, clearly, if all the states agree with it, then you are effectively having a single, you know, election for the whole country. And that would work if they all did it. But the key question mark is whether that will happen or not. Again, it's an interesting reform, but again, it's an example of trying to make the current system work rather than actually change the current system. And that really speaks volumes to what I was saying about the dysfunctionality of the US, that changing the system is so difficult that they try and get workarounds. And sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But again, it's another interesting movement. And it does show that it's on the agenda, but it's actually whether that deeper change is possible or not.
Well, we have had a comment from one of our guests, Grace, one of our American guests, who'll be on in about an hour's time. And on the point of crisis, she has gone, yes, I think we do know that we're in crisis. So at least that answers your question, Hoops. There is some people who think that they're in a little bit of a mess. but again, it's probably a very partisan dividing line. Do you want to have a look at a couple of more of these Senate races? One of the ones that might pop up. We have got some of the ones that are unlikely. You never know. Some of the more toss-up races. 1 second. So Iowa is a 50-50 toss-up for one of their Senate seats. Ian's not so sure on Iowa. And then we've got the other Georgia Senate seat, which is current 538 saying it's 58% to say Republican, but the race is tightening slightly. And then Montana, which has an incumbent Republican, and 538 has that 67% to remain Republican. But Bullock has some leads and has some lead in some polls. So that's this Democrats book, The Challenger. Ian, you weren't so sure on these.
Yeah,
Do you think if the Democrats are relying on these, they're in big trouble?
No. I wasn't sure. It's just that Joni Ernst, when she ran for the Senate the first time round, did an amazing advert, which you know people watching this can probably find on YouTube, where she effectively was moaning about pork in Washington, and she was going to go to Washington and make them squeal like a pig or something like that. It was amazing stuff, and she got elected. So that's why I made that face, because it's Joni Ernst, and she did these amazing adverts. So go and see it. Obviously, if people are watching this on YouTube, then watch it after. I'll do it now, I guess.
Do you feel? I know 538 have got the Senate is flipping, and they think there's a pretty good chance of the Dems getting the trifecta. But do you think that's going to happen?
It's possible, right? I think it all ties up into if Biden has a good night, then you'd expect the Senate might go as well. If clearly Biden doesn't win, then you'd expect it's going to be, that it's probably harder to see the Democrats winning the Senate. It's possible. So it wasn't, I know we've had all the debates about the Supreme Court. It was going to be very, very difficult given the Senate seats that were up for election in the midterms just gone. It was going to be very difficult for the Democrats to actually win the Senate at that time round. It can actually happen this time round. But a lot of those races are very close to call. If you saw the 538 kind of, the examples you were giving, a lot of them are really close. And in many senses, it's a little bit like the presidential election. It could go either way. And so we could be sat here and, the Republicans could have the White House and the Senate again. But in some senses, if they don't have the House, then Trump's going to have a very frustrating couple of years.
Yeah, I was just about to ask to what extent that would really impact on Trump if he couldn't rely on the support of either of the houses of Congress.
Well, it's a weird thing, really, because if you lose the Senate, then that obviously causes problems when it comes to confirming people in terms of appointments, particularly obviously to the Supreme Court, most notably. Now, there aren't many Liberals left on the Supreme Court, and they're relatively young, so hopefully none of them would be standing down or, anything would happen to them over the next 4 years. But effectively, if you don't have both houses of Congress, then it's very difficult to get any meaningful legislation done. And so Barack Obama made most of his meaningful legislation in his first 2 years. Now, what was interesting was that Trump actually had majorities in both the Senate and the House in the first 2 years, and still couldn't get. The best thing he did in that 2 years was his tax cuts. If he hasn't got the House again, then we'll have another 2 years like we've had, where he's been going to be making a lot of executive orders, but actually the fundamental change in terms of legislation he's not going to be able to do, because the House Democrats will just not vote for it. It might mean we might have more shutdowns, government shutdowns and things like that, because Congress becomes dysfunctional again. But we'll have to see. The Senate's really close to call, I think.
When the Constitution was being put together all those many years ago, did they really intend the president to be as powerful as this? Or actually, wasn't the president supposed to be this, more grand figure and a light touch and being presidential. It seems as though, when did that change? Did that change with, was it Nixon? I don't know. At what point did it suddenly become that this was the important person?
Well, it's up for there are big shifts in American history around the government and so on. So obviously, the 1930s with FDR, where you've got the huge expansion of the state following the Great Depression, probably meant then that the president had more power and had a bigger kind of institutions around them. But it really depends on who you ask. So academics have different perspectives on this. So you might have heard of the unitary executive theory, that idea that the president is all powerful when it comes to the executive branch. And there are some academics who argue that actually that was what the founding fathers envisaged, and therefore all of the presidents through history. And there's a book by Ewan Calabresi where they basically go through every single president and they say how they performed this kind of unitary executive theory, which they argue is that kind of idea of a strong president. But then there are critics of that and say, well, actually, no. If you look at the way the Constitution is constructed, actually, most of the power and role is really with Congress, and it's only been over the past, particularly something around foreign policy, multiple presidents, even Obama, really pushed the boundaries of what presidents should be able to do just on their own in terms of foreign policy. So there are competing perspectives and arguments, and it really depends on which one you find more, I guess, persuasive. So the president was always relatively powerful, but I think that idea that they're now the dominant pillar of the government in the US is probably, you would probably say, probably wasn't originally envisaged in the Constitution. I think that's not going out on too much of a limb to say that.
A little bit like nuclear weapons, Ian. Like, in theory, and on paper, it's all written down like it's a deterrent, but it doesn't take into account a Dr. Strangelove coming along and being crazy, if you like. Is that a good way?
Yeah, well, the kind of the part of the logic of the unitary executive theory is that the president can be held to account, and so this is kind of like Ewan Calabresi's argument, is that this isn't a problem as long as what the president is doing is kind of transparent and honest and above board, and therefore the voters can shut them out after 4 years. The issue is probably with you would say with successive presidents, even with Obama, you could say some of the things he did as president weren't necessarily that transparent and weren't clear, and particularly with Trump, and I think that's, that kind of argument, it's up to you whether you find that persuasive or not. I'm not 100% persuaded by it, really, that the check on power, the only check on the president's power is the electorate. And this is kind of what Trump's White House and Burr's Attorney General have argued, that actually the only thing that should be able to check Donald Trump's power is the electorate. So if they win tonight, that will be a kind of rubber stamping what he's doing and what he's like as a president, and therefore it's not up to Congress to check him, it's up to the public. And that's their perception, at least, of how the presidency should work, which, again, a lot of people disagree with, but, it's what they think.
Oops, did you want to come in there? Oh, sorry, Gemma.
Sorry, I just had another question. I was kind of wondering if Biden wins and it's very clear and there's some miracle that Trump doesn't contest it, so Trump is no longer president. He's a free man, as it were. Obviously, there's a lot of things that have happened over the presidency which are legally questionable and transparent, I think was your words. Is there? Is he going to be? Can they chase him for litigation? Can they kind of chase him on some of those things where, because at the moment he's relatively untouchable, isn't he? The guy's been impeached. Is he, once he's a free man, can they then kind of take him to court for various things? Could that potentially be the future of Donald Trump?
It depends, really. They could. I'm not aware of that ever happening. It's not to say it hasn't happened. From reading kind of like the New York Times and things, I think he's got a lot of other problems on his plate in terms of the amount of money he owes various banks, by all accounts. Whether that's true or not, or accurate reporting, I'm not sure. But it could happen. I think the likelihood if you were the Democrats, the experience of impeachment didn't go brilliantly because it was all the Senate were never going to convict him. And the issue is if you try and litigate, unless you're sure you're going to win, you're giving him oxygen, you're giving his argument more time and space. If he loses tonight and loses by a margin, then the Democrats might be better off to say, well, that's Trump done and dusted. Forget about this guy. He ruined the country. He led to lots of people dying. The longer you continue to engage with him, he remains a player on the political stage, right? I say that, but it hasn't really worked whenever anyone's ever tried to ignore Nigel Farage. He just bursts back onto the stage again. So that might happen with Donald Trump. But they could do that, I think. He can't pardon himself if he's not president anymore. Like that.
I think that could be a way of kind of clawing back some of the legitimacy of the presidency as a role. But yeah, they probably won't bother.
I feel like saying something because we've mentioned Obama now. Is Obama responsible for Trump? Because, this guy came into office at the start of it and he had the opportunity to make some significant changes and didn't. Biden was alongside him. And is this the reason we're in this position now? Is because actually he was more intent on carrying on the legacy of Clinton and the Bushes, I suppose, as well, you could argue, and perhaps even Reagan, and not actually challenging the things that he had the remit to challenge. And has that led us to where we are now? And is Biden essentially just going to carry that on? And the scary thing is, I've just, and I don't know who's read in your Twitter feed at the moment, but I've just tweeted that Florida's close.
Florida is looking really, really close. It's sort of like 0.2 points in it, isn't it? With quite a lot of the count already done.
The key issue there is that the Panhandle hasn't reported its votes, and the Panhandle tends to go quite strongly Republican. So in order for to be really confident about Biden winning that, he had to really stack up numbers in the strong Democrat areas. And I've kept an eye on some of the stats, and he has done a bit, but his vote's been down in some others. So when those Panhandle counties come in, it's still going to be really close, but I'm not 100% confident at the moment.
Well, on that cheery note, we're going to introduce another panelist. We've got Matt Wall here, Professor of Politics at Swansea University. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Forget about Florida, lads. It's over. Donald Trump owns Florida. Unless something crazy happens with Miami Dade and those late votes that are coming in, unless they're categorically different. Like Ian was just saying, the Panhandle is going to swing it. It's way too close at this stage in the counting. So yeah, I think I think it'd be very, very unlikely for Florida to go to Biden at this point.
What other observations have you made so far with the data we've got in this sort of 2 hours, Matt?
Well, one thing I've noticed is, what really has let Biden down in Florida is quite a kind of Florida-specific factor. So, in and around Miami, specifically the kind of, how would you put it? With some of the Cuban immigrants in that part of the world and the fears around kind of associating Biden with socialism. Where he seems to have done well is in these kind of suburban districts. And I wonder, will that kind of play better for him in some of the less idiosyncratic states going forward? So looking at some of the early stuff coming in from Ohio, that seems to be happening. More generally, I suppose the big thing I've noticed is there hasn't been a shocking discrepancy from what the polls were showing overall so far. Though, again, it's very early, it's kind of difficult to interpret the data. But yeah, I'd pretty much pack up Florida and look at the rest of the states. Georgia looks very interesting. Ohio looks interesting. Florida was a key for Trump. It would have been a sort of a checkmate for Biden, but he can certainly win without winning Florida.
Are any of the other states that people were saying were within Biden's reach likely to go blue? Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan. What about that? Those kind of states.
So I haven't really seen any information coming in from those states. I think they just, I think Pennsylvania just closed the polls like 10 minutes ago, but their vote counting process is quite elaborate. So it's, you know, if we're waiting on Pennsylvania to decide the election, we'll be waiting a while. No, I haven't seen too much really from those states in terms of actual voting data coming in yet.
This is going as expected, though, isn't it, with regards to Florida? I mean, who on this panel genuinely thought Florida was going to switch?
Not me. I had it down as going red. I think Kerry had it going down blue, didn't he?
Yeah, just about. I mean, there haven't been any surprises yet, have there, in terms of the early voting? Because if there had been, in Florida in particular, you know, a more significant change, or even the indication in the counties that have returned votes that Biden was in the lead by a few percent, we'd be thinking right now, oh, this is going to be massive. Mm-hmm. But it's not turning out like that at all, is it? It's very much as predicted it would be. It's far closer than people thought.
Well, I think everyone had Florida close, like reasonably close, right? I mean, it shows me, I suppose, that there's not some kind of poll shock where it's like 6 or 7% off in terms of Trump. There's certainly not a sort of Biden overperformance either, though. You're right there. So yeah, I think it's pretty much over. Maybe, you know, a little bit less favorable to Biden than the polling would have had you believe, but not enough probably to swing the whole country. But Florida's quite an idiosyncratic place, as you know.
Yeah, the efficacy of the Trump campaign's targeting of the Latino vote in Florida seems to have been quite extraordinary. I was just, when I was making a brew just a few minutes ago, I was watching some interviews with various representatives of the Hispanic community in Florida, or, you know, largely Cuban community in Florida, and they were all, even the Democrats were saying that they'd been bombarded with ads and calls telling them that the US was one step away from socialism if Biden got in, and that, you know, it would be a victory for the Castro regime if Biden got in, and all that kind of stuff. And it just seems that although the narrative has largely been that Trump may have lost his touch a little bit in terms of finding those hottest of hot button issues, it seems that in Florida, maybe the Trump campaign did find, you know, an opportunity there and have really hit it hard, and it seems to have worked for them. It certainly seems to have fought off the Democratic campaign in that state so far, from what we can tell.
Yeah, and I think once the panhandle comes in, that's the big swing. So yeah, I mean, that seems to be, it's kind of a funny one because everywhere else Biden had like little marginal gains, but it's that one kind of failure to perform in the biggest county. Yeah, that's losing him that race.
So Matt, what would you, you know, looking forward, you know, rolling back the clock a couple of hours, if you were to expect something to really kind of focus the mind, what should we be paying attention to in terms of the trends of the results that come in? What would have been at the forefront of your mind? Obviously, Florida is a big litmus test. What else would you be looking at?
I mean, again, you know, Georgia is that kind of reach state, you know, that the Democrats were sort of targeting. It's not looking great in Georgia either, from what I'm seeing here. I haven't seen as much about it. Florida's been on CNN pretty much for like an hour, so I now know a lot about the geography of Florida that I'll instantly forget. Florida and Georgia would have been your sort of Trump or Biden landslide kind of indicators. So yeah, that was basically in this kind of early stage. That's what I would have been looking for. Like, is there sort of a shock? And kind of like you said, Richard, we're pretty close to par here, I'd say. But it does look like it's trending closer to the extent that if you look at the betting market's reaction, they've all brought Trump's odds well in now. You know, Florida was a must win and he's won it. So, you know, that makes sense. But yeah, I tend to look at the betting markets because they digest the information sort of for me, and they've moved way in on Trump.
What about the absence of the third and fourth party candidates there? You know, I can't remember. Is it the Libertarian and there was quite a strong. It wouldn't
Jill
have been
Stein,
Jill
I
Stein,
think.
in the Greens.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally the third candidate has taken away from the Democratic vote. It's a bit, the Libertarians kind of complicate the picture a little bit. But think back to Ralph Nader, for example, in the 2000s. But it does look like, I mean, I guess what I'm sort of seeing here is a closer election. I'd still probably be favoring Biden overall on the kind of in the aggregate. I think he has a lot more ways to win with these kind of numbers, but I mean, certainly not a landslide. Not the more bullish predictions. They seem to be sort of out the window for Biden.
It looks like Ian, who's made a heroic contribution to the live stream so far, might be taking a break, although I'm sure he'll be watching CNN or whatever from the comfort of not having to live broadcast and being fired questions at. I was just wondering, Ian, can I just, before you go, just kind of just thinking about American politics. I mean, one of the things we talk about the Democrats and the Republicans through the, I guess the UK prism of left and right. But they don't really those parties don't really map onto any kind of party structure that we have this side of the Atlantic. So I was just wondering if you could sort of give us a slightly long view of what the core values of the Democrats and Republicans are. I appreciate it's a big long final question for you. Try to summarize it as much as you're comfortable doing so. But just trying to think about when we're talking about, Trump is an outlier himself, but the kind of traditional platform that is Biden on a traditional democratic platform? I mean, I just how does that even transplant into what we would understand of the political spectrum?
Well, I guess there are things which are slightly different in the US political system in terms of the parties, if you look at the UK. So the parties themselves have gone through historical developments. And so the Republican Party of 100 years ago is not the Republican Party of today, and the Democrats. So the Democrats used to be the party of the South. That's not what they are anymore, quite clearly. But in terms of the core values, because they're such broad churches, it's very, you could get quite big contrast between, individual politicians and what their orientation is. But obviously they have polarized, so the crossover between the two parties is less, I guess, noticeable. But clearly, in recent years with the Democratic Party, you have had that influx of slightly more progressive views, and so obviously Biden's run brought more of those to the fore. So the idea that we used to have the thing. There was an episode of The Simpsons back in the early 90s about the two-party state. They're more or less exactly the same. The parties are quite different now, but you would probably say the Democratic Party is not as to the left as at least the Labour Party has been at times in the UK, not necessarily consistently over the past 20 years or so. But increasingly, the Republican Party is being seen as a party of kind of conservative social values. So conservative on gun rights, conservative on abortion. That's not to say that there aren't members of the Republican Party who are pro-choice, because there are. And you've got the really odd kind of libertarian members of the Republican Party who adopt kind of libertarian attitudes to some social aspects of things and less on others. So Donald Trump tied himself in knots around, gender and, trans bathrooms and things like that. And so it can be quite difficult at times for the politicians to situate themselves. But increasingly, they are beginning to split apart, where Democrats are at least portrayed as being the party of bigger government, Republicans, small government, etc. But it is quite variable. They are quite big churches. So to say this is their coherent one set of agendas, which is theirs, because there are plenty of Democratic politicians who wouldn't necessarily campaign on a overt policy of scrapping, the Second Amendment or something like that. So it's tough to categorize them because they contain so many different parts of, that side of things. But and again, they might change. So Trump has changed the Republican Party a bit, and the Tea Party did. So when there was an earlier question, I think Kerry mentioned about, is Obama to blame? You could probably make an argument to say that the rot that we see in American politics now with polarization really emerged in the 1990s. People like Newt Gingrich, you know, really set themselves up in Congress as being, you know, in the House as being an alternative government, and was going to be against the president no matter what. And that really filtered through. And so when Obama came president, you then had the Tea Party emerge. Remember, Sarah Palin existed before Obama, yeah? So it's not necessarily Obama's fault, but I think that probably the fact of who he was, I guess, acted as a catalyst to where we are now. And so I think it's a longer running trend that this has been a kind of a downward. If you see it as downward, some people would say this is a good thing. I don't know who they are, but they might. Yeah. So I think, yeah, those kind of, that's a kind of rambling way. This is why I'm leaving. I'm just trying to ramble away now.
That is a fantastic answer at any time of day, but especially at 1:20 in the morning. Ian, I think, you know, I'm sure Matt and Kerry will want to say this as well, but thank you very much for staying with us since the beginning of the live stream today, and I look forward to welcoming you back on the podcast when we do the analysis of the American election pod.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ian.
Yeah, we'll see what the result is. I might not come back.
There may not be a democracy to come back to.
You'll be working on another thesis. That's right. Thanks very much, mate.
Thanks, Ian. Thank you
so
much.
Ian.
Cheers. Gemma and Hoops, how are you feeling? You're going to check in? How are you feeling? You feeling pessimistic, optimistic? What's your sort of temperature at the moment?
Go on, Gemma.
I was going to leave you guys if you've got other guests, but I'm staying up for a bit, so I can stay on if you like.
Yeah,
We want you,
as
Jen.
long as you want. Stay as long as you want.
Yeah. This is partly entertainment and partly therapy for everybody.
This is way healthier than what I had planned. Kind of CNN with a bottle of wine and a party box of Maltesers. So I'm all yours.
I'm really keen to know a little bit more about what you thought, what you're thinking about this, Matt. How does this election compare to previous American elections, and you know, should we be thinking of this? Every election is always pitched as the most important election in our lifetimes. But is this feels important, but maybe not in the same way that other elections. This is more of a test of character than a direction of future government or global government.
I suppose the kind of contestation of the process has probably been more pronounced in this election than many recent ones. I mean, we shouldn't forget that in 2016, Donald Trump said he'd also contest the result of he lost, he just won. So maybe the best thing for American democracy is for Donald Trump to just win, right? You know, that is a slightly barbed comment, I should say. You know, it's not unheard of. I mean, if you look back to 2000 with Gore Bush, you know, you look back to 1960 when JFK won with some help from the party machine in Chicago. It's not like America has traditionally been some kind of pure bastion of absolute democracy. I mean, I think their electoral system is completely, you know, I don't know, can I curse on the podcast? Was fucked. I mean, it's totally messed up. Like, it's a ridiculous system, right? Like where the popular vote has relatively little to do with the actual result in a vote for like president. I mean, I can see where you get some distortion in like a system like Britain where you're voting for MPs. It's madness not to just count the votes, right? So, you know, I think there's a lot of chickens coming home to roost. I don't think they've really done much good with their political system in a long time. And I think, you know, it's kind of like what Ian was saying. A lot of the direction in terms of gerrymandering districts in the state level, in terms of inhibiting voter turnout, in terms of making it harder to turn out to vote, that's been happening for years, guys. That's not like brand new. In a way, I think Trump's biggest problem is he just says these things. too bluntly. But a lot of this stuff has been going on for years, and so it can be, obviously it's exciting to watch the election, but it's possible to overstate it. And I think on the other hand, I mean, if Biden wins, it's not like he's some kind of radical firebrand who's going to come in and, socialize, I don't know, medicine or whatever. He's a very middle of the road machine Democrat politician who's probably his greatest possible achievement would be to get us back to where we were in 2016, which was problematic enough that I saw Donald Trump voted in the first place. I don't think he has much ambition beyond that. I don't get a sense. And so, it's easy, I suppose, to see all the drama of it. But for me, I suppose it reflects a deeper malaise that's, if you really watch American politics, has been discernible for decades now.
Oh, Kerry's got his mic muted again, isn't he?
Nothing to do with me, mate. Nothing.
Yeah, I'll blame you, Rich. Okay. Matt, so you've given us your take on Florida, but I'm just getting a couple of tweets around Ohio looking good for Biden. Have you been following that at all?
Yeah, I had a quick look. I don't know, though. I mean, from what I've seen, all the reporting districts are around urban conurbations. And so, in a way, everyone kind of knows how Florida plays because it's always the first state we look at. I'm less familiar with Ohio, but it looks like, if you look at the totals now, Trump's going to be rolling a lot of that back in. Now, how that's going to net out is hard for me to say. I don't have that level of insight into Ohio electoral geography. But I'd expect to see that tighten up, because if you look at the kind of little map of the reporting districts, they're all around the major cities and towns and suburbs. And so a lot of those grey areas, which are not reporting yet, are those more rural areas. But Ohio is an interesting one. It might be more of an indicator of a lot of the Midwestern states and how things are going to play there. As I said, I think Florida wasn't all bad news for Biden, even though I think he's going to lose it. And you have quite an idiosyncratic factor that kind of hobbled him there. So it's interesting. I'm going to have a look at Ohio now, actually. See, as a change. This is that the results come in so fast.
Whilst you're doing that, Matt, Mark, what are your current thoughts? Are you ready to call it one way or the other?
I'm ready to go to bed in a minute. Is where I am. I still think it's going to go the way that I think. I still say Richard's what he's saying because he wanted to be argumentative. Yeah. I still think this is going Biden's way.
At this point, I will just draw attention to the latest Electoral College score, which has Trump with 90 and Biden with 63 projected.
Have you updated our little?
I may or may not be doing it at this very moment, Matt. I'd like to say that I could hold those numbers in my head for longer than 5 seconds, but you should see that pop through now. Yeah. So I don't know. I honestly, Mark, I've got to tell you, I still think Trump's going to win, and that's without a word of a lie. It's not going to be the kind of crazy numbers that when we did our predictions earlier, I had him win with a landslide, but I think he's going to edge it, and I don't even think that it's going to go to sort of Supreme Court case with Pennsylvania results and drag on. I think he's going to win it outright. I think it'll be something like 290 something for Trump.
Well, I'm going to check my phone periodically now for the next couple of hours. But thank you for all the effort you put in. I think it's been excellent.
Thank you for coming on. Joining us, Mr. Hooper. You've got your crown back as our most off-the-peered guest as well, which I'm sure is the most important thing.
If you invite David Meldon back ever again, I'm never speaking to anyone.
He's on next. He's on twice tonight.
Oh, mate.
Take care, Mark.
Pleasure, Hoops. See you soon.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Go on ahead. Sorry.
I've got a question for you, Matt. You were saying, obviously, the US isn't, by many standards, any kind of like pinnacle of democracy, and obviously we see it for what it is. But there was a kind of a poll recently around the kind of how much confidence people have in world leaders. And Trump is at the bottom. He's under Putin and Xi Jinping and Johnson. And obviously Merkel's right up there at the top because, she always is. But I think, you know, from what I see, when I kind of look at it from kind of international perspective, is that something has shifted in, you know, in a lot of places, not everywhere, obviously, but in a lot of places, I think America has shifted from something that people kind of looked at with some sort of level of maybe envy, to something or more of kind of pity. I think something internationally has shifted in the way that they look at America and its institutions, and that is largely to do with Trump. But I think it's also kind of like a veil has kind of fallen a little bit. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, you know, if I kind of think back in time, I mean, the American political system has a way of kind of exaggerating relatively small differences. You know, so you look at like the difference between like Barack Obama and Donald Trump, and you have two very different figures on the world stage, right? But you know, Ian was mentioning like John McCain's running mate was Sarah Palin, right? And while he was soundly beaten, you know, if you hadn't had the 2008 financial crisis in the course of that campaign, it could have been a different story. You know, I remember reading The God Delusion by Richard Dawkins when it came out back in the day, right? Back in like 2010 or something. I had some amazing statistics on the kind of things American people believed, right? You know, for example, like the intense skepticism about something like that would be as widely accepted as the theory of evolution, right? You know, now we've seen that kind of accelerated by the, I suppose, the advent of the internet. But I think, again, yeah, I mean, I think, I suppose I'd say it'll swing on a relatively small number of voters. But a lot of the Trump voters have always been sort of Trump voters. They just haven't always had Trump to vote for. Do you know what I mean? And if, you know, if let's imagine Joe Biden wins tonight, handy enough, they're still there. You know what I mean? So when you represent a country in one person, you always are going to have a very reductive looking picture, aren't you? I mean, hopefully Britain doesn't look like Boris Johnson, but then again, like, I mean, that is who we voted for. You know what I mean? So I think any kind of majoritarian political system tends to be quite distorting, you know, where you just have one figurehead for the whole country. But yeah, I mean, obviously, internationally, America's esteem has been hurt by Donald Trump. You know, it's hard to argue against that. But anyway, just going back, sorry, because I just had a look at Ohio there, and yeah, it's pretty much what I was saying. So you know, Cincinnati, Dayton, Columbus, Cleveland, Toledo, they're where the numbers are coming in from more now. So that kind of 8 or 9 point lead you're seeing for Biden is likely to kind of start dissolving. Now, whether it dissolves all the way or not is hard to say, but just to say that's not a done deal by any means.
Matt,
Yes.
you going to intro our new guests?
Oh, sorry, there's two Matts.
There's too many Matts, mate.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
We've got a couple
Hex.
in the chat now. Hex, yeah. So joining us, we have Harry Thompson, who's an account executive from Derin Public Affairs, who has been a guest of ours in the past. Hello, Harry. How you doing?
Good. I feel a bit sick. I'm not sure if that's the amount of election snacks I've eaten or the results so far in Florida, but we'll see. It's still early days.
And also we've got Pete Jenkins, who is about to do one of our fun interludes of the evening with us. But before we do that, Harry, what's your prediction? You said earlier that we could take your prediction to the bank, and I'm just about to get the slide up it after we play a game of what your prediction is. Are you still feeling that confident?
No, I'm not at all, actually. It's but I always get like this, so it's fine. I mean, I'm probably in the same position as everyone, where we weren't expecting that in Florida, but maybe it's just Miami-Dade and Cubans are Miami-Dade, apart from Richards. But you know, we'll see. But it's looking more and more negative, isn't it? I've got the New York Times needle up, and it's doing to me what it did to me last time, which is just torturing me. You know, it gives you a little bit of hope. There was first Florida looked okay, then it went. Then Georgia looked okay, then it went. North Carolina looked okay, and now it's going. So we'll see. But I'm not ready to call anything for sure until we start seeing more of Pennsylvania, because I thought all along that's just a ball game. So we'll see there before we panic too much.
What what about the other states? You got any hot takes there?
To be honest, I've been so focused on Pennsylvania because the polling has looked really good in that sort of upper Midwest area. You know, you had leads of 7 or 8 points, which just unless there's a massive polling disaster, should really be out of the reach of Trump. But you know, we'll see. I'm not sure if we got results there yet. I'll just make myself a cup of coffee. But it really does look like before tonight that everything was leaning on Pennsylvania. So I'm still kind of there. That you know, I didn't have Florida going to Biden in my prediction. I didn't think he was going to win. That was mainly just based on, you know, experience of Florida in the past, and I'm just never going to rely on it again. But you know, so I thought we'd have this moment in the night, even of my prediction so far, where you know we lost Florida, we lost some of the early ones, we lost Georgia, which I didn't give to Biden either. I thought we'd get to this point of the night and think, you know, oh shit, it's going badly, and then it would sort of start to swing back. We'll see if it starts to swing back. We are at that point in the night now where it's starting to look a bit shaky. So we'll see.
Pete, Mr. Jenkins, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. I've got 5 or 6 different windows open, and my eyes are going between them quite quickly. That might be an effect of the energy drinks that I've had, or it might just be that lots of things are happening everywhere, and key election alerts or key race alerts keep on propping up on the CNN screen that I've now closed for this call.
So when I tweeted to introduce you to the thread saying you were coming on, I quoted the infamous 1980s film War Games, and I said, "Shall we play a game?" So this is one of our fun little interludes away from solid electioneering. Pete is going to play a little game with us. What can you give us a little intro what the game is and a little explainer?
I'll set it up a bit. So some of you may or may not be familiar with a character called Carmen Sandiego. In the 80s, the video game Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego was this sort of surprise edutainment hit. And the idea was you went around the world, you were a police officer or an Interpol agent, and you were chasing Carmen Sandiego and her gang of vile, which is an acronym, I can't remember what it stands for, criminals who have stolen various things from different countries. And you had to work out who you were chasing and where you were going by asking people questions. Now, the one we're going to be playing tonight, cooperatively, I hope, is Where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego, released in... The original version, I think, was released in 1980 something, but this version, I believe, was released in 1991 or 1992, something like that. And the idea is we're going to go around the US states. We're going to use our knowledge of the US states or our lack of knowledge to try to figure out where we're going. And hopefully by the end of it, we will have learned a little bit more about the US, and we'll have learned how little we know about the US. So with that in mind, I'm going to share my screen. And we have an important choice to make. So the first choice we have to make is our name. Once I press the share button, which I should have done there. There. Wonderful. I assume everyone can see it. I'm looking for it. Yep, Matt is giving me the thumbs up. What I'm going to suggest for a name is one of the presidential candidates. So are we feeling that we're going to be Trump or Biden? What's the...
Let's give Trump some difficulty. Let's go, Mr. Trump.
We're going to go with Trump. Oh, wow! Didn't think that would happen.
Also, that's fundamentally incorrect. There'd definitely be a record of Trump's name on Interpol files.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right. So we have these ranks that we're advancing up. We're not going to advance up any ranks really today. The original recipe for Kellogg's cornflakes has been stolen by a masked female. So our first clue is that we're looking for a woman. And we're starting out in Detroit. And we have a time limit of Tuesday by 9 a.m. So
want to give us a little bit of information about Michigan then? Detroit, obviously the capital of Michigan.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, you can see some info on the screen. But Michigan went Trump in 2016, and at least in the 1990s, it was the Wolverine state, and a major manufacturing state. So here we are in Detroit. I imagine at this point their industry was quite strong. So the first thing we want to do is we want to have a talk with somebody. Let's go to the Historical Society, see who's there. Do research on the history of Mount Desert Island. She had a 69ers t-shirt. 49ers even.
By the way, everyone, please feel free to jump in and answer any random bits of trivia you know about this.
Who knows where Mount Desert Island is? Because I sure as hell don't.
This must be San Francisco, though, isn't it?
San Francisco?
San Francisco 49ers.
And there's a bridge in the background, isn't there? Is that the Golden Gate Bridge?
So this is Detroit. The images of Detroit. I should clarify that. The what we don't know is who they are. So the 49ers t-shirt will be a clue of who they are. What is the 49ers? It's an
American football team.
American football team from San Francisco.
So I have a little bit of a cheat sheet on the side, and I can see that 2 women like football. 2 women like football. So it's one of those 2 women. But Mount Desert Island, do we know where that is? Sorry, did we get that?
No idea. Sorry.
Then we will ask one more play. I had thought of giving people Google, 1 Google hint per person, but I figure we have way too many people here, so we should be able to do it without that. Bar Harbor.
Is Fats Domino like New Orleans?
New Orleans. So we do have a number of options. They do restrict you in the places you can go. The places we can go, we're in Detroit. We can go to Wilmington, Jackson, Minneapolis, or Augusta. Sorry, say again?
Where's New Orleans? Where's it closest to?
New Orleans is down this way, I think. Isn't it? Am I wrong on my New Orleans location?
I don't know. I just thought is Fats Domino not from that kind of part of the world?
It might be the best guess we've got because I've got no idea. So
I really should have sort of brushed up on my American geography ahead of tonight. I'm just realising what a bad idea that was.
Well, so Jackson is in Mississippi.
Yeah, let's go to Jackson. It's an American, named after an American president, so it's linked.
What's the Mississippi data we've got from 2016, and how's it likely to go this time, Pete?
Well, Mississippi went Trump in 2016. I can't tell you how it's going to go this time.
Trump. It'll go Trump.
It'll go Trump, yeah.
So the first thing we can do is we'll almost immediately know whether we're in the right place or not, because we'll go somewhere and they'll tell us, nope, they haven't seen anyone around here that's suspicious. So we need to head all the way back to Detroit. And what I'd suggest at this point...
What amazing sound effects. This is proper...
It's real old school. Is I'm going to suggest we have 1 Google per game, and this is probably the appropriate time for it. And I need to exit out of this menu without actually going anywhere. I don't know how to do that. So I'm just going to load up Carmen San Diego's dossier, and hopefully... Nope, that's not going to allow me to do it.
Have to do it.
Well, then it's a 1 in 3 chance, so I will try for Wilmington. I accept if we lose, it's because of my bad host. Welcome to Delaware, the first state, presumably the first state in the Union. He says, knowing nothing about it. Nope. So, having gotten it wrong twice now.
We're left with what option?
No, we're left with 2 options. But let's ask somewhere and let's not get this wrong the 3rd time. So, she wanted to report on the shipbuilding industry in Bath. Now, I know where Bath is, but I don't know where Bath in the United States is. So would anyone, shipbuilding suggests it's on the coast, is what I would suggest.
East Coast has most of the British names, doesn't it, because of the history. So, they're all on the East Coast, great.
I mean, does someone want to quickly check this on Google before we go to...
What is it? Augusta in Maine. Is that Maine?
No, try Bath.
Bath
shipbuilding.
I typed in Bath, USA, and it's come up with Bath, Maine. So
let's go Maine.
So yeah, then it is Maine. We're going to Augusta. Thankfully, we're on the easiest difficulty, so we'll be okay. Maine, of course, went for Clinton. And apparently they produce a lot of toothpicks. I was looking at orange facts about Florida earlier. 10 billion a year
Do we think Maine's going to go Biden?
Yeah. Florida always has an affinity for oranges. Hey, it's 2 in the morning. I'm allowed that, surely.
So this animation we're about to see, this high quality animation, says that we're probably on the right track. Marine life of the Mississippi. Now, who can tell me where the Mississippi goes through?
Louisiana, isn't it?
So,
New Orleans.
Yeah.
And again, the idea of this game would be you'd learn about the US as you're playing it. Just about the US, still speak French as well as English. You learn about the US as you're playing it, and as a consequence, you come away edutained.
This is
Amazing music.
oh,
Exactly what you want at 2
Oh,
o'clock in the morning when you think.
It's got a bag of postal ballots, I saw.
Clearly. I'm sure there's something like that they can steal. Monticello. I know that. How do I know Monticello? Come on, people who aren't me and know more about the US than I do. Nope.
Not schools, is it? No.
Anyone who's listening, type it in the chat. Where's Monticello?
We'll go to one more location.
It's in Virginia.
In Virginia.
Virginia.
Did you know that, Jem, or was that a Google?
No, I googled that.
Right. My ability to locate states is the point where I'm now looking at a map and trying to work.
Richmond.
Yes, of course it is. See, now I'm learning. The Old Dominion. And then you get a lovely picture of Richmond. So let's go. What we also probably should do soon. Oh, so I think that means we found the criminal. Yeah. So we now need, we should have done this a little bit earlier, to get a warrant, because this is a game where you need to get warrants. And the way you get warrants is by putting random details into this computer that tells you who you're chasing. And we know that they said that they were a fan of football. So that does narrow it down. But I think, no, that's hobby, not sport. 1 moment. Football. So I can compute now, and it will give me 3 options. That's bad. I thought we had one more bit of information, but I didn't quite.
Didn't we have Fats Domino music?
Yeah.
What?
So that'd be blues, wouldn't it?
Jazz or blues, yeah.
Blues.
Let's see what it says.
I need to click crime again. Music, rock, opera, classical, country, rock, opera.
Nope, don't think that's helpful.
Country, go country.
Country. Well, let's hope that we're right. That, I believe, is a... so we have these dossiers here. They are interesting things. Their occupation is professional debutantes. And one can be identified by the extra tooth that they have.
What is spelunking?
Isn't it like cave jumping?
Yeah, it's going into caves. It's sort of exploring caves.
This is
I've learned a lot this evening.
This is public service live streaming. This is tremendous. We're doing a better job than ITV, surely.
Oh, so that means the next place we go to, we're going to get a lovely little animation, and we're going to find out whether we were right or not. There is no way to speed up these animations. Which is fine for the first time you see them, not so much for the... I think that sound means we got it wrong.
Got it wrong? Man, what are you going to do?
I think we put the music wrong. It wasn't country with Fats Domino. It would have been...
alas.
Blues, kind of.
Yeah, blues, I would have thought. Or jazz, maybe.
Jazz.
Right.
Do you have time to do one more? Or
Can we take a break and we'll come back to
yeah.
this when we need to evidence quite how little we know about the United States next time. I just want to pick up a couple of questions we had in the YouTube live stream. We had a question from Nia Webb and one from Megan Thomas, both of which I've subtly prepped Matt to know. He's probably got a great answer up his sleeve for both, I hope. No pressure. The first question is, if Biden were to win, increasingly unlikely as that may seem, what effect do you think that would have on the left within the Democrats? Plus, slightly nerdier, if you could choose an electoral system for the United States, what would it be? And then a second question, what do we think that Trump might do in the event that he loses this election? So can you have a crack first, Matt?
Okay, three quite complicated questions. I was going to try and appear more intelligent by having an instant answer, but you've kind of rumbled our private chat on Zoom here. Well, what does it do on to the left if Biden wins? It's a really difficult question to answer because there's kind of quite a lot of degrees of hypothetical kind of stitched into any plausible answer to that question. I mean, I guess fundamentally, it's very similar to what we're seeing playing in the British Labour Party. There's kind of a tension between a harder left faction and a more centrist faction, and the centrist faction tends to say, well, we're the ones who can get elected. So obviously, if Biden delivers the election, that consolidates that faction. That its power base. Kamala Harris is also in that same tendency. But the left is the left and the Democrats isn't going away anytime soon either. They've had a traditional problem on the left of sort of fragmentation of their support. I do think if Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden could have seen a way to cooperating, we might be looking at a very different election right now in the primaries. So it's hard to say what effect it has on the left. The most obvious effect would be that it puts them in government, so they're more powerful in the country, but they're probably slightly less powerful in the Democratic Party. If Joe Biden loses, that's two centrist candidates in a row who've been beaten by Donald Trump, arguably one of the most imbecilic candidates in the history of presidential elections. So you'd say that the left might say, "Give us a go, will you?" You know what I mean? I think the left. So that the fortunes of the left they're on two dimensions. They get more power in America, but probably less power in the Democratic Party if Biden wins, and vice versa if he loses. For my electoral system for the USA, I kind of quite like the French presidential election system, which works on the basis of 2 rounds of voting, whereby they kind of eliminate all candidates but the top 2 after the first round. So that ensures a majority of votes, but it lets people express support for a variety of options. If I had my total preference, I'd probably go for an alternative vote system. But that does pose problems for how easy it is to comprehend for the voter. So in Ireland we have pure STV, so I like to kind of rank order all my candidates and see them get chopped off as the count goes on. But I think either of those, or even just a straight one-shot, one-round system where you actually count up the bloody votes on a national basis and just scrap the Electoral College, I could live with a lot easier. Trump's next career move, if he loses the election, I would suggest, going into hiding. I think if this election is close and if the Republicans have a chance of sort of tying it up in the courts, I think what you might see is that Donald Trump sort of negotiates a little settlement with the incoming regime to kind of let him get out of the country. I think that might be what it comes down to. Who knows? So I wouldn't. I'd say he's liable to serious prosecution, to criminal prosecution if he loses the election. He's a lot on the line.
Wow. Yeah, that's on that bombshell. Follow that, Gemma.
Wow. Well, I think on the question of what Biden could do to the left, as disparaging as I was about the kind of the prospects for the environment under Biden, obviously even less so under Trump. Biden has repeatedly made commitments about getting back into the Paris Agreement. And I get the impression that he personally would quite like to see a more green agenda, even if that's not what we necessarily think of as a super environmentalist agenda. I'd like to think that after 4 years, he might have kind of brought the green principles and policies into the agenda in a much bigger way than it has been. Obama wasn't good; he was okay, but one of those parties in America, and it has to be the Democrats, needs to bring climate change onto the agenda in a big way. It's going to happen at some point. And Biden is, like I said, as disparaging as I was before about him, he's the best bet at the moment. And I think Trump's going to be on TV somewhere. I think he's, in whatever country he's going to be in, he's not going to go away. He's got used to the power now and having that platform and that voice. And I think that if he loses this election, he's going to be still there, still dividing and still peddling his nonsense, only hopefully, obviously this time, without access to a nuclear button. So he'll still be on Twitter. He won't go.
Yeah. Harry, over to you, mate. What do you reckon?
But I mean, firstly, in terms of the left in the US, one thing I have to say is I've been really impressed by the way they've played it. I think when you see the Labour Party imploding, whatever side you're on, the Labour Party forever war, it's been quite heartening to see a fairly, a robust but a not sort of vitriolic primary between the two ideological wings of a broad church left party. One side winning fair and square. Sanders and the left have issues with their support amongst the Democrats' black working class base, and they couldn't pull that off. It was the same thing against Clinton. It was the same against Biden. So they've got to look there. But I was really impressed with the way that Sanders and AOC and the rest of that group have pulled behind Biden in a really good way and made clear that they don't want to the two camps to tear each other apart. They want to get Biden elected and then to push him to the left using that power. I think that's definitely the way forward. I've been really impressed by it. There was huge potential. You've seen Donald Trump is absolutely desperate to drive that wedge in there and use AOC and the left of the Democratic Party as a boogeyman. And there was a huge potential for those figures to fight back against Trump in a really public way and fall right into the trap. And we've seen that happen in other countries. So I've been really impressed by how they play it. And, Biden might not win, Biden might win, but I think if he does win, they'll get their just reward out of that because they'll have a Democratic Party. Climate change is massive, and it's massive in the US for global leadership. So they should get rewarded out of that strategy. So in terms of what it means if Biden wins for the left, I think it's good news. And then, they can win, they can take the gains from having the Democrats in power in whatever sense, whatever houses, and then build from there and look to address the issues they had in the primary and the way they can expand the mass appeal. So, so I think it's good news to the left. And then, what was the second question? Sorry.
Electoral system for the United States. What would you choose? What will Trump do next?
Well, electoral systems. It was. For me personally, I was always used to be a supporter of first past the post, and now recently you just see the way the left splits all the time. I've moved towards liking PR a bit more. I think it gives people a chance, more honesty in politics. You don't have to have these massive broad churches where everyone has to pretend to have the same line when really everybody knows that it's not the reality. So I'd be looking to something. I think Matt said, votes turning into, the winner of the popular vote winning the presidency might be a good start. It's I look at the Senate because it's just getting more and more absurd how this land-based system where you've got rural voters who are very unrepresentative of the wider United States, just getting more, as we pile up more and more people in urban areas who'd have the same amount of senators as rural areas. So I think I'd reform the Senate and the Electoral College. I'm sure that's going to be a popular answer tonight, but I think those are the two things I'd focus on. And then what was the last question? Sorry, remind me again.
Trump next.
Trump next. I don't know what Donald Trump's going to do next. I think his sons have hinted at starting a television network. I think that was sort of trailed when they looked like they were going to lose 2016 as well. So I think Gemma's right. We'll see him on TV all the time, unfortunately. I'd be interested to know if he bothers going for it again. I'm not sure how much he's enjoyed the presidency, but I think he likes the trappings of it. But I'm sure we'll see him set up some kind of even further to the right Fox News TV channel, trying to set his own media syndicate. I don't think he could bear the idea of not being the centre of attention. But in terms of what's more interesting for me is what happens to Trumpism and the Republican Party, because it's we're in the middle of the results now, so we don't know what's going to happen. But if those polls had transpired and we just got a traditional centre candidate versus further to the right candidate result, where Biden was able to bring in a broader coalition, you'd really have a war in the Republican Party, because you'd have, I think anyway, the moderate Republicans, the ones that Trump calls the rhinos, really trying to, breaking from Trumpism. The only reason they were there in the first place, the ones that stayed, were only there because Trump delivered it for them. So I think you'd have a lot of the elected representatives trying to abandon Trump as much as possible. And then you have the voter base for Trump, who, it's almost like a religion now. So I think you'd have civil war in the Republican Party, which would be great. So if Biden could win today, they could really, really cause some problems to the Republican Party. So fingers crossed.
Go on, Matt. Sorry, I think we can do the same
I was
thing.
just so he's not waiting there forever. We're going to introduce another one of our guests live from Pennsylvania, one of those hotly contested states. We've got Gareth Roberts, another one of our former guests from our US Hero Pod. Hello, Gareth. How you doing?
Hi. How you doing?
Yeah, we're all right. We're a bit worried.
From Philadelphia.
How are you feeling?
Yes, indeed. Nervous. I mean, I'm not expecting to go to bed tonight feeling entirely better about things either. But I haven't been all week. I mean, I still think there's a pretty good chance that Biden could win, but I don't think we'll know that by the morning. And we're not. What I was kind of hoping for is we kind of see like a huge landslide, right? But there was a tiny if you have there's going to be a huge landslide tonight, and we'll see that from the start. And it'll take Florida easily or something, but it doesn't look like that. So I think it's going to be a tough couple of weeks to come.
Okay.
Counting.
Okay. Thanks, Gareth. Just before Matt has to, not Matt Hexter. Matt has to depart in the future. Matt, any final thoughts before you leave us off the live stream?
Yeah, I think Gareth's right. I'd say you're not going to know tonight. Very unlikely, as I see it. I think I think what we can discount is a landslide for Joe Biden, and I think that was the only result that was going to kind of resolve the election effectively in one night. So yeah, you may as well go to sleep. No, I'm just kidding. No, but that is what I think. I think it's looking increasingly unlikely that we'll have any definitive result tonight. I'd still probably give Biden the edge. He has more sort of paths to the 270. But yeah, any chance of Biden just storming it is, I think, receding into the distance. So thanks very much, everyone. Very nice to meet you all, and
thank you so much for coming on, Matt.
Enjoy the rest of the show. Cheers very much.
Cheers, Matt. Thank you.
Bye
bye. Pete, I wonder if I could just before we go to Gareth to hear more on the ground intel, just to finish the loop on those questions that we were picking up earlier about electoral systems, Trump's next plans, and what the future of the left is within the Democratic Party. Any ideas?
Yeah, I mean, the grenade I want to throw, or the area I want to focus on, is this sort of Trump next idea. And the thing that I come back to is Gerald Ford pardoning Nixon. And there's a brief extract, because I looked up the speech, where Gerald Ford is explaining his decision to the American people. And he says, "My conscience tells me clearly and certainly that I cannot prolong the bad dreams that continue to reopen a chapter that is closed." And then he goes on to say, "My conscience tells me it is my duty, not merely to proclaim domestic tranquility, but to use every means I have to ensure it." Now, I think if we're looking at a situation where it isn't the Biden landslide, there will be a lot of people in America who will have voted for Trump. to then see him pilloried in a law court or in any sort of prolonged legal proceedings will, regardless of the rightness of it, be seen as somewhat abhorrent. And I think we see the same. We saw a little bit of the same with the Brexit here. Regardless of the legality of the Brexit vote and the actors within it, the notion that they would face consequences or that the vote would somehow be altered or deferred was seen as not possible. So I think while it may be very tempting to see Trump fleeing the country and running away, it would be extremely difficult, I think, politically for Biden to pursue any sort of, or even to sanction any sort of legal action. And I think it would be very difficult for him not to, perhaps not pardon him, but certainly instruct the legal apparatus to not pursue with all vigor, certainly charges against Trump himself. We, of course, may see his associates go down for a crime, but I do not think we will get catharsis in that sense.
We've got another guest joining us now as well. We've got Grace Piddington, who is a graduate of Cardiff University and lives in Wales, but is actually originally from America. She's lived in 3 states, is it? California, New York, and Idaho. Is there any more?
No, I think that's it. I think those 3 just about cover it.
So how are you feeling tonight, Grace? You got a little nervous now, or still feeling quietly confident?
I don't think there's been any sort of confidence to begin with, as much as I definitely have my preference for the outcome. And I'd love for the polls to have been correct. Looking at it, we've needed to be prepared for another Trump victory. And that's difficult, but it is what it is. And kind of looking at the results we've had so far in the night, it would be great to be optimistic. It would be great to see that blue kind of cover the rest of the country. But realistically, I think we have to keep all options open.
Gareth, what do you think? We didn't get a full answer from you. You seem feeling a little bit nervous, but how do you think Pennsylvania will go? Do you think it'll go Biden?
I think there's a good chance of it going to Biden this year. I think we still have a good chance of that. I mean, it's tough though. I mean, I mentioned last time I was on the podcast that having gone camping in rural Pennsylvania, I saw a lot of Trump lawn signs. You don't have to go far outside Philadelphia to start seeing them. So I mean, there's a lot of pretty solid support for Trump here. There's been a Trump flag just flying around the corner from me in South Philly for little while. So it's going to be close. I still have hope. I have a fair bit of hopes that Biden will win Pennsylvania this year. I mean, but I wouldn't want to call it. I think it's going to be, and this is going to be a really long, torturous wait as well.
Gareth, just my wife was speaking to a few colleagues in America who were boarding up their offices in Washington. Like, what? It doesn't really come into our media, but what's it like over there? Is there an expectation that if it's not clear or if there's anything which is slightly iffy, there might be some kind of social unrest?
Oh yeah, we had riots and curfews last week because that was following the murder of a black man by the police in West Philly. But yeah, people are nervous. It's we're seeing a few boarded up storefronts, and I think a lot of people are genuinely nervous that something, whatever way things go, things might get difficult. Let's say in the next few days. Hopefully not. I don't think people think this is definitely going to happen, but it's something people are worried about.
But people are preparing for it just in case.
Oh yeah, as I say, I wouldn't say there'd be a huge amount of panic buying. The most I've heard of is my wife went to the liquor store the other night and there was practically no whiskey left, which was noticeable. But apart from that, so I think people are nervous. The storefronts are boarded up. Things are going off the shelves, so people are preparing to perhaps have a difficult week or so. But fingers crossed. Philly should be all right, to be honest. I would have thought.
I should just mention that the latest projections are in. We're at Trump 112, Biden 106. It is a toss-up.
And it looks like AOC has won re-election as well.
Oh well.
I know we knew it was happening, but it's still good news.
And also in terms of Texas, 60% of votes are in. Biden holds a 1% lead over Trump, but as many other people on Twitter are commenting, those are mostly the postal votes or the absentee ballots. So the on-the-day votes are still being counted now, and that will probably tilt redder. But Texas still officially a toss-up as well. And if Texas were to flip, as I said, right at the top of the live stream, then that would be game over for Trump. And I suppose until we know that one, which we are expecting to know relatively early compared to others, then we won't know for sure. But that could be a really decisive blow against Trump if Texas were to flip. It would be historic. Let's hope.
It would be if it happened. I think it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Look at Florida, Florida, Georgia. Those would go before Texas. Florida, is a little bit different because you have the sort of Cuban Venezuelan voters who tend to be conservative. They seem to be the ones possibly who are voting for Trump. But I don't see Texas going blue this year. It's getting purpler, but I don't see it going blue this year.
Oh my God, the results are coming in quicker than I can update our on-vision score count. It's now Trump 120, Biden 106.
Grace, you were living in the States when coronavirus hit, weren't you? How much do you think that has played into people's voting intention?
I think it's changed things really significantly. I think it really depends on where you were when the first wave started, how you would answer that. I think living in New York at the time, it's primarily a blue state. It's already been called on some sites. There's no surprises there that it's gone blue. So in that case, it hasn't really changed. But looking at the response at the federal level versus what the states have been allowed to do, kind of the lack of strong response and kind of the image, the showmanship that we've seen around it has been really disappointing. Personally, I know some people would probably disagree with that, but generally I think that most people on the call tonight would agree that it would have been a disappointing reaction. Some people, primarily in those more red states, for example, living in northern Idaho after the outbreak, really respected his response, thought it was the right thing to give the autonomy to the states. So yeah, it really depends on where you are.
What have you found, Gareth? Have you found something similar? Does it divide really heavily on partisan lines, depending on the way you look at Trump's coronavirus response?
The one place where, from what I've seen from the polls, it seems to not be so partisan is for the over 65s. Right, so the people who are also quite heavily affected by coronavirus. From what I've seen for the polls, there's been a shift there away from Trump towards Biden. So that's been interesting. I still have hopes about that because, from what I gather, the fact that Florida hasn't gone so well for Biden as potentially expected is more to do with the sort of Cuban Venezuelan voters than it is to do with the other demographic in Florida, which is the older voters. But that's. From what I've seen, and I live in a very blue bit of the country, right? I live in South Philly, where so living in a box because I can't even interact with as many people as I would normally. It's kind of hard to figure things out as to get a good sense of how things are divided. But yeah, my impression is right that it's essentially partisan. But on the whole, I think on the whole, to the extent that the things are not partisan, it's in favor of Biden. It's that Trump has not done great. I don't think there are that many people who think he's done a fantastic job.
Gemma, you indicated that you're probably going to do the sensible thing and have a rest from us for a bit. Thank you so much for coming on. Have you got anything else you'd like to say before you log off? Any more predictions?
Well, just to say that I hope that I'm wrong about a contested results, and I particularly hope that Richard's wrong in terms of a massive Trump win. I think the ramifications of this election. I was always big in US elections, but this one in particular, I think the ripples are so much bigger, and there's literal lives kind of riding on this election result, both in the US but also elsewhere, where Trump's taken extremely aggressive economic sanctions out on countries that have dared to disagree with him, and threatened military intervention in Venezuela, Iran, North Korea. I just hope that I wake up I hope that I wake up in a few weeks, maybe, because it's probably going to take that long, and it's going to be favourable. So I really hope that all of you optimists are right and I am wrong. But I'm a little bit scared to go to bed tonight, because I went to bed in the Brexit referendum, and we all know what happened there. So, but best of luck to everyone. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for your time, Gemma. Lovely to see you again. Take care.
Bye.
The latest from Texas is that Trump is closing down on that Biden lead. There's 40,000 in it right now between the two. 65% of votes in.
So Gemma was mentioning some of our predictions. Do you want me to go to them to see how we're looking? I think a few of us may be a bit wrong somehow. But Ari's in this, and he's taken that to the bank, so we'll be all right. So
I've delayed my trip to the bank just for a couple of hours.
So this is Rich's prediction, which I think was done deliberately to try and ensure that he couldn't be called too optimistic. But we'll see how this ends up. This is my prediction, which I still think is possible. I think from what we're looking at statewide, I think it's possible.
You're still
if Biden wins, it will be by a very tight margin.
You're still on course from what I can see, Matt.
Mr. Davis, Kerry's fine prediction here, perhaps a tad optimistic. He had to take in Florida. We know that's already gone. Pete Tong. So, and Harry's prediction, which is, he's making a withdrawal from right now. But he had, to be fair, having Florida going Trump's way. So is there anything in this prediction, Harry, that you're a little bit concerned about now you've made it?
Not just yet, actually. It's still really early. I'm looking at Pennsylvania now, my obsession with Pennsylvania. 9% in, and Biden's ahead 71% to 27. Obviously, disproportionately Democratic counties coming in, but we just don't know enough about the upper Midwest, because basically what I've done is chosen that route to victory for, I think I might have done Arizona, but Arizona for Biden as well. But it's essentially a Midwest path, and we don't know too much about the Midwest yet. Ohio's looking all right. I've still got it going for Trump. I still think it will, but we don't know enough yet. But so far, this is kind of how I expect it to go. But we don't really know anything about the Midwest yet, so it's too early to say, really.
Grace, you all right with me going to show yours? Sean Bendel probably won't be joining us, unfortunately, anymore. But this is Grace's prediction. Do you want to speak to any of this, Grace? You call Florida going red, but you've given Ohio to Biden. Is that still what your thinking is?
Optimistic. It really could go either way, and I think this is as interesting as it was to go through each state and say, okay, I really think that Ohio may lean blue. Basically, I'm going to sit on the fence on this one. I would love to see Ohio and Pennsylvania go blue, but really, it's anyone's call.
Well, I suppose the thing there with all of the projections there for Biden, a close Biden victory, technically the results that have come in thus far haven't contradicted that. So still in the realm of the possible. I think the one thing that just looking at the stats that I have on screen right now, what looks bigger is that the victories for Trump, or the projected victories for Trump, look more strong than people were expecting in the states that he was expected to win, from what I can tell so far. So it's going to go down to the wire. I mean, I hope we've got enough popcorn for the next 2 or 3 months of Supreme Court hijinks, because the way things are going, it's going to drag on. It's going to be pretty hellish.
Yeah, I can see that Sky is saying that Biden is slightly ahead in Ohio, massively ahead in Pennsylvania. So, in those Rust Belt states, it's looking okay. If he gets the Rust Belt states, he's probably clear to win, isn't he?
But Pete, have you got some news coming in from Delaware there?
Yes, I do indeed. As of about 20 minutes ago, Sarah McBride, who is running for the Delaware, their Senate, has won her election, making her the first openly transgender state senator in the US, and I think the highest ranking trans candidate or trans person holding office in the United States. So a historic win there for her, certainly, regardless of the tightness of the rest of the race.
Do we have any more information on some of these Senate races, the US Senate races, Pete? Have you seen anything interesting happening there?
I mean, I'm keeping an eye out. Again, the problem is that the big news sources tend to focus on the big story. They focus on Trump or Biden, so I'm relying on somewhat small sources to call out when victories are happening elsewhere. But I'll keep you posted. I'm curious about the results of referendums in a few places. One thing that was mentioned earlier that I can't remember who mentioned it, but Ian Stafford responded to it, was at least one state is holding their rejection of the Electoral College vote this time around. Now, of course, that doesn't come active unless a certain number of states sign up to it. But I'm interested to see when those come through, because those will be interesting. I suppose the other one to keep an eye out for is it Proposition 22? The one that's on the California state legislature about Uber and gig workers there. That Uber have been pushing pretty hard for to try to undo the California ruling against them, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, if memory serves me correctly, I've seen that there's a Uber and Lyft, etc., sent messages to all the customers and account holders in the whole state of California telling them to vote for Proposition 22.
It looks like...
Harry,
go on, sorry. I was just going to say, it looks like Texas has now crossed the threshold. It's now showing red in the latest maps that are coming out.
Harry, were there any Senate seats you were watching?
No, to be honest, I've been completely focused on the presidency. I've seen some of the projections. I think I just saw that the Fox News decision desk has called the House of Representatives for the Democrats again, which was obviously expected, but they said Fox News anyway, think that they're going to increase the majority of about 5 seats. So good news there. In terms of the Senate, I've not been following it closely at all. I've just been looking at the presidency. Am I right in saying that, from what I gather, the Democrats controlling the Senate from before we started to get the results was ever so less likely than winning the presidency? Is that right, or was it about the same?
It was slightly less likely, but it was still quite high. It was about 75. Oh, now I've got to look at my own slides. 75%, I think, 79%, something like that. 76%. That's 538.
A lot of that depends on whether Doug Jones holds Alabama or not. And whether they can boot out Susan Collins in Maine.
Maine, yeah.
And neither of those necessarily looking that likely with the things as evenly balanced as they are. That map is stuck at the moment. We're just in terms of results, we're stuck at 120 for Trump and 115 for Biden. No imminent results expected. How go on,
Gareth?
I was just going to say, North Carolina is making me a little nervous, which people haven't mentioned yet, but that was somewhere which we were pretty hopeful would go to Biden, and last time I looked was starting to look quite Trumpy, right?
Yeah, the New York Times Needle has it 90% chance for Trump now. So
So while moods appear to have, those results are not necessarily looking massively positive for both us and no doubt those hardy listeners that we have with us. I wonder if this might be an opportunity to lighten the mood. Pete, I'm looking in your direction, mate. You know what to do.
Sure. Let's see whether this thing that I started running is still running. Right, let's share screen.
How much knowledge do we know of the United States, folks?
Well, I think we might do better in this round, given that we have two people who've actually lived there on the call. I think that might help.
I mean, you don't have to work that hard to beat us in the last round. We did not do well, did we?
No, that was bad. That was bad.
It is a pretty big place, to be fair.
Has this frozen? I think it might have frozen. In which case, give me a moment. Let me just try to wiggle my mouse again and press buttons. No, it's frozen. 1 second. Technical difficulties.
Okie dokie. So, very quickly, I've got a question that I've had up my sleeve for a while that we touched on earlier with some of our other guests, but I'd be curious to know what the three of you think about it. Could any Democratic candidate from the primaries have done better than Biden, based on what we've seen so far?
Grace, you've probably got some views on this one.
I mean, I think polls would suggest yes, but realistically, probably not. It is a really, and I've been listening to you guys for quite some time. It's a really difficult question to answer. It's a lot of what if, and there's a lot you can't really back up any response on it. I would love to say that the other candidates would have done better. Realistically, the arguments against the left at the moment, it's both too centrist and too extreme. So I don't think that there's a way to win with that for many reasons, one of which being that for people on the left voting for the left, they are disillusioned. They're not interested in the candidates we're putting forward. In 2016, we had Hillary come forward, and the biggest complaint is, is this the best we could do? Against Trump, we've got someone who's so disappointing, which we could talk about why that is. But I think we would have that criticism of pretty much anybody coming forward at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean that's of course one of the things. I mean, the attack in Florida against Joe Biden is that he was going to bring a Fidel Castro-like socialist regime into the United States. So imagine would it have made any difference if it had been Bernie or Elizabeth Warren, or would it have been exactly the same attack, just louder? I mean, I think this is, there's two questions wrapped up here. I mean, could any Democratic candidate do better than Biden or have done better than Biden? But if not, why not? I mean, is there something so fundamentally broken about the American political world that no Democratic coalition could be, despite the fact that they have more electors, they have more voters, that they could find a way to win in a presidential election?
I think the cynical answer to that is that big business really stands in the way. You've got a lot of the population that's really interested in a lot of what the left is doing, but the way American politics are structured, without the support of these larger corporations, and not to say that the Democratic Party is not involved with lobbying, that's very much, it's central to the American system. But it's not the same relationship. It's a different relationship because on the left, they're trying to edge towards really that, well, I want to say grassroots, but that's exactly what Trump was able to take hold of. But at the same time, being one of the biggest, I won't say most successful, but biggest businessmen in the United States, if not the world.
Does that worry you, Harry? I'm thinking particularly about you with your Labour hat on. Does it worry you that as we see so many trends coming across the Atlantic, that this kind of accumulation or agglomeration of vested interest groups and maximising the moment in terms of being able to get more and more control over the levers of power, as we're seeing in so many ways in the Westminster government right now, does this pattern that we're seeing in America worry you at all about the potential for Labour's future in the UK?
Yeah, 100%. Because I think a big project of the right in the UK at the moment is just the Americanization of the UK, isn't it? You heard at the start of the coronavirus lockdown, Boris Johnson saying we can't lock down early because Britain believes it's always been about individualism and civil liberties. I was thinking, we've been a monarchy for hundreds of years. It's since when is we're a feudal system, but that has never been the history of Britain. There's this huge Americanization of the UK. Brexit was a proxy war in order to be able to do that, wasn't it? It was an attempt to liberalise employment laws and this is and reduce standards of food and things like that. It's there is a huge project going on right now. You see the links between Farage and Trump, and the way that Farage is the tail that wags the Conservative dog. It's this is their big thing at the moment. They want to turn the UK into the 51st state of America for profit. So, and I mean, so if you're saying I'm worried about Labour, then yeah, I am, because there's this consistent tearing away of the UK from Europe towards America. So, I mean, they are different countries. So, but a lot of the support bases are similar. You've got a democratic support base in organised labour and labour and the trade unions, despite the obvious ideological differences. So it is worrying, and part of the reason I was so invested in this election is because you can see the links, can't you? You can see, despite being completely different countries, ostensibly, the way that Trump emboldens the American right, and it feeds all the way down into Wales. You see, the Brexit Party and the way they act in the Senate, they're taking the lead from Trump. So it definitely, we definitely feel the shockwaves in the UK. And if Biden was, we even saw the reports that if Joe Biden was to win, that Boris Johnson would panic and change the position on Europe because he knows the ties of history going in his way or not. So I think if Donald Trump is re-elected today, we'll definitely see an emboldened far right in the UK, and we'll definitely see the centre-left, including me and many people in the Labour Party, thinking, okay, this trend hasn't finished yet. The hope was that when the populist right were elected into government, their populism, their lies and their rhetoric wouldn't stand up to the hard task of governing. And that's the same, even though they're different politicians, that's the same with Boris Johnson, who has done an awful job of being Prime Minister, as Donald Trump. And I think you look at Donald Trump and you think, what more could he have fucked up? Like and you think about Boris Johnson, you think, well, is that it? Is there just an electoral coalition for being, racist and populist, and then people will just dig in their heels, and the culture wars of you look at the voters that the Conservatives have brought in recently, big parts of the working class will they agree with what the Conservatives are doing on cultural wars, but are left economically. So you can see the Conservatives really pushing that cultural war agenda, because that's the narrative and that's the battlefield that they win on. So what happens, what we're seeing in the US now, I think extends over to the UK. So yeah, definitely worrying from the centre left if Trump wins, although it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. I love that you cling to that tiny shred of optimism right at the end. Gareth, you were nodding quite a lot there. Have you got some thoughts?
I mean, I don't think it's a tiny shred of optimism. I think it's it's a large, it's still a shred, but it's not tiny. It's maybe a big shred. Yeah, I mean, I think the point especially about how much Trump has fucked up and how this is still not a landslide for Biden, right? I mean, that's really important. And to go back to your question, Richard, who else could have done better? I really don't know who else could have done better. Given how badly things have gone for Trump and how hard this looks of it is for Biden, I just can't think of any of the other contenders doing better, to be honest. I mean, Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, these were the ones who looked different, perhaps, and they had their own problems. There were other reasons we might worry more for them than we might worry for Biden, as we discussed. I don't think there's anyone which means I don't have any idea how anyone could have beaten Trump this election, given how badly he fucked things up.
Unless somebody's got, I'm quite interested in this, particularly, like I say, with the kind of parallels with the UK, and trying to think of the UK as a sort of single block rather than the sort of multinational view that we tend to have in Wales. Is there
Bruce may have some thoughts on this. I think, he's just got back from the US. Do you think that Britain is becoming a bit more like America?
That I find that really difficult to agree with, just because of the severity.
Giving us some optimism.
Well, yeah, that's me. But I think the severity, especially the transition, again, New York, Northern Idaho, coming back to the UK, to think that we are becoming like the people in Northern Idaho is a really difficult thing to agree with. If you were to take an average of people across the US, I don't think that person exists. So it really depends. Are you arguing that Britain's becoming more like a state like New York, or more like a state like Texas or Florida? It's not a question you can answer with a yes or a no, I don't think.
Well, but you kind of were implying, Grace, in your previous answer about the Democrat Party, basically saying, suggesting, as Gareth just was, that there was no candidate that could have done a better job than Biden in trying to just have that broadest possible coalition within the Democrat Party, which is analogous, but not obviously the same as the Labour Party in any way, shape, or form. I do wonder, though. I mean, you look at the struggle that the Democrats, if they do fail to win the presidency this time round, where do they go from here in terms of trying to expand their coalition in those states that don't already vote for them? And that feels very similar to the kind of challenge that the Labour Party is trying to overcome, particularly in England, where there are, they've lost a lot of their core vote in areas recently that used to be bankable voters for them, in the same way that Democrats appeared to lose a lot of voters in 2016. So, two questions really. One, what is the way back for the Democratic Party from this point onwards, and what lessons could Labour learn, perhaps, from the Democratic experience?
So I don't think that Labour should be looking at the Democratic Party as something to aspire to. That's really, again, it's a difficult thing to say. It's what I support the Democratic Party. That is my party. But at this point, it depends. Are you talking about, again, do you want to go back to a place of kind of actual politics or a place of power? So if we were looking at a candidate who would be more likely to be elected, we would need a rock star. We would need another Donald Trump, but on the left. We would need maybe a Kanye. And that's what America wants. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that that's how we get back to a sensible place of any sort of reality, but that's the candidate that would have potentially beaten Donald Trump. Whether or not there are lessons to be learned for the Labour Party, I would say stay away from, populism is what we're looking at here, trying to really distance ourselves away from that. And that's, personal opinion. People obviously do like Donald Trump. That's why we are where we are. That's why we're fascinated sitting here at 2:30 in the morning. But from my personal perspective, it's something to be avoided.
You got any ideas on that, Harry?
Yeah. What was the question? The Labour Party...
Can it learn any lessons, good or bad, things to do or things not to do, from the way the Democrats have responded to Trump's win in 2016?
I don't know, because we'll see what the election results are before, I'd like to answer this question tomorrow morning. But partially what I'd say is that you can run a good campaign, and, we're talking about are there candidates that could have done better than Biden? In my opinion, no of the candidates that were in the primary, and it's possible. I think to run a good campaign and still lose. Maybe the Electoral coalition just wasn't there at some point. It seems. We've got America for this chat, so they can confirm rather than me. But it seems really, really locked in and partisan at the moment, and it might just be that Donald Trump has an Electoral coalition that is so locked in and so enthusiastic that it's hard to beat. Because I actually think that Joe Biden's run a good campaign for the candidate he is. He's not Barack Obama. So if we had Barack Obama, we'd be putting him front and center, wouldn't we? but Joe Biden isn't. So, you know, he got the chance to hide in his basement and he took it, and I was pretty pleased that he did. But he also made it a referendum on Trump because, you know, the sensible thing to do in that moment, I think, was with a president who has really negative approval ratings, I think on average -10, a referendum on that presidency, you probably expect you're going to win it. So, but you know, just because you lose doesn't necessarily mean you didn't run a good campaign. So, I was talking earlier about the left and what they've done well, and you know, I think the Democratic Party is still, you know, Joe Biden isn't going to get hammered today. It doesn't look like, fingers crossed. And the Labour Party did get hammered last year, so they are still doing best. That they're presenting a united front. They found a way to bring their wings together in a united message. So I think we could learn from that a little bit, and not tearing each other to shreds all the time. We'll see on the result, but you know, the Democrats with a charismatic leader and that electoral coalition, I think, you know, maybe there is some things to learn. Maybe with a different candidate who had a bit more charisma about him, they could win. They might still win, you never know. But yeah, I think there are things to learn. I think the Democratic Party is still, despite the toss-up it looks like at the moment, it still kind of looks in a better position than the Labour Party does.
Can I quickly interject? Yeah. One of the things that I think on that point, what the Labour Party could learn from the Democrats is we only have to look at who the most inspiring figures of the Democratic Party are, and it's the new figures. It's your AOCs, your squads, and they got there not because of the largesse of the Democratic Party, but they got there through open selection, effectively. And if we're looking for inspiring figures in the UK, we can't be looking at them through the same tired means that we've been doing business before. I mean, there's no secret here that I'm a fan of open selection, and I think it's one of the things that the Democratic Party does well in that sense.
Moving away from the Labour Party before my brain explodes, which I think there's a very big potential that it does. Go on, Kerry.
No, just to keep the cheerful vibe going, the betting markets, which are always worth looking at, I think we started the night, they're really now shortening. Donald Trump is clear favourite on them, all the ones I'm looking at.
He's gone to favourite, is he?
Yeah.
Not even, oh dear.
Texas. Yeah.
Oh dear. I was going to ask those in the call who've lived in America, what extent they think things like Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, the impeachment hearing, those big set piece moves have had on Trump. Do you think it's sort of galvanized support behind Trump, or do you think it's started to expose a sort of soft underbelly of his support? Gareth or Grace?
I mean, so I think they're different things, right? I mean, the impeachment, I don't think really did very much for anyone. I don't think a lot of people who voted for Trump in 2016 thought, oh, this guy's getting impeached. Oh, well, I'm just not going to vote for him again. Whereas I think Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, and so on, I think the Supreme Court, nominations are not quite the right word. They've been good for the Republicans, right? I mean, they've been good for Trump. The fact that they've been able to do that, that's something that people can really get behind, right? Who vote for Trump. This is something that's really going to change things for coming years after Trump isn't here. And this is frightening for if you're not a supporter. But for a lot of people who happen to like the sort of things that could come about by having a right-wing Supreme Court, that's a big thing. Whereas I think the impeachment, I don't think changed very much either way, to be honest. It was a big set piece, like you said, and it was fun in a sense and not fun in lots of other senses. But I don't think that made much difference, to be honest.
Go on, sorry, Grace, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I generally agree with that, but I'd like to add, I think a lot of people coming into this election were already decided. I don't think things like the nomination changed much because they've just reinforced, looking at the impeachment, actually. So on the left, we said, okay, well, because it didn't go through, it didn't mean that he wasn't guilty. We just didn't have the support. On the right, people look at that as, he's innocent. Nothing happened. I think that events like that don't necessarily, if you already have your mind made up the way a lot of Americans do going into these elections, events such as these don't impact that sort of opinion as much as we may think they do. They're very significant events, but if you're talking about impact on opinion, I think that it's less than we may think it would be.
I'm going to go all Matthew Broderick again. Shall we play a game?
Let's do it. We need something to lift the spirits.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out for 5 minutes because I'm gonna need some caffeine. But I'll be
He's
back.
going to be
I'll be
Googling
back.
the whole time, Pete. I guarantee it. He's going to be trying to find out. I don't know if folks you were familiar with what we did earlier on the live stream to try and lift the spirits. We dipped into some early 90s nostalgia, courtesy of Pete's wonderful video game collection, to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Well, yes, specifically where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego, because that is where we are concerned with. Unfortunately, the name that we have chosen is Trump. We could have chosen Biden, but
we like winners. You see, that's the thing.
Was against us, so that went the way it was. I should give credit here to archive.net, who do an excellent job at archiving old video games and providing them essentially free of charge. So for those who weren't with us earlier, we are going across the USA. We're trying to figure out where we're going and who we're chasing as we go. Toto's flea collar, stolen by a masked female. I assume Toto is a reference to Wizard of Oz, which, okay then. So we have until Friday 9 p.m. and we are currently in Topeka, Kansas, a major farming state. So the first thing we do, as you do when you're in Kansas, is you go to the University of Kansas, I assume. The origins of volcanic islands. Now, I'm fairly sure we're going to be going to Honolulu.
I think that's a fair bet.
I'll back you on that one.
Yeah, I would ask other people, but that seems fairly good shout. Taken a while. Hawaii, the Aloha state. And yeah, I did have facts up, which I'll see if I can get up a little bit. But we'll go back to that a little bit later. So, library in Hawaii. This is a good sign. We're on the right. We're on the right track. Ooh. I think. Anyone want to pronounce that in a way that is actually correct?
Okefenokee?
Anyone know where that is?
Swamp. Southern.
I'm going Louisiana. Somewhere down there.
My bet.
So our options from here are Jackson, Atlanta, Topeka, or Annapolis.
Annapolis.
So,
Atlanta.
Atlanta. We don't want to ask another question?
Oh yeah, if you can ask more questions.
Yeah, we can go to somewhere else. We can. Does anyone know off the top of their head what spellology is?
Or speleology. Is that something to do with caves, or is that spelunking writers going down in caves?
Spelunking.
Is that related? Probably not.
Could be. I don't
As
know.
a linguist, I feel I should have a better idea.
Yeah, exactly. Then down the side. Right, let's go to the Auto Club and see what they have to say. Oh, exactly the same.
Same thing.
We'll try the Athletic Club. We've got some time to burn. We've got a while since until the timer runs out. St. Simon's Island. Anyone ring any bells? Well,
Afraid not.
how
Hang on, if it's an island, it should be at the coast.
Could be an island in a river.
Lake.
I will allow Google. if somebody really wants to, or I think somebody said Atlanta.
Yeah, that was when I thought it was the swamp, but
I think I would say Jackson, because that would also be kind of swamp-like and is
Yeah.
slightly more coastal.
We're committed now.
That makes sense.
We'll find out if we're right or not. This is the Magnolia State. Leading supplier of fish. Let's go to the university. Nope.
Oh no.
So the way the game works, we have to go all the way back to Honolulu.
Oh.
Because there are no connecting flights in the US between states other than these particular states.
Can I just say that I'm very pleased that Gemma's off the call, or otherwise she'd be giving us grief for our pollution as we make all these unnecessary flights.
I was just going to say the carbon footprint of this gumshoe. I definitely go to Atlanta this time.
To be fair, this is the sort of infrastructure problem that Trump mentioned in 2016.
This is before globalization really kicks off. This is the Soviet Union is yet to fall. This is right. So where do we want to go next?
Atlanta.
We want to try Atlanta. If we lose this because we keep on going to these, go to Google.
There he is.
There's the man who is either swearing at us or doing something. Terry
Terre Haute. Isn't that like a military thing? Or am I getting that? It was like a prison or something, isn't it? The Terre Haute.
Ask another question.
I'm fairly sure I might be getting this wrong. Where that might be where Howard Marks spent his time when he was the Terror Hut, they called it, when he was imprisoned in the States.
Well,
Okay.
You can't just in the States. We're in the States.
You got me.
What options do we have, though? We have
Miami,
Honolulu.
Indianapolis, or Atlantic City.
I'm leaning towards Indianapolis, but I don't know why. Not Atlantic City, I'm pretty certain. Not Honolulu. Yeah, I think Indianapolis. I mean, I guess Miami's an option, but...
Okay. I could ask somebody else.
Yeah, let's ask another question.
Yeah. We'll go to the Tourist Bureau. Get a Raiders t-shirt. A map of months. Does that narrow it down for anybody?
I mean, Muncie's Indiana, isn't it?
If you want some, I know I'm slightly late back, but if you want some interesting Howard Marks trivia,
yeah,
I have quite a bit actually of interesting Howard Marks trivia.
What did you buy, Matt?
Not only am I actually in Mr. Nice, I'm an extra in Mr. Nice.
Oh, really?
In the back of my head.
Uh-huh.
His daughter taught me criminal evidence law at university.
No way.
Yeah.
Awesome.
My links to Howard Marks. Yeah.
So you know when he was imprisoned in the Terror Hut,
no,
Terre
I don't have
Haute,
any clue about
which
that
state
stuff.
is that in? I think you're right, Gareth. Was it Indianapolis?
That's my bet.
I think Indianapolis.
I think so.
I'm going to go one more place because I don't think I have an option, but she was eating red beans and rice.
Is the Indy 500 in Indianapolis?
Excellent. But she was eating red beans and rice, which means she is... Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the food. Does that fall into Southern?
Red beans and rice, I've known.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I would
Southern.
guess so. But,
and do we know what the word that is not spelunking means?
I can look it up if you'd like.
If
we're open to that.
You can burn your Google search on that more quickly. Hopefully we can pull out a win.
I have the answer to speleology if you like. It is indeed to do with caves.
Ah, okay.
So it is indeed the study or exploration of caves, apparently.
So let's put in female hobby spelunking, and then she also wore a Raiders t-shirt. Anyone know?
Oakland.
Yeah. So what sport, Matt? It's American football. Right?
American football. Yeah.
Okay. That is not the one I want. But let's try.
Maybe.
Well, let's try this and see if we get a result. Oh, it's the twins again. We were wrong last time with the twins. For those who aren't aware, these are the twins.
One with a tooth. Yep, the extra tooth. Yeah.
Yeah, their occupation is professional debutantes. And their car is large, expensive, and imported, which I respect. Oh, so we are there. The gang is somewhere in town.
That's an imported car.
There goes the suspect. That's a good sound. That's the sound we like to hear.
Have we won the game?
We won.
We have caught these two.
Oh.
There are a lot more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm relieved that we finally got those twins behind bars. That's that
concerning me.
is probably
Relief.
the best news we've had so far tonight.
Have we had, by the way, any favourite ads throughout this campaign? Any favourite political ads? I'm sure we have. Rich, I know you've got one and I've got one too. Something in the Blue Peter fashion, one to be prepared earlier. Does anyone else have anything of note that they've enjoyed so far?
You can't get further than Trump's YMCA today, surely. No?
That was good.
I mean,
have you not seen the YMCA one today?
Yeah, unfortunately I have.
So, no, I don't understand this. I mean, they know what that song is about, right? What is the Trump connection with the Village People? I just don't understand this. Where does that come from?
He does the Macho Man one as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Macho Man, you could, yeah.
Maybe he does understand irony. I don't know. I mean, what I particularly like.
He took the first line is "young man." I wanted to really highlight that he's actually slightly younger than Biden.
Maybe it's the mundane like licensing because he went through this period of constantly playing songs, then the artist coming out and saying "Don't play my songs," didn't he? So maybe it's got something to do with who owns the rights to the songs. I don't know.
But does he owe the Village People money as well? China, Russia, Turkey, the Village People. So he's kind of earning it back by giving them free airtime. I don't know.
Maybe.
I'll tell you what it might be. So Macho Man, right? It's Macho Man. He likes the words Macho Man. YMCA, it's a song that almost is guaranteed to get people dancing. I wonder if it's just as simple as that. And aside from that, he just doesn't even think about the implications.
The Village People have asked him. Apparently, according to this Chicago Tribune article, initially the Village People were rather laissez-faire. They were like, oh, more people who enjoy our music. And then Trump kept on using it. And they realized that this probably wasn't a good thing. So on a Facebook post, they wrote, this was Victor Willis, who was the only original member still with the group, wrote, I ask that you no longer use any of my music at your rallies, especially YMCA and Macho Man. Sorry, but I can no longer look the other way. Which I don't think I ask you to no longer use my music has any sort of actual force behind it.
Yeah, introduce them perhaps to the world of TikTok. I did see a thing where someone had changed the I was going to say lyrics, but really just letters of YMCA to MAGA, which makes a lot of sense if if that's as deep as their understanding goes of it. But it just does strike me as, do I admire it? There's something about the fact that you can get a 70-year-old crazy uncle dancing around to YMCA and have thousands of people baying in support of him. I mean, only Trump possibly could do that, and in a way I slightly admire that, in a way that I probably shouldn't.
But there is a history of Republican figures using songs absent context. Born in the USA is another great example that sort of headlined most Republican sort of runs ever, which is a song that is heavily critical of the US itself. So the Republicans, particularly being dead to irony, isn't really.
Well,
Isn't really
Springsteen's been campaigning hard for Biden, hasn't he, this time around? So I can't imagine he was overly keen on Trump using "Born in the USA."
So here's one of the things which one of the BBC reporters talked about today, and Gareth and Grace, you might be able to elaborate on this. Not that you've been to a Trump rally, perhaps, but how the American media portray it. But she said that, coming from a British background, and she says that he at his rallies is actually a really good entertainer, and we only get to see the clips in British media, and they're cut to put a certain point. But actually, at the rally, when they're there for the full time, he delivers jokes really well. His timing's really good. He entertains. And she was saying that's why he is popular in that kind of audience, which doesn't come across in our media. Would you say that's something you've heard before, Gareth, Grace?
Yeah, I think it sounds right. I mean, I think one of the things. So people keep. So this is sort of about the way he speaks. For instance, people keep talking about the incoherence, the fact that he does not the kind of orator that Obama was and is, and so on. But he's got this manner, right? He's got this kind of off-the-cuff manner of chatting with the audience, kind of like a guy sitting at the end of the bar near you could imagine just having a drink with. I think he genuinely does. And I have never been to a Trump rally, I'd like to make clear. But from what I've seen of them, I think he genuinely is good at talking to that crowd. I think he is a good speaker for that crowd. And I think it's very easy to ignore that because of the kind of ideas we have about what a good orator is and what a good speaker is. And so I think, unfortunately, I think there's definitely something to that.
Do you want some good news before Grace speaks? Not that she's not going to provide us good news, but it looks like the Dems have actually picked up the Senate seat in Colorado.
Oh, awesome.
That's one good bit of news. Go on, Grace.
I have also never been to a Trump rally, just to start. I think I absolutely agree. He is a showman. Looking at the comparison between Fox News and CNN, so our two kind of major broadcasting networks. I would argue that neither of them really, but especially Fox, of course, biased, but especially Fox. It's no longer a news network. We're looking at entertainment value with a very political bias on both sides, just to stay relatively balanced. With Fox News, you have all of the flashing lights and all of the graphs and all of the images that are supporting these opinions, and Trump is really doing that, but in a in-person setting. So he's part of the reason that he needed to focus on maintaining that environment, having people coming to the stadiums despite COVID, is partially because he wants to come across and say, COVID's not that big of a deal. Don't let it disrupt or affect your life. Don't be afraid of it. But also without that personal contact, I don't think he has the same effect on people. I think that the coverage, you could argue that depending on what you're watching, you are only seeing those clips that kind of cut to him making fun of a reporter or doing something that most people would consider to be inappropriate. But generally, in that environment, it does seem that he is really able to capture the audience and really whip up the crowd behind him.
Is anyone else
hearing
sorry.
a bit of news that North Carolina Democrat has probably lost the
against
Senate.
Lindsey Graham? Yeah, Lindsey Graham's, I think, confirmed as a victory. I don't know if anybody's following Ohio, but Ohio looks like it's going to go for Trump. 50.5 to 48.1 as things stand yet. Super close, but looks like Trump may have Ohio in the bag.
Is there any good news?
What was it you said, Harry? I think you put it in the thing that Ohio being the predictive state, it is for Republicans but not for Democrats. Did you say that, or was that?
No,
I'm making that up.
I don't think that was me. No, but I mean, we didn't really expect to win Ohio, did we? If it's close, then it bodes well for the other states that look similar to it. So, and I might be, like that soldier on the island, the last one that knows. But I'm still reasonably optimistic. Everything's going kind of close race so far. I'd still wait for the Midwest, in my opinion.
Probably wise words.
That's what I've always heard. I mean, the story of Ohio is that Republicans need Ohio, but the Democrats don't, is a story I've always
yeah.
So it's not whoever said it. I think it was in line with my impressions. But yeah, I mean, we should expect tonight to be worrisome, right? Unless it was going to be a Biden landslide, we should expect to go to bed tonight being concerned, I think.
Looks like North Carolina. Looks like North Carolina in the presidential race, though, is very close, but Biden is slightly ahead. But I don't know whether that means. Yeah, this is looking interesting. What will we be waiting on then? Is your home state, Gareth, is looking like it's going to be incredibly important.
It's going to take ages as well. I mean, it's going to take at least a week. It's going to be horrible. I mean, I think that I came in tonight thinking that Biden has a pretty good chance for Pennsylvania this year. Even though I think there's a very, very good chance for Trump, I thought that I was leaning towards Biden being likely to win. I'm more nervous now, but I think there's be a long time before we find out. But I think he's in with a chance. I still have this shred of hopes that Biden is more likely to win Pennsylvania than Trump. But it's going to be close. It's going to be a long time.
If you hadn't said that one phrase on the podcast last time, Gareth, when you said there's parts of the state that they call Pennsyltucky, and as soon as you said that, I was like, I'm worried now. I'd never really thought about that kind of rural areas where there's obviously a lot of similarities, but also perhaps a lot of population movement between other states, and it just really stuck with me when you said that, and it's kind of coloured my thinking about the election ever since, frankly. And I wouldn't. I'm probably going to be the least surprised if the state goes for Trump. Sorry.
Yeah, it could well do. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the whole of the US, to some extent, I mean, this is a truism, right? That the whole of the US is a division between cities and country to some extent. I mean, obviously not entirely. Obviously, that's a different publicity, but much more than people realize. You have city versus country. Even California, you have a lot of rural districts. California tend to be red. You don't have to go far outside Philly for you start to see the Trump lawn signs and so on. It's frightening in some places more than others.
So what is the actual experience on the ground in Philly right now? I mean, presumably you're still in some form of lockdown. Is there like when there's an election on here, you can almost kind of feel it in the cities, in the air. You get a feel for how things are and the kind of mood of the place. I mean, what is the kind of on the ground feel there right now?
It's a bit weird because we're not in the same kind of lockdown that Wales is in or England has just moved into. So, but still, I haven't been leaving the house very much. So I've been working from home every day. So it's a bit hard. But yeah, you feel this, right? People, there's definitely a sort of, like you say, there's definitely this feeling, this nervousness that's I've seen around. You've seen lots of signs. All the windows you walk past have posters in, mostly in Philly for Biden-Harris, obviously, but. Yeah, I mean, then there's the boarded up shops.
So what do you think? I mean, the kind of people that you're talking about there, the sort of urban, possibly, higher qualifications, real, banker for Democratic votes. What are those people going to think if they wake up tomorrow morning and, Trump is president again for another 4 years? I mean, how do they process that?
I think, frankly, people are coming into this very, very nervous. So if 2016 hadn't happened, we'd have been looking at the polls and thinking, oh, okay, sure thing for Biden, great. We'll sit up, have a few drinks, have a nice time watching Biden win. After 2016, people people are very, very nervous. I mean, that's the impression I get. People are coming into this thinking there's a much bigger chance for Biden to win than 538 seem to think, for instance, or the economists seem to think, or anyone seems to think. So this is not going to be the kind of shock it was in 2016, but it's going to be super depressing. I mean, I'm teaching all day tomorrow, and I'm expecting to go into my classes and see a row of glum faces on Zoom. One or two Trump voters among students at Penn, but not that many. I think this is more. This is going to feel like it's going to be that feeling of okay, kind of had hope, but meh, dashed hopes. It's not going to be a feeling of not expecting this.
I don't know what information is coming in, but the betting markets are just going completely wider and wider. Trump is just so much a favourite now, and Biden so far out. It's very depressing.
There's still time, though. I mean, the betting markets don't know everything. There's still time.
It's very. I think about it. The thing is very difficult, as I'm sure it must be the case for you, Gareth, as well. You know, living there right now, it's very difficult for European eyes to look at what's happening in America right now and think this is actually happening in the real world. Can you not see what we're seeing? And I don't think we really have any kind of direct term of reference here. I mean, unless anyone else can think of anything. I mean, Boris's election in 2019, I think people at least understood how it happened because of the Brexit, the determination to see a Brexit through that had large popular support. I mean, maybe the Brexit referendum, is that the only vote that could be so unexpected and perplexing?
Yeah, I suppose you could argue Brexit. To a degree, you could argue the 2017 general. But I don't think many people really called that. But yeah, Brexit. I think even on the day, I just don't think we really understood what was going on with the Brexit referendum. I think we thought we'd lose, I thought we'd lose some of our, in Labour terms anyway, we thought we'd lose bits of the valleys, but we thought that the cities would have a big enough vote to carry us over. And I think something similar is happening here. I just get the feeling we weren't really, which is nuts really, considering what happened last time. But I just don't think we've understood quite how angry people who aren't living in cities are.
It is different though. I mean, that's the thing. There's just two sides to the coin, right? Because 2016 was a shock, but we look back at the polls and we can kind of make sense of it. It was always close between Clinton and Trump. Fine, okay. In retrospect, this is less shocking because we had 2016, but more shocking based on what we thought we knew from the polls. I mean, that's what I think that's the hardest thing to process, I guess, because 2016, Brexit always looked like a possibility. We didn't really think people were going to vote for Brexit, but there was always a possibility. 2016 again. This year, it was kind of looking pretty good for Biden. I mean, he may well still win, but if he doesn't, it's an interesting sort of surprise. Not surprising and really shocking.
Yeah,
Perry, can you do me a favour? Can you check what the betting market is on a draw? Because CNN are apparently reporting there is a good chance of a draw.
I tell you what, I'll give you some good news. Chris Curtis he was at YouGov, he's now at Opinium, is saying that Biden is overperforming in Arizona, according to CNN. He says, unless he's missing something, but he is now very tired, Arizona is looking good for Biden. Biden's already on more votes there than Hillary won in 2016, with 70% declared. So, fingers crossed, not over yet.
Would Arizona and Pennsylvania be enough to tip Biden over the scales?
Yeah, if they get Michigan and Wisconsin, yeah, that's what it is on my map. Yeah.
Well, maybe all is not lost. I wonder with the thing about the Trump and to a certain degree the Brexit and Boris playbook is that maybe we just don't appreciate how much people like being told you deserve better than this, you're wonderful, everything is fine, don't worry about it, go back to bed. I just wonder if we just don't have a way of processing. Doesn't matter whether it's true or not. I just wonder if we don't understand the psychology of that kind of electoral messaging in the modern era of global telecommunications networks and social media.
Is that what you think Trump's message was?
Yeah.
Because I don't think that was Trump's message. I think Trump's message was, I'm going to help you. Your life is not good, and it's the fault of these people. Like it wasn't a "you're great" message. It was a "I'm going to make you great" message. And part of the potential criticism of Biden, I would say, is that Biden's message is very much a return to normality. Don't you want to return to normal? And if your life was shit when it was normal, then a return to normality is not going to appeal to you that much.
Yeah,
I think there's. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just to say, I think your point, right, or as I understood what you're saying, Richard, was to some extent people don't care too much about the truth. They care about hearing messages they like the sound of. And I think we maybe underestimate how much people are prepared to just vote for someone who says nice things, rather than people who say things which they don't like but happen to be true.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically, I take on board what you say, Pete. I think that there's certainly a lot to that that reading of the Trump message. But what I was trying to say is exactly as Gareth interpreted, is that people, I don't know, we just don't seem to understand collectively why people don't seem to see through the fairly thin veil of platitudes and lies that people like Trump and other, frankly, nationalist politicians are spreading and using as a platform to build on. The kind of lure of that kind of messaging is so to people, it's almost like a kind of perception filter. If you don't perceive what's happening, if you don't see what the game is, then you don't realise that there's being a game being played at all. And that's really, I think that's a really interesting thing that future generations will no doubt marvel at, how easily these people manage to find themselves in position of power by not really doing any work, but just finding the right buttons to press.
To briefly come back on that, is there a level of engagement that we are expecting that is way beyond we are outliers in terms of our political engagement, and I think most people are not as politically engaged as they'd like, precisely because they have other things going on in their lives. And if you're seeing the news through whatever 6 o'clock news that you occasionally tune into, you occasionally catch, you're never going to get nuance of political messaging. You're never going to get anything beyond the surface level. And once you get the surface level, you get somebody who, like Trump, is very enthusiastic, is telling you perhaps what you want to hear, and that's all you see. And the ability to go deeper into that requires free time, which in an increasingly precarious world people don't have, and requires a level of political education, which we do not have as a society, whether here or in the US.
And also maybe an assumption that people will just tell the truth and people will be honest. And we had much of this going back a couple of years when the Brexit hysteria was at its most hysterical in Westminster, and many people were talking about the idea of the good chap theory, in that people were, there were no rules, no guardrails necessarily, but people would just assume that people would do the right thing, and then when people don't do the right thing, or when people tell lies without any sense of shame or guilt about telling lies, then the whole system falls down. And at the moment, we're, as we've seen on the podcast that we've had a number of episodes talking about, where many people are making the argument that one of the problems with the UK is that a codified constitution would help give some kind of framework upon which to build a more resilient democracy. And then we look at the American election and think, well, maybe that isn't the answer after all. It feels very 2016-y. How did this happen? Why is it happening? And why don't we understand what's happening? It's such an unusual position to be in.
I think something that maybe hasn't been mentioned yet, there is a feeling, I think, that the Democratic Party is quite elitist, that we were talking about those educated people in America who are quite left-leaning and who the message for the Democrats really cater to. People don't like being told that they're stupid. And even though people on the left aren't necessarily saying you're less intelligent or you don't fall into this category, it's being portrayed that the left is saying you don't subscribe to our feelings, our views, so you are lesser than us. Whether or not that's a genuine interaction, whether or not that's happening, is, I think left to be seen, but that is a feeling that people have. And I think that that's something that maybe we haven't discussed a lot is, yes, there is a different representation between the left and the right, but also you're marginalizing, or there is a marginalization of people when you look at education level, just socioeconomic status. And I think that that's something that the Democrats could try and distance themselves away from. They're no longer the party of the working class. They are moving into that more elite realm.
Really, really good points, I thought.
Yep.
So we ran a poll on the Here I blog Twitter page earlier, and I'm left with no obvious conclusion apart from our followers don't know enough about politics. Because coming out in top, we asked who will win the presidential election. Our voters said 72.2% said that Joe Biden would win the election. 18.5% said that Donald Trump would win, and a tie was given 9.3%. Maybe they do know something. Maybe he still will win, but it's not feeling good right now.
It's still not all done.
I still think he's going to win. Yeah, it's there's still a lot to count, and it's his most likely path to victory is still open. So it's too early to call now. I'm still with Biden.
Good bits of good news. Jamal Bowman has won in the 16th district of New York. That's a good win for the Democrats. Nice to have another progressive there. And there seems to be a bit of controversy about Pennsylvania right now, in that Nate Cohn, everyone's favourite polling commentator, has put a statement online saying ominous sign for Biden in Pennsylvania. Trump is running ahead of his 2016 performance in Trumbull County, which is just on the border, but across the border from Pennsylvania. Is that right, Gareth? Is this mean anything to you? Trumbull County is in Ohio, apparently, not in Pennsylvania.
Well, Ivan Morgan Jones, yeah, just since.
I don't know.
There's some good. Oh, go on. Sorry.
So it's still a very much a. There's a lack of confidence.
I don't know how much we take from a county that borders Pennsylvania doing fairly well for Trump, but yeah, it's nerve-wracking that he's doing better than 2016 anywhere, right? It is frightening.
It looks like the Dems might take the Senate seat in Arizona.
No way, really?
Yeah, it's looking very good for them in Arizona. It's not looking good in Maine, however.
Susan Collins, she's been there since like the mid-90s or something. She is like a limpet on that state.
She is the Jane Hutt.
Oh, that's so harsh politics. On Jane Hutt.
No, she's been there forever. She's been there forever.
But Jane Hutt is not has not blown hot and cold on various different, considerably swingy, kind of swings between leaders. She's a survivor. Susan Collins. Wow, that is she keeps her seat. Are they seats for senators? Senate seat.
Yeah, Senate seat.
Then it's another victory for survivalism.
Picking up on that though, and Grace's points, having the same people all the time for long periods, that is something which does, I think, increasingly annoys people when they're just looking for a change.
Yeah. I think we can probably safely say, looking at the races in the Senate, that the Dems are not going to be able to flip the Senate.
I think you're right. It would have needed that blue wave. It would have needed something like we saw in 2018 in the House in order to flip the Senate, and we're not getting that at all. Oh wow, it's it's not good. It's not going great, is it? This feels like this is starting to feel like 2016 for me, because there was a point in the night where I decided, you know what, I think it probably would have been better if I just got a good night's sleep, because at least when I woke up to hear this crushing disappointment in the morning, at least I'd feel reasonably well rested. It's going to be a tough morning tomorrow. Did you say you're teaching tomorrow, Gareth?
Yep. Yeah, teaching all day tomorrow. So
it's not middle of the night for Gareth.
No, it's not middle of the night for me. No, but it's still
go to bed.
It's still going to be hard to go to bed early. I mean, it's only 10:30 p.m. here, so it's could be a lot worse. But yeah, it's I think, I mean, I'm going to say what I said before. We should expect things to not look, unless there was going to be a landslide, we should expect things not to look so great for Biden now, right? There's still a lot of time. There's still a lot of votes to be counted. We definitely shouldn't call it tonight. But yeah, but it's going to be a long time before we know the answer, for sure, I think.
But we'll try to call it tonight. Like, regardless of anything else, that's what he's been threatening to do if he seems as though he's in the lead.
Yeah, he will, certainly. Yeah, I think there's a very high chance he will.
Just seen your tweet, Kerry. We are calling it the Senate will remain Republican, sadly. I think that's what we're going to have to do.
You are the hero pod experts I was referring to, Matt.
Yeah, it looks like Doug Jones has lost Alabama as well.
I mean, yeah, they needed to flip 4 to flip the House. Sorry, to flip the Senate. They're going to do 2. So they're not even going to get into the situation where they get the casting vote. Even if Biden were to win and Kamala Harris were to be the president of the Senate, they're not going to be in a position, I don't think, to have the Senate.
You have to ask,
how hard does that make? Say Biden does win, but he doesn't have the Senate. How hard would that make things for him?
What, with Mitch McConnell?
But in terms of passing legislation and stuff,
they won't get anything. They literally won't get anything through. It'll be back to the days of executive orders of the last 6 years of the Obama presidency. I mean, imagine, you could conceivably imagine the situation where, say, another Supreme Court seat comes up under a Biden presidency, and Mitch McConnell will just not let the hearings happen. Again, he'll find some excuse because, he's got no shame. He's not like he's going to feel shamed into doing it. He just finds some technical excuse to avoid it until it can be put off. I mean, yeah. Can you imagine right now? I mean, I appreciate that there is still a chance that Biden may win, and I don't want to be as entirely doomy as I might sometimes appear. But can you imagine being, one of the on the Biden-Harris campaign team right now, and you're seeing these results come in, and you're seeing, with your eyes open, what Donald Trump has done over the last 4 years, and you must be thinking to yourself, what more could we do? What more could we do? And I do worry that we talked about earlier about the creeping Americanization of the UK. I do worry that that these quite obvious deficiencies in the United States political and cultural sphere seem irreversible. Or at least very, very, very difficult to reverse. And I do wonder if we cross that threshold in the UK, even though Wales and Scotland have a degree of autonomy, although arguably increasingly less as time goes on, that it may not be salvageable. Once we go that far in the American direction. I mean, it's quite a frightening prospect to me.
So I think we're gonna say goodbye to some of our guests now, but it'd be interesting to hear from them before they head off. What does the Democratic Party need to do, in your view, to be in a position next time where they can win?
I mean, I'm sticking with what I said a couple of minutes ago. I think they need to wait a few hours. It's still not over. I thought it would be close. I'm sticking with Biden, so I'll wait until the last vote is in before we write the obituary, I think.
Gareth?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'll say the same thing, that I think, I don't think it's over, but I'll add, yeah. I mean,
no, they haven't won the Senate, have they? That's the thing. How do
no,
they
no,
move
no. They
from
haven't
this-
won the Senate, and that's important. Yeah. I mean, in some ways, maybe, I kind of want to say maybe we need an Obama. Maybe, we give examples of Democrats in the past who've done well, but look at Obama's second term, like we just said. I mean, I don't have the answer, and I don't know what the answer would look like, because given how, I mean, I think it's going to be interesting, assuming that, let's say Trump wins. Let's say he actually goes after a second term, as he's supposed to, as the law would imply. Yes, that he's supposed to. It'll be interesting what happens then. I mean, then there's a question: well, who's going to be the Republican candidate? Is there anyone who can kind of follow Trump in a sort of meaningful way? Or what does that look like? And under those circumstances, how are people going to vote? But yeah, I really don't have a good answer to what the Democrats need to do, because if they haven't done it, I don't think, under these circumstances, I don't know what they could do.
If not now, when? To coin a phrase.
I do think, just to echo, still would love to see a Biden victory. It's not impossible, and to write it off completely, I've been very honest but critical about what they've been doing, and they have really fought hard to get where they have. So not to write that off, to kind of expand past just this election. I was reading Harari's new book recently. Well, I say new, it's a couple of years old now. But he was discussing the idea that, around the Second World War, we had fascism, communism, and capitalism. We've seen them drop off, and capitalism has been, reigning supreme. Not to say I'm seeing, a tumble coming soon, but we're seeing a shift. This political ideology that we've seen is so successful as the reigning champion. Its cracks are starting to show. So whether or not the Democrats in the U.S. are doing anything particularly wrong that they need to do better next time, I think we are just seeing a general shift in the way politics are being assessed, the way that we're interacting as individuals, not just on a theoretical level, but individuals interacting with politics, I think, is really changing. So yeah, we'll see hopefully in a couple hours or in a few weeks where we are with this one.
Well, it was a couple of hours or a few weeks. I have exactly the same feeling, but it's so bizarre to say that. It's terrifying.
Out of interest, do we think door knocking matters? Because there were some big headlines a few months ago where it was essentially Trump's campaign was continuing to knock doors, where Biden's campaign had said, no, you shouldn't really do that in the global pandemic. And as consequence, supposedly Trump's campaign had knocked millions of doors while Biden's hadn't knocked a single one. So I appreciate it's hard to say yes or no, but do we think door knocking matters?
Oh. Well, I think we know from Labour experience that the very sad people on this call who've done that, God knows how many hours of their lives, that we do know it makes a difference. But we wouldn't do it otherwise. At least I hope not. So it must make a difference, and the absence of that, having that interaction, will surely make a difference. Being able to, it's been a mainly one-way message, hasn't it, from the Democrats? It's been ads after ads after ads. As nice as they may be, with as many famous musical stars supporting him.
Hey,
It
I
doesn't feel like
love
they've had a two-way camp. They don't have. It doesn't feel like they've had a two-way conversation.
I love that every TV show that got cancelled that I was a fan of did a special episode that was about voting for Biden. I love that they had a reunion. It was great. It's great. I enjoyed the Community episode where they said vote for Biden.
As everyone knows, I'm a massive NBA fan. And when the NBA went back into the bubble, into to finish their season and their playoffs, it was essentially a 3.5 month long campaigns message for Joe Biden. It was they had vote on the court, they had vote on their shirts, there were voting ads in every stoppage. It was essentially a 3-month long campaign to get people registered to vote and to make sure they got out and they voted. And let's be honest, every single one of those NBA players who said it openly was saying to vote for Joe Biden. So if things like that aren't working, there feels to have been some sort of disconnect. I mean, he may win, but it doesn't seem like those results will translate lower down the ballot in important races in the Senate. It just doesn't feel like that to me.
My word.
Right.
Yeah. So what are the plans
Sorry
then?
to be so depressing.
Yeah. I think what we can say though is that the fact. Where are we now? 25 minutes to 4 in the morning, and this call and this live stream so far has been absolutely fascinating. I think I don't know exactly what your plans are, whether you're all going to go off for a jog or do some work off the stress in the gym for a couple of hours before everyone else gets up. But I have found this an absolutely illuminating series of discussions we've had on the live stream, and there's a few twists and turns left to come. So yeah, it's been really good. So thank everyone for your time. Not sure who's dropping off to go off and go for a midnight run around Cardiff or Philly, or I'm not sure. Where are you, Grace? In Cardiff?
Yeah, I'm in Penarth.
In Penarth. Excellent. Well, let's hope the sun rises on a not Trump victory in the morning.
All right, thank you so much, guys.
It's been lovely. Take care.
Good morning. And
Good morning and good night.
Thanks, Gareth.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, Gareth.
Well, chaps.
What are we at on terms of the electoral college count now?
I think it's 138 for Trump, 115 for Biden.
Do you think we'll be any better off towards the end of the night?
Well, I was going to ask you to pull up your list of slides of the ones that we're expecting to hear from,
Sure.
Because I think we've got a lot of results in, and if the ones that we're not expecting now are the ones that are going to be crucial, then I think we are at that point where we might need to strategize our next steps.
So, probably not tonight. I mean, they've called some of these because I think that they are so heavily Democratic or Republican one way or the other. But Pennsylvania is the big one there. Not knowing Pennsylvania, I think, is going to be the single biggest block to getting a result that we've got tonight. I mean, Michigan looks like it's going. Someone will have to check 270 or 538 for this, but Michigan, I think, is going blue.
Georgia's going red.
Georgia's going red. I mean, it still feels to me like Biden might just scrape it, but it's certainly nothing like we thought it was going to be. Yeah. Even in our sort of like very modest approaches earlier in the day, I think we are heading towards a situation where we might not know. We might not know for a few days at least.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'm just looking through down your list there. Ohio. I mean, Ohio. We've got no chance of seeing Ohio. Wisconsin. Where is that? Wisconsin is
by Detroit. By Michigan, sorry.
Yeah, so it's expected to be tonight. I mean, if Biden loses Wisconsin, it's game over. It's game over for Biden.
How close is Wisconsin?
It's close. Well, one of the when I looked and it said I saw a tweet that had about 60% of votes, I think.
Wisconsin, I'm looking at the New York Times. 37% votes are reported. Trump is currently in the lead by about 30,000. So again, I don't know. I don't know how that breaks down in terms of which areas of Wisconsin are reported. But I mean, 37 isn't that great a number, and if the lead is that narrow, you'd probably expect something to change there.
Vermont.
We need our experts on the county reporting coming in about who does what when, don't we?
I mean, we've got one more guest lined up. We'll see if they can join us sooner than planned.
Yeah.
But they were in New York, so I think they know which way it's going. But it'd be interesting to see what sort of the mood music is in the country again. I think I get the impression that Gareth is still cautiously optimistic, but I don't get the impression that he's jumping for joy, expecting a huge resounding victory. And I think the same as I said for Grace, and for most people who've been on the call actually since about sort of 12 o'clock.
I mean, it just seems unbelievable. People talk about the UK and America being separated by a common language, but I just cannot conceive of a Western democracy that would willingly elect someone like Donald Trump twice. I mean, once, maybe, twice. Oh my word. It's extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. And that's the second time would be worse than the first, I think, because you could excuse a hysteria whipped up around a certain cause or a particular moment in time, but this would be a pattern. I mean, extraordinary. Yeah,
I mean, to quote that famous American Republican leader George W. Bush, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it's just, I mean, we're still waiting on some really important states. Without Pennsylvania, we just don't know. Arizona looks good, and Pennsylvania and Arizona gets him over the line, but you can see this being contested. You can really, really see this being contested.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at the latest scores that I have are 144 for Trump and 115 for Biden. So, based on that, where is Biden? How can Biden get to 270 from where he is right now?
Let's have a look, shall we?
Let's see if we can actually plot this out.
I'll get 270 up. I'll get the live 270 up, and we'll go from there. Okay.
Because I'm struggling to see, even with Michigan, Wisconsin, Oregon, Washington.
We've got 270 to win up. So
okay, go on then.
We go California. Oh, it's not doing it now, is it? It's going to do that horrible thing where it's not going to let me make a map. It's going to tell me what the results are in California.
Yeah, I think you've got to basically add on mentally, do the maths in your head.
Okay, so we got California. It's 55. That's great. 55.
That takes us up to 170.
170. Arizona 181. Nevada
187.
187.
Fat lot of good that was. Oregon
194. Washington 206.
Yeah.
Michigan gets you up to 122. Minnesota gets you 222. No, 232. New Hampshire gets you up to 236. Rhode Island gets you up to 240. Connecticut gets you up to 247. Pennsylvania gets you to 267. he'd need to take Wisconsin or Michigan or Ohio
My word. And that,
or
that
Maine, but he's not. I don't think he's going to take Maine.
and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Yeah.
If you want a really pressing fact, Trump apparently is doing better in counties with high COVID-19 death rates. So where his policies are directly having a negative impact, people are voting for him more.
Well, could that be because they're turning up to vote on the day, as opposed to not? Depending on which state you're talking about, they may not have started counting the postal ballots or the absentee ballots yet. So that would be explainable in the same way that there was a Biden lead in early counting in Texas and Georgia, where they'd counted all of those votes in advance.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm afraid this thing that I'm looking at doesn't have a breakdown at the moment, but that would make sense to me.
Yeah, I'm feeling sufficiently confident in my negativity that I think that I would call this for Trump now. I just that path to 270 for Biden. At best, it's squeaky, isn't it?
Oh, actually, he'll take New Mexico, but he would still need Pennsylvania.
So what you're saying? New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island. What's CT? Connecticut. New Hampshire. What is New Hampshire? Because New Hampshire used to be the libertarian state, didn't it? They tried tried to get people to move there, didn't they?
And Clinton won it by less than a point in 2016.
So how confident would you say that Biden is going to take New Hampshire, even if it's only 4 electoral college votes?
Let's have a look. Should we? Let's have a look at New Hampshire and see what the current race is in New Hampshire. Biden is ahead in New Hampshire. He's quite. I mean. It leans Dem according to 270 to win. The Senate race is looking very Democratic. They are voting on their gubernatorial race as well, and that's gone Republican. But Senate seat and the presidency at the moment look like they are going Dem. So he might get New Hampshire. But it's an ever decreasing route map to the White House for Biden. Ever decreasing.
Lost in Miami-Dade. 2 incumbent Dems in the House have lost their seats.
Wow.
So the House has gone more Republican.
But they're still going to hold the House, aren't they?
I would suspect so, but still, you don't want losses. I think some of the stuff that's been showing is that Biden is ahead of where Hillary was, but not by much. So, I mean, again, we are somewhat talking ahead of ourselves because a lot of votes have yet to come in. But we'll see.
Wow. I tell you what, the Trump lead in Texas has really put Biden out in the rearview mirror. Yeah, Donald Trump has taken Texas, all of those potential swing states. They're Trump states now, and I think
swung.
They are unswung. Yeah, that they are unswingable. I just don't understand how the Democratic Party has got this so wrong. Because they were. I mean, maybe they're closer than they ever have been, or they have been recently. But where does that kind of mindless optimism come from? I just don't get it.
One of the things that was circulating earlier, that was sort of off the back of low Latino turnout, particularly in places like Florida, was an article from May of this year, where essentially a former Hillary Clinton and quite a few others from the Latino community were basically saying Biden has done nothing to try to engage the Latino community. He is he has not even contacted us. He's I think the quote was something to the extent of, what was it? They don't, yeah, something like they don't need them to win their victory,
Wow.
which I'm not saying that's the result of them losing or even narrowly winning, but it sort of typifies what I think of as a democratic arrogance that very much encapsulated Hillary Clinton's campaign. That perhaps there are still people within Hillary Clinton's campaign who are in Biden's campaign who are running on the same sort of basis. It is our time to win.
What it's really interesting, isn't it? Though you see that, and then in some districts, like in parts of the progressive, some of the progressive candidates in New York, they've worked so hard and they've really invigorated those districts, and they've got a stronger support base there than they have done for a long time, and that just kind of goes to show, doesn't it, that there is no getting around the fact that you need to work on the ground for your constituents to get their support, and if you don't do that, and maybe that's what the DNC, which is much maligned anyway, particularly after 2016, is maybe fallen foul of again.
Some good news. It's confirmed that astronaut Mark Kelly has won the Senate seat in Arizona.
Fantastic. And that bodes well for the presidential contest in the same state, doesn't it?
It's looking from the data you've got there. It's looking pretty good that Arizona will go blue. It's just everything else, and I think that a lot of that is to do with how Trump has spoken about John McCain. I think that has to be hugely important.
Yeah, the McCains all came out for Biden, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that we weren't expecting a full suite of results by any shape or form, but I am surprised that we've stalled at the numbers that we've stalled at, because it feels like a couple of those early reporting states should be getting very close to reporting right now. I'm surprised that they haven't. I would have thought that Georgia would have been reporting by now. Maybe not. Anything on the news wires? What are we seeing, chaps? Any progression?
No, with me, it's just everything stalled.
I am reminded, I wanted to get the quote of the Blair quote, but I think is in his biography, where on sort of working class he, says they'll vote for us because they've got nowhere else to go, something to that extent.
Yeah.
I think that pretty much typifies the democratic attitude. For better or for worse, who else are you going to vote for? And perhaps the answer is, well, we just won't vote.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, but turnout appears to be up, doesn't it? I mean, that's the impression that I've had. Is just, it's just quite extraordinary to think, because there have been campaigns that have worked harder than I recall from 2016. The Vote Save America campaigns. So much money has been poured into voter registration, getting around all manner of hoops that the largely Republican officials have put in place of trying to obstruct voting, and it's quite extraordinary. I feel like Trump must be like the dog that caught the car. He's just like doesn't realise what he's done.
Good news, although not unsurprising. Joe Biden has won Illinois.
Oh, good.
Again, it's a safe democratic place, and apparently has been since 1988. So,
how many college votes? It's a small number, isn't it, Illinois?
Yeah, I'd need to look it up.
It's 20. So.
Is it?
It's not a bad number, is it? Virginia has gone red posting.
Right, gents, it's been a pleasure. I've got to be up early or go to bed late. I don't know where I am. Cheers. Peter,
Thank you very much,
It's
Kerry.
been
Thank you
lots
for
of
the
fun,
games.
Kerry.
I would actually like those games properly to do it. I think Wales needs an equivalent. Okay, cheers, gents.
Cheers,
I
Betty.
shall
See you in a bit.
Cheers,
speak to you
mate.
soon. Ta-ra.
Sorry, did you say Virginia has gone Trump?
It looks like it, yeah. Double check 270, but that's what Sky are trying to scare me to half to death with right now.
West Virginia.
Oh, Virginia. No, Virginia is looking... 270 have called Virginia for... I mean, 270 have called Virginia for Biden, yet Trump is 200,000 votes ahead.
Could it be the central areas of Virginia aren't reporting in yet, and once they would come in?
The only logical conclusion I can come to, but it doesn't. Yeah, it's looking red. Mississippi's been called for Trump. No massive shock there. Texas is now pulled away for Trump. Virginia apparently has only got 56% of the vote in, but Trump is ahead. I mean, Wyoming has gone Trump again. No massive shock. Yeah.
North Carolina is dangerously well. It looks like Trump has taken North Carolina, but there's not much in it at all. It's very 2016-y in North Carolina.
It's just a carbon copy, isn't it?
Feels like it.
We've all misread it. None of us really predicted it. I mean, even you with your sort of like half joking Trump landslide. I don't think we all
macho man. It's well, there's a certain degree of gallows humor about it, but I think, as I said earlier, I genuinely believe that Trump was on a path to winning, and I just didn't believe it. I didn't believe the Biden hype. I just thought it was too good to be true. And I kept saying, what are we missing? We can't possibly be missing, what is it we're missing? And, to revivify Donald Rumsfeld for the pod. Now, this was not there was not an unknown. This was a known unknown. We knew from 2016 that this was a blind spot for the pollsters. And it looks like it's been exactly the same blind spot all over again. I mean, it's extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary.
I suppose the only thing I have to say for that is Biden had never struck me as a candidate that you would like. This election is more of an anti-Trump election, and I think typically anti-candidate elections don't end up winning because you're not encouraging people to go out and vote necessarily, and the base of the candidate, the base of the person you're trying to oust, thinks, well, why are you trying to oust them? And they turn out in greater numbers still. I think one of the interesting things of 2017 in the UK was you saw a rise in both Labour and Conservative voters. It wasn't just Corbyn inspiring people, it was the Conservatives coming out in greater numbers still, if I recall correctly.
Coming out in greater numbers for Theresa May. I mean, what an extraordinary position. Possibly the worst campaigning prime minister of recent times, if not ever. And she, yes. I think I agree completely. I think that Biden was a terrible candidate, but whereas I think people thought his blandness was an asset, it would appear that it actually wasn't.
Lewis Goodall from Newsnight is saying this is potentially a worse polling error than 2016.
Well, it is if it's a known unknown, because it was an unknown unknown in 2016, as it was for Brexit. But there should have been a corrective, and there obviously hasn't been.
It's very interesting. I mean, Ladbrokes Politics were tweeting very happily today, in the last sort of hour or so, that this sort of indicates the idea that the betting markets are a better predictor of elections than polls are.
Yep, wisdom of the crowd, etc., etc. Yep.
Do you know who I mean? Maybe Biden still wins. Who knows at this point? But there was a guy that put £1.5 million bet on Joe Biden in the last couple of days in the UK. Who must be feeling pretty scared right now.
Although, quite frankly, if you've got £1.5 million just
Lying
sloshing around,
yeah.
you're probably not going to miss it.
Yeah, you're probably good for it. Yeah, unless someone's made a huge error.
Yeah, so I've just updated. The latest scores that I have are 138 to 126. And I think that's, that may
that's pretty much where we're going to be.
Yeah, that may be the kind of ratio that we end up seeing, of course.
Sure.
Rolling forward these predictions.
Yes, like I said, we're meant to have another one more guest on this evening. We've got polls closing in on the West Coast in less than a minute. We'll see if
they get. Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see where we stand. Unless we start to see results coming in a more regular, reliable fashion, I wonder if it might be the prudent thing to call it a night. And
yeah, definitely. I think we've got John jumping on now.
Okay, fab.
And he'll be able to give us a few minutes, I think, of his time just to sort of give the emotional feeling right now.
Was
and
it
then, yeah, I would probably agree.
Jamir Diaz? Is that right?
But John Lyle, I don't know if he's maybe using another. Hello, John. Hello, John.
With Oregon, hooray! Wow. Hello.
Hello, John. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you doing?
Not too bad. So this is John Lyle. He's originally from Carmarthen, but is now residing in New York. John, how are you feeling right now?
Confused, dejected. It's not over yet, obviously, but it looks pretty bad.
It's bleak, isn't it? We started live streaming 5 hours ago, and we have been on a roller coaster. I think it's fair to say, but it's not one of those fun roller coasters that goes up and down. It's just one that goes down.
Right. Well, there is actually a friend of mine whose house I'm in right now. Say hello to everyone.
Hello.
His uncle is a pundit and a moderate Republican pundit, where they're all very pro-Biden, and they're still seeing that there are glimmers of hope, and talking about the fact that there are plenty of districts, urban districts, that have such high vote count that they're always last to drop. Okay. Something similar happened in the midterms in 2018, where suddenly in places like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, you get a big dump of Democratic votes right at the end. Mm-hmm. So I have no idea what I'm talking about, right? But
well, I mean, it's interesting to get the feel on the ground there, because I mean, I think we're pretty dumbfounded, to be honest with you. I mean, we've been, we're all fascinated viewers of what's been going on in America over the last few years, and even by our fairly disheartened standards, what we've been watching coming in terms of, the really hopeful states from a Biden perspective, Georgia, even Texas, where, they were being talked up so much by the Democratic candidates and supporters, and they've been wiped out from what we can see over here. It's been a thumping victory for Trump in some of those states.
Yeah, I mean, they're not called yet. So, but you are right that the polls were completely wrong, no matter what. Even if Biden can squeak across the line, the polling was completely wrong, giving him 8, 9, 10% leads. And I'm frankly not as surprised as perhaps you are. I've had plenty of conversations with Trump voters over here, and it takes them a long time to admit that that's what their views are. And you have to be very soft, and you can kind of, in the conversation, you just somehow find a way to make it okay for them to come out of their shell. And then once they have said that's what their views are, it can be so surprising. The most amazing people, and the reason is that they think that my view anyway, from the small sample that I've seen, is that they think the system is completely screwed, and that they need somebody to take it down. They need somebody who's going to disrupt and dislodge all of the existing power. So even if they don't necessarily agree with him on a moral level, the fact that change can come in his wake because he smashed it all up, I think that's a big part of the appeal. And there's also the fact that the Democrats didn't really have a message. It was like, we're not Trump, and that's there's a lot of message which is also very much about wanting to drag up America's sins and all of that. And I think there are some certain people that just don't respond well to that.
Obviously, the news coming through, and it looks very unlikely that the Dems will be able to take the Senate.
Yeah, that's big.
So that's obviously incredibly disappointing. Even if Biden wins, that's going to make his time in the White House incredibly difficult. What do you think it is in those Senate races that's made it really difficult for the Dems to win? Is it just a tricky set of Senate races, or is it playing into the broader national message as well?
I think it's just that there's just generally slightly more Republican states, right? So, the way the Senate works is you've got 2 representatives for every state, and New York and California are obviously where all the population is, but they still only have 2 representatives, whereas, Utah has 2 representatives also. So I think the game is, in that sense, because the urban voters tend to be the Democratic voters, the Senate is kind of rigged a little bit in that sense. That's the wrong word to use, isn't it? That's a bigly word. The fact that there are 2 Senate representatives for each state is probably a big predictor there. And then the races like, Jamie Harrison and Amy McGrath, the ones we thought were going to do something or could, because there's so much funding. I know lots of people who've donated to them, even moderate Republicans. Again, it's so much about buzz, and you just don't know. Polls. The polls are so antiquated, and people are a little bit shy about saying they support people that other people are painting to be so bad.
That shy Trumper phenomenon, is that what you're kind of alluding to there? That with your answer earlier, it sounds like it's almost like people feel that it's maybe not socially acceptable to be a Trump supporter, but that's the way that they feel inside. Is that right?
Yeah, because you can't. It's so funny. Like we were just talking just now. There's a friendship group of ours that is going through a meltdown because they've got people on both sides, and the person on the left side of the debate is losing the plot and saying, getting very ad hominem and all of that. So if you are a believer in Trump and you are somebody who would vote for him in the ballot box and not talk about it, it's because often if you do try to talk about it, it's I think the phrase you used is good. It's somehow made to be socially unacceptable, or a sign that you have racist views or sexist views, or you don't mind somebody who grabs someone by the pussy or whatever. They don't necessarily want to be associated with the stuff that's in our little bubble and the way that Trump is presented, but they do like his policies and they like the things that he's done. So they'll vote for him quietly.
What do you think it is that I think we all find it incredibly perplexing. What is it about Trump that people like? I mean, because he doesn't seem to have a huge list of redeeming characteristics from what we can tell.
Well, it depends where you get your information. And this is, I think, the real story of the election is, both sides, winning or losing, will be completely shocked that they lost, because their side and the media that they consume has been telling them all along that they're walking to victory. And, both sides talking about getting out the vote, and both sides saying, wow, this turnout's great for us. Both sides think that it's their world. And I think that on the Trump side, there's two elements. One is just the fact that he is a wrecking ball and people think the system needs one. And then there's the fact, his First Step Act, which was a huge impact for African-American communities related to the criminal justice reform that he did, that had commuted sentences of people who are stuck in prison because the crack and the cocaine disparity on sentencing. He fixed that. He hit a lot of people's sentences were commuted, so thousands of African Americans were released from prison. You've got a lot of investment in rehabilitation in the criminal justice system, and that story just doesn't make it to the left media. And it even surprises people to hear that story is real. He's also gone up against the Pentagon and said, I'm not going to go into war just to make some people rich who make bombs and planes. And again, that doesn't get onto the type of media that those of us on the left consume, because it puts him in a good light, so they don't want to put it on there. There are substantial things that he's done that we just tend to overlook because we hate him.
One of the questions that we were talking about with some of our other guests, American guests, earlier was, if you were a Democratic activist or a Democratic candidate right now, you'd have to look at, this particular moment in time and think, what more could we do in these circumstances where you have this extraordinarily unpredictable and disorganized White House, where with a candidate who quite evidently has no interest in actually governing, and look at that and think, well, what could you actually do to win an election like this? I mean, is there anything that they could do?
I'm glad you called me, because I've got the answer to that. Yeah. I could make millions. No. I just think they should have been more unifying, right? The Democratic message, Biden's message in his speech was very much, I'm going to be the light, I'm going to fight against the dark, and all of that. And I think he thought that was unifying, but what it actually did was just paint half the country as dark. It painted the people who support Donald Trump as the dark, and it painted those. And he was trying to get that kind of moral vote, but he was doing it in a very divisive way. And I think that, you say, what more could they have done? I think they could have listened. It's the same in Britain, right? Brexit voters are still not being listened to. And, when we had that horrible victory sorry to show my colours, but, we lost a landslide last year. And everybody was surprised. And I was totally unsurprised, because they still hadn't been listened to. In 2016, we were given our homework very clearly. Get outside your bubble. Find out what the other side is thinking. Why are they voting for that? Maybe they're not just intolerant and racist. Maybe they have some reasons, but we just failed our homework. And if that happens tonight, and it's still not done, but I will say if it's an indictment on anything, it's an indictment on the fact that people haven't done their homework to think about what is driving other people's voting decisions, and instead pointing the finger and saying, I don't like you, It's not I disagree with you. It's like I hate what you're saying.
What would that have looked like on the ground, though? Because from a distance, it looks like there was a real conscious effort to try and, like you said, sort of try and make peace, essentially. But that obviously wasn't enough, or doesn't appear to have been enough. And I'm just curious what would that have looked like? What would the Democrats have had to do, that could have reached those people that Trump is selling such a clear narrative of grievance and of nationalism.
It's funny
frankly.
you say grievance. Yeah, it's funny. He does, that is true, and he does do that. But the Trump campaign is so optimistic. I don't know if you've had a look. It's quite frightening when you look at the rallies and you look at the enthusiasm from his support. It's so happy and optimistic. They don't look like people with a grievance, maybe the ones that make the extreme videos and stuff, but they actually look like people who are taking their country back. They look like people, I don't know if you saw his supporters blocking bridges and stuff in New Jersey and other parts of the country, Texas. They were blocking the road with their flags, and it was like symbolic, saying, we the people have our country, and that's what they... so to them, it's not nationalistic. It's like... And then on the left-hand side, I think, they just struggle to generate positive energy. Like, I'm not saying blocking roads is positive energy, but, the Trump supporters have a lot of fun, right? We don't approve of that fun, right? I've got friends here who are sailing in New York Harbor this year, and a load of Trump boats came into New York Harbor, and they were like taking over the waterways, not following the rules, took over the radio station, and was saying, my boat runs on liberal tears, and they were having a whale of a time, right? And then the lifeguard had to come on and say, you're using an emergency channel, please don't do this frivolous stuff on this channel. And for us, that's like, oh my God, look at these sort of idiots, and look at them having no respect for decorum and all of this stuff. But they are having a whale of a time, and being in the Trump train is fun for them.
Yeah.
They love it, and they've got colors, and they've got hats, and they've got identity, and they've got belonging, and they've got all of this stuff going for them. That on the left, it's more about pointing fingers, and like Biden saying to black Trump voters, if you think that he's better for you, then you ain't black. You've got we were just talking earlier about how Latinos in Florida have voted for Trump, and they've just called it, by the way, that he's won Trump now. And the people on sorry, he's won Florida now.
Sure. Yeah.
And people are saying, how on earth could that be possible? And it's because on the left, I think we tend to group the minority vote into one big lump and try to say there's one size fits all for them. And when they vote against the left, we think, what's wrong with them? And Biden says things like, you ain't black, and then on the Latino side, they just can't believe that there is a mixture of opinions in there, and that identity doesn't equal thought. And that's very patronizing to people, I think.
John, you talk about the society you talk about. It seems quite divided. Are you worried there'll be some sort of mass civil disobedience or protest, no matter who wins or loses?
Yeah. I don't think the civil I think, first of all, that all the civil disobedience that we've seen this year on disobedient people on both sides or whatever, I think there's small pockets, and I think it looks really bad on the news and on social media. And yes, there are definitely some really extreme things that happened, but I'm not scared to go out in New York, depending on whether Trump wins or not. I'm scared to go out in New York to catch a virus, but I don't know if I buy the civil unrest thing, and I think a lot of the fear stuff that was building up will dissipate because it was actually part of a campaign that's now over. So I'm not sure about that, to be honest. Yeah.
So
I hope I'm right there.
I think everybody hopes that you're right. So what is the current sort of mood there with you right now? I mean, does it feel like it's over, or does it feel? Are there glimmers of hope?
Everyone has their heads in their hands, really, and I don't think there's a great deal of hope here. We've been talking for about 10 minutes, so I may have missed some crucial news or something. How's it looking? So they declared Florida, but we knew that would happen. Oh, Fox did. Okay. So we keep switching between Fox and CNN. And it's so funny, you know, one of them's looking about what is Biden's path, and one of them's looking about what is Trump's path. And one of them's talking about, you know, America is just an ocean of red with a few islands of blue, and that's the game. And it's quite amusing. But I noticed that Fox had Donna Brazile on as a guest, who's the former, I think, chair of the DNC, or she had a big role there. So they have got someone from the other side on the thing, and they keep comparing to past Obama's win, Clinton's loss, and Trump's win, and showing the paths. And I think there is, of course, some remaining hope. They keep saying that if Biden wins Arizona, which looks likely, and then also somehow turns Michigan around, then he can do it without Pennsylvania. And so there's still paths left.
I've just seen Pennsylvania's just popped up on my screen, and with 45% of the vote in, Trump is winning 56% to 43%.
Yeah, so that's right. So this is a great example. So Pennsylvania is largely always red, and then there's these blue pockets. And they were saying that because of the sheer size of the population and the time it takes to take those votes, and the fact that so many of the early votes will be counted later, it's really it's a silly game to start trying to call things. And with that potential for the late votes coming in, I think there's always potential for some hope there. I want to be optimistic.
So I appreciate we're taking up a lot of your time. You probably talking about this is not, at some point it ceases to become therapy and starts to become sort of wallowing in despair.
But I could say something about the Welsh diaspora here.
That would be lovely. It'd be wonderful to hear.
I do a pub quiz once a month here, and it's the New York Welsh quiz. First and fourth rounds are always something based on something topical, some theme. The first one I did in the lockdown was did a round on solitude, and then there's always a round on New York and a round on Wales, and there's a recent round on hope as well. And researching the Wales round has been fantastic, because I've been trying to come up with questions that are relevant to Americans as well. And I've learned that there are 18 million people in America with Welsh last names, right? Welsh surnames. Abraham Lincoln printed 100,000 campaign leaflets in Welsh.
Wow. No, really?
Not sure if you were. Yeah, he had a Welsh translator when he announced that he was going to run for president in New York City. He had a Welsh translator there for the Welsh community. And many of the founding fathers and early presidents had their connections back to Wales. Of course they did, right? And John Adams being one of those. And John Adams's grandfather lived in a farm in southwest Wales called Tŷ Gwyn.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Yeah,
circularity to that, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's great to be a Welshman in America, because we actually don't make as much noise as the Irish, and I'm trying to get that up, right? I'm trying to get us to make as much noise as the Irish. We did have a Welsh pub here for a while, and unfortunately that closed. You may know Istid Barrett. You should speak to him if you haven't yet. But we have had our little say in the country, right? And Biden's home state, Pennsylvania, was nearly called New Wales. It's full of Welsh people, full of Welsh place names. And, you know, being a Welsh person in America is not to feel far from home, actually.
Well, go on, sorry.
I was just going to say the hiraeth can be satisfied locally.
It's good to know.
It's lovely.
It's good to know.
It's been a real pleasure speaking to you, and I think we all want to feel hopeful, and I thank you for trying to push that hope for as much as possible. I've just seen Ohio just pop up for Trump on 270 to win. So that's just taken a little bit of a dent. But, you know, it's never over until it's over. And there are those big ballot drops from Pennsylvania still to come in. So let's hope that they're good ones, eh?
All right. Thank you.
John,
Yeah,
it's been a
hope
pleasure,
so.
mate. Thank you so much for coming on.
Can I say hello to my mum? She said she's going to try and watch this. So,
Well, of course.
We
hello,
can always send her the clip. Send her a good message, and we'll clip it up.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, love you, Mum, and thank you, guys. And I'll hopefully speak to you when the results are in, if you want.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
love
mate.
to.
That'd be great.
Yeah,
That would be
All
great.
right.
Cheers,
Thank
mate.
you.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oil.
I do have some good news.
Good news. All right, let's end on some good news.
Yeah. So Oregon has, I'm directly reading from a tweet here, has made history tonight by becoming the first state to decriminalize drug possession.
That's excellent.
So they're removing criminal penalties for lower level possession of all drugs currently classified as misdemeanors, replacing them with a fine, and those fines can be waived if you go to an addiction recovery center, which will be made available in the state 24 hours a day. So this doesn't make it legal to deliver, to manufacture, or presumably to sell drugs. But if you have a small amount in your possession, whatever they are, it removes it from a criminal penalty to a fine that again can be treated, which is some progress.
Okay, and the scores that I have just updated are Trump 162. They've called California, Oregon and Washington for Biden. So it's Trump 162, Biden 205 right now. At least that's what 270 to win are projecting. But that path... they've just removed all of those West Coast states. It's not looking good, guys. It's another electoral catastrophe from the United States. We've got 4 more years, by the look of it, of Grandmaster Trump. I never thought. I feared, but it was, like I say, it was mostly based on sort of really deep pessimism and dark humour that we'd end up repeating 2016, and here we are. It's just as well we're not having another referendum on Brexit or anything like that right now. Otherwise, we'd be doing something not entirely dissimilar on this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah, definitely.
Did we get
Say again.
Fox News has called Arizona for Joe Biden.
Really?
That is some good news. At least if Fox are admitting it, it must be sort of true.
That would put him at 216. 216.
There's definitely still a path. There is definitely still a path. It's just not as nice a one as you would like.
He'd have to win. He'd have to win them all.
I don't think it's surprising if Joe Biden does win, but I think what is surprising, or what is the turnout, is how narrowly he wins by. And that's the legitimacy question. Like, even if he does win, does Trump accept it, or does Trump decide to fight it all every step of the way in every state that he possibly can fight it?
Yeah.
Well, I think we know the answer to that, don't we? You know,
yeah.
That's.
Sometimes you ask rhetorical questions.
Chaps, should we draw to a close?
Yeah, I think we should. I have to say, of the things that I've particularly enjoyed on this this journey that we've been on, on 2020 election night. The things that I've enjoyed the most, apart from the fine company of yourselves and all of our guests, has been the contributions from across the pond. Actually, I mean, it's been to make those connections and to have those, authentic voices of Welsh connected, Welsh adjacent folks on the other side of the pond. I mean, you could easily, given that we're all in our respective houses, on a Zoom call, they could easily be people just up the street here. And I think that's one of the positives to come out of 2020, is that we have realised that we can speak to our friends, family, neighbours, although not necessarily face to face. We can speak to them with just almost the same amount of ease. And making contact with these folks in North America right now has been a real delight. As has obviously the edutainment of Carmen Sandiego, which I really hope that we can repeat that.
You need to learn how to code, Pete, so we can do like a Where in Wales is Carmen Sandiego ready for the Senate election or something.
I've been annoyingly thinking about that quite a lot, particularly when I've looked at Flight Simulator, and I thought to myself, what if Flight Simulator supported a mode?
What would be the Welsh name equivalent to Carmen Sandiego? Catrin Sant something.
Sanderi or something, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, one for the future.
Indeed. So, everyone, we'll wrap this up. And as we'll sign off, I suppose, as we always do. If you want to know, thank you so much for joining us this evening. If you want to know more about Hiraeth, please find us on Medium at Hiraeth Blog Cymru, on Facebook at Hiraeth Blog Cymru, and on Twitter at Hiraeth Blog.
And if you'd like to know where I'm going to spend my winnings after having put a bet on Trump, it will be in a pub when the firebreak lifts. Where can people follow you on Twitter, Matt?
On Twitter, I am at Hexter, Hexter 101.
And Pete?
What about you, Rich?
Oh, sorry. Don't cross.
Pete, where are you?
Sure. I'm at PH Jenkins on Twitter.
And I'm at Mimosa Cymru on Twitter. No star pawb.
No star. Hwyl fawr.